Chapter 1. The heart of a demon never has regret, even in death. Translator, Skypharaoh. Editor, Skypharaoh. Fang Yuan, quietly hand over the spring-autumn cicada and I'll give you a quick death. Old bastard Fang, stop attempting to resist anymore. Today, all of the major factions of justice have combined together just to destroy your devil lair. This place is already covered in inescapable nets. This time you will definitely be decapitated. Fang Yuan, you damn demon, just because you wanted to cultivate the spring-autumn cicada, you've gone and killed thousands of people. You've committed too many unforgivable, heinous sins. Demon, 300 years ago you insulted me, took away my body's purity, killed my entire family and executed my 9 generations. From that moment onwards, I hated you with a burning passion. Today, I want you to die. Shh. Fang Yuan was in deep green robes that had been torn to shreds. His hair was disheveled and his entire body was covered in blood. He looked around. The bloody robes waved lightly in the mountain breeze, like a war flag. Fresh blood flowed from the numerous wounds on the body. Just by standing there for a short while, Fang Yuan had already accumulated a large pool of blood beneath his feet. Enemies surrounded him all around. There was already no way out. It was a foregone conclusion that he would die here. Fang Yuan understood his situation clearly, but even in the face of death, his expression did not change. It was calm. His gaze was quiet, his eyes like deep pools of water in a well, so deep that there seemed to be no end. The major factions of justice that had surrounded him were not just the experienced elders, but also young and talented heroes. Around the heavily surrounded Fang Yuan, some were roaring, some were sneering. There were eyes that were gleaming with light, some holding on to their wounds while looking on fearfully. They did not move. Everyone was wary of Fang Yuan's final attack. For 6 hours this tense moment went on, until the evening came, the sun casting its rays upon the side of the mountain. In that moment, it was as if the place was on fire. Fang Yuan, who had been silent as a sculpture the entire time, slowly turned his body. The group of warriors was suddenly alerted, and they all took a big step backwards. By now, the gray mountain rock beneath Fang Yuan's feet had long been stained a deep red. Due to losing too much blood, his face had become deathly pale. In the afterglow of the sunset, it suddenly had a brilliant luster upon it. Looking at the setting sun, Fang Yuan lightly laughed. The sun sets above the blue mountain, the autumn moon with the wind of spring. The morning is fine like hair and night is like snow. Whether you succeed or fail when you look back, there's nothing left. As he said this, memories of his previous life on Earth emerged before his eyes. He was originally a Chinese scholar on Earth who chanced upon this world. He endured a hard life for 300 years and went through another 200 years. About over 500 years of his life flew by in the blink of an eye. So many memories that were buried deep inside the heart begun to relive themselves, sprouting into life before his eyes. I failed in the end. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart emotionally, yet there were no regrets. This end result was something he had foreseen. When he made his decision in the beginning, he had prepared himself for this. To be a demon is to be merciless and cruel, a murderer and destroyer. There is no place in heaven or earth for such a thing, turning into an enemy to the world, still having to face the consequences. If the spring-autumn cicada that I have just cultivated is effective, I shall still be obedient in my next life. With this thought, Fang Yuan couldn't help but let out a big laugh. Wicked demon, what are you laughing about? Be careful, everyone. The demon is going to attack before his final moments. Hurry up and surrender the spring-autumn cicada. The group of warriors surged forward. At this moment, with a loud bang, Fang Yuan was engulfed in a blinding surge of energy. Shh. Spring rain quietly rained down on King Mountain. It was already late in the night, a slight breeze blowing with the light rain. Yet King Mountain was not covered in darkness. From the side down to the foot of the mountain, dozens of tiny lights shone like a bright band. These lights shone from tall buildings. Even though it could not be said to match up to 10,000 lights, yet it was still a few thousand in number. Situated on the mountain was Guan Yue village, giving the vast lonely mountain a rich touch of human civilization. In the middle of the Guan Yue village was a magnificent pavilion. A grand ceremony was being held at this moment, and the lights were even brighter than ever, radiating with glory. Ancestors, please bless us. We pray that this ceremony will bring many young men of outstanding talent and intelligence, bringing their families new blood and hopes. The head of the Guan Yue clan had a middle-aged appearance. His sideburns were graying, and he was clothed in ceremonial white robes, kneeling on the brownish-yellow floor. His body was straight with his hands held together, eyes tightly shut as he prayed sincerely. He was facing a tall black case. There were 3 layers on the case, all housing memorial tablets of ancestors. On both sides of the tablets was copper incense, the smoke rising. Behind him were over 10 people kneeling in a similar fashion as him. They wore loose white ceremonial garments, and were all the clan's elders, important members, and those who had much authority. After finishing prayers, the Guan Yue clan head bent his waist with his 2 hands pressing against the floor, and kowtowed. As the forehead knocked against the brownish-yellow floor, light thuds could be heard. Behind him, the elders and important clan members solemnly and quietly followed suit. With this, the hall was filled with light thuds as the heads knocked against the floor. When the ceremony was over, the group of people slowly got up from the ground and silently walked out of the sacred temple. In the hallway, sighs of relief were heard from the clan of elders, and the atmosphere loosened up. The noise of discussion slowly rose. Time flies too quickly. In the blink of an eye, a year has gone by. The previous ceremony feels like it just happened yesterday. I can still recall it vividly. Tomorrow is the opening of the annual grand ceremony. I wonder what new clan blood will show up this year. I hope that some highly talented youths will appear. The Guan Yue clan hasn't seen a genius emerge for 3 years now. Agreed. The Bai village, Shang village, these few years all had some talented geniuses appear, especially that Bai Ningbing from the Bai clan. His natural talent is quite terrifying. It was unclear who had brought up the name Bai Ningbing, but the faces of the elders started to show worry. The boy's qualifications were splendid. In just a short period of 2 years' worth of training, he had already reached the level of a level 3 Guan master. In the younger generation, he could be said as the most outstanding one. It was to the point that even the older generation could feel pressure from the promising youth. In time, he would inevitably become the pillar of the Bai clan. At the very same time, he would also be an independently strong warrior. No one ever doubted this fact. But for this year's youths that will be participating in the ceremony, no hope is lost. You're right. Fang Yuan's side has appeared a young genius, able to start talking after 3 months, able to walk after 4. At 5 years of age, he was able to recite poetry, seems exceptionally intelligent, especially talented. What a pity that his parents died early. Now he is being raised by his uncle and aunt. Yes, this one has wisdom at a young age, also harboring big ambitions. In the recent years, I have heard his creations, Zhang Yuanzhang, Yang Mei, and Zhang Chengzi. What a genius! The Guan Yue clan head was the last to walk out of the ancestral temple. After slowly closing the door, he heard the discussions that were going on in the corridor among the clan elders. He knew at once that the clan elders were discussing about the youth known as Guan Yue Feng Yuan at that moment. As the head of the clan, it is natural to pay attention to the outstanding and prominent young ones. And it so happens that Guan Yue Feng Yuan was the most eye-catching one among the juniors. Experience has shown that those who have photographic memory at a young age, or those who possess strength that could rival an adult, or had other great inborn talents, all had outstanding cultivation qualifications. If this child shows A-grade potential, with great care, he could even compete against Bai Ningbing. Even if it is B-grade, in future, he could also become a banner of the Guan Yue clan. But with this sort of early intelligence, the percentage of B-grade is not that big, but highly possible to be an A-grade. With this thought, the Guan Yue clan curled up his lips slowly into a smile. At once, with a cough, he faced the clan elders and said, "Everyone, the hour is late. For tomorrow's opening ceremony, you should all rest well tonight and take care of your energy levels." At his words, the elders were startled. They looked at each other with a hint of caution in their eyes. The clan head's words meant well, but everyone knew what he was aiming to convey. Every year, to compete for these young geniuses, the elders would fight among themselves to the point of reddened ears and bleeding heads. They should stay well rested and replenish themselves until tomorrow comes when the competition begins. Especially with that Guan Yue Feng Yuan, whose A-grade potential was extremely huge, not counting the fact that both his parents were deceased, and also that he was one of the 2 only descendants of Feng Yuan's bloodline left. If one was able to get their hands on and bring him into their own family line, with great care and training, one could secure himself 100 years of prosperity. However, I'm going to go ahead and say what needs to be said first. When you compete, do it fair and square. No tricks and conspiracies are allowed, or damage to the clan's unity. Please keep this in mind, all of you, the clan head strictly instructed. We wouldn't dare. We'll keep it in mind. Then this is good night. Please take care.
The clan elders slowly dispersed with deep thoughts. Not long after that, the long corridor became quiet. The wind from the spring rain breezed through the window, and the clan head lightly walked towards the window. Immediately, he breathed in the fresh, moist air of the mountain. How refreshing it felt. This was the third floor of the garret. The clan head looked out of the window. He could see half of the entire Guanyue village. Even if it was late in the night, most of the homes in the village still had lights on, which was unusual. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony, and it affects everyone's best interests. A kind of excited yet tense atmosphere had enveloped the hearts of the clan elders, and thus many people could not sleep well. This is the hopes for the clan's future. Fang Yuan sighed in his eyes, sighing. At the very same time, a pair of clear eyes quietly looked at the same light sparkling in the night, full of complex feelings inside. Guanyue Village, this is 500 years ago? Looks like the spring-autumn cicada really worked. Fang Yuan quietly gazed, standing by the window, letting the rain from the rain.
Chapter 2. Going Back in Time with 500 Years of Knowledge. Translator, Skypharaoh. Editor, Skypharaoh. It is said in legend that a river of time exists in this world. It supports the world's time flow and circulation. And by using the spring-autumn cicada's power, one can travel back upstream and return to the past. There is much conflicting opinion on this mythical tale. Many do not believe in it, and some are skeptical to the truth. Few people actually dare to believe it. Because every time one uses the spring-autumn cicada, one must pay with his life, letting his entire body and cultivation be the driving force to use its power. Such a price is just too expensive. And the thing that people just cannot accept is the fact that after paying with your life, you don't even know what the outcome is. So even if someone has the spring-autumn cicada, they would not dare use it so indiscriminately. What if the rumors were fake, and it was just a scam? If Fang Yuan were not cornered into such a state, he would also not use it so hurriedly. But now, Fang Yuan is thoroughly convinced, because the reality of the truth has been laid before his eyes and there was no denying it. He has really been reborn. It's just a pity. From the start I had wasted an absurd amount of effort, killing hundreds of thousands of people, making even the heavens furious and inciting people's vengeance, went through suffering and multiple hardships to finally attain and refine this good goo, Fang Yuan thought with a sigh. Even though he had been reborn, the spring-autumn cicada did not come with him. Humans are the greatest among thousands of creatures. Goo are the essence of heaven and earth. Goo comes in thousands of shapes and sizes of strange and mysterious variety. There are too many to count. Some goo, after being used once or even twice or thrice, will completely dissipate, and some goo can be reused again and again as long as it is not used over its limits. That said, it is probable that the spring-autumn cicada is one of those types that can only be used once before disappearing for good. But even if it's gone, I can still refine another. I have done it in my previous life. Why can't I do it in this life? After the thoughts of pity were put aside, Fang Yuan's heart burst forth ambitious and determined feelings. To be able to be reborn, this fact made the loss of the spring-autumn cicada entirely acceptable. Not to mention he had something precious with him, so it's not like he lost everything. This precious treasure was his 500 years' worth of memories and experience. In his memories are a multitude of all kinds of treasures and precious items that no one has opened yet in this time. All the big events and incidents he can easily grasp by the veins of history. There are a countless number of figures. Some are predecessors of hidden levels, some are geniuses, some people not even born yet. Also in these 500 years of life are memories of painstaking cultivation and rich combat experience. With all these memories and experiences, he had undeniably grasped the overall situation and upcoming opportunities. With good planning and execution, he could empower the situation with great fierceness and elegance. It was not a problem now that he could take a step ahead of others, breaking the higher boundaries. So how do I go about this? Fang Yuan was incredibly sensible. He collected himself together and faced the night rain outside the window, pondering. With this thought, things started to feel complicated. After thinking for a moment, his brows wrinkled deeper. 500 years of time was a rather long period. Don't mention those long, muddled memories that cannot be recalled. Even remembering the hidden locations of treasures or special encounters of people were a lot, but the main issue was that the locations were separated among a long distance and had to be accessed or visited at certain periods of time.
The most important thing is cultivation. The me right now has not even opened my primeval sea, hasn't stepped on the path to be a goo master. I'm just a mortal. I have to hurry and cultivate, catching up to history and seize the opportunities with the best advantage. Not to forget, many of these hidden locations of treasures were useless without proper foundation. Instead, it would just be walking into a wolf's den looking for death. The problem in front of Fang Yuan right now is cultivation. He had to increase the level of his foundation as fast as possible. If he were slow like his previous life, he would just be too late. To cultivate as fast as possible, I would have to borrow the resources from the clan. With the state I am right now, I have no power or ability to travel back and forth across the dangerous mountains. Even an ordinary mountain boar can take my life. If I can reach the cultivation of a third-level goo master, I'd have the means to protect myself and leave the mountain. Through the eyes of a 500-year-old person who is cultivated in the demonic way, Qing Mountain was just way too small. Gu Yu Village even feels like a cage. But while the cage restricted freedom, the sturdy bars of the cage also brought about a certain kind of safety. In this short period of time, I'll just stay in this cage. As long as I can reach a third-level goo master, I can leave this poor mountain. Luckily, tomorrow is the awakening ceremony. I'll be able to start training as a goo master soon after. When he thought about the awakening ceremony, old memories that had long been buried away in his heart resurfaced themselves. Talent, huh? He sneered, his gaze focused out the window. At this moment, the door to his room was lightly pushed open, and a young teenager walked in. "Big brother, why are you standing in the rain by the window side?" The youth was thin, slightly shorter than Fang Yuan. His face resembled Fang Yuan's features greatly. As Fang Yuan turned his head to look at this young man, a complex look flickered across his face. "It's you, huh, my twin little brother?" He raised his eyebrows, his expression returning to that of cold indifference. Fang Zhang lowered his head and looked at his own toes. This is his signature stance. "I saw that Big Brother's window was not shut closed, so I thought I'd come in here and close it. Tomorrow is the awakening ceremony. It's so late and you haven't gone to bed yet, Big Brother. If Uncle and Auntie knew, they would probably be worried." Fang Zhang was not surprised at Fang Yuan's coldness. Ever since he was a small child, his older brother had always been like that. Sometimes he would wonder, maybe a genius is just like this, being rather different from ordinary people. Even though he had the same look as his older brother, he felt that he was ordinary like an ant. They were born from the same womb at the same time, and yet why are the heavens so unfair? His older brother had been endowed with gleaming talent, while he himself was as ordinary as a stone. Everyone around him would say, "This is Fang Yuan's little brother," when they mentioned him. His aunt and uncle would constantly tell him to learn from his older brother. Even when he looked into the mirror sometimes, he would feel disgusted as he saw his own face. These thoughts had been going on for many years, accumulating day and night deeply into his heart. Like a giant stone pressing against his heart, these few years Fang Zhang's head lowered more and more, and he also grew quieter. Worried. At the thought of his aunt and uncle, Fang Yuan laughed silently. He could still remember clearly how the parents of this world had both lost their lives in one of the clan missions. When he was only 3 years old, he and his little brother became orphans. In the name of upbringing, his aunt and uncle grabbed hold of the inheritance left by their parents while inflicting harsh treatment against their younger brother and himself. He originally planned to just be a normal person, even planning to conceal his abilities and bide his time. However, his life was difficult, making Fang Yuan have no choice but to choose to expose some of his talents. The so-called talent is merely but a mature and intellect soul that carried a few of Earth's popular ancient poems. With this, he managed to startle people and capture attention. Because of pressure from the outside world, the young Fang Yuan made a decision to keep a cold, indifferent expression to protect himself, reducing the possibility of revealing any secrets. Over time, the coldness would become a habit that he was accustomed to expressing. Thus, his aunt and uncle were no longer harsh on him and his younger brother. As the years passed and they got older, the future became more optimistic and better treatment increased. This was not love, but a type of investment. It's hilarious how his little brother never saw this truth. Not only was he deceived by their aunt and uncle, he also started burying resentments inside. Although he looked like a good-natured and honest boy now, in Fang Yuan's memories when his brother was found out to be an A-grade talent, the clan spent much effort in raising him with all they had. After that, all the buried resentment and jealous and hate inside was released, and many a time Fang Zhang would target, suppress, and make life difficult for his own older brother. As for his own grade, it was only C-grade talent. Fate loved to play a joke. A pair of twins, the older one only had C-grade talent but had been known as a genius for a decade. The younger one, who was always overlooked, was the one with A-grade talent instead. The results of the awakening ceremony had left the clan shocked. The treatment of the two brothers had suddenly reversed after that. The younger brother was like a dragon rising up to the heavens. The older brother was like a phoenix that fell down to the earth. After that came the many hardships and troubles from his own younger brother, the cold eyes of his aunt and uncle, the contempt of the clan's people. Did he hate it? Fang Yuan in his previous life hated it. He hated his own lack of talent, he hated how heartless the clan was, hated how fate was so unfair. But now, with his 500 years of life experiences, using this to rethink this course, his heart was actually calm, not a shred of hatred. What was there to be gained from resentment? Thinking about it from another point of view, he could understand his younger brother, aunt and uncle, even those enemies from 500 years later who attacked him. The strong eat the weak, survival of the fittest. These have always been the rules of this world. Everyone has self-ambitions, always struggling to grasp the opportunities. Among all the war and killing, what is there not to be understood? 500 years of life experiences have long allowed him to understand all of this, with the heart that wants to gain immortality. If someone tries to prevent this pursuit of his, no matter who it is, he will kill and live through it. The aspirations in his heart were too big. Stepping onto this road was to be making the world your enemy, and it was destined to be alone, destined to kill. This was the conclusion of 500 years of life. Revenge is not my intention. The demonic path does not compromise. With that, he couldn't help but laugh and gave his younger brother a faint glance. You can leave. Fang Yuan's heart shook as he felt like his brother.
Chapter 3. Please go aside and scram. Translator, Sky Pharaoh. Editor, Sky Pharaoh. Bang, bang, bang. The patrolling night watchman banged his wooden clappers in a rhythm. The sound spread into the high pillar houses. Fang Yuan opened his dry eyelids while his heart silently thought, it's already the hour before dawn. He had been lying in bed thinking for a long time last night. He thought up a lot of plans. He probably only slept for a little over 2 hours. This body has not started cultivating. His energy is not so vigorous, and thus his body and mind were still shrouded in exhaustion. However, with 500 years of experience, Fang Yuan had long built up deep steel-like determination. This sort of sleep-deprived exhaustion is nothing to him. Immediately, he shoved away the thin silk blanket and got up neatly. He opened the window and found that the spring rain had stopped. The mix of fragrance of the earth, trees, and wildflowers greeted him. Fang Yuan felt his head clear, the sleepiness washing away cleanly. Right now, the sun had yet risen, the sky still a deep dark blue, not dark, yet not bright. Looking around, the tall houses made of green bamboo and wood contrasting with the mountain was a sea of pale green color. The tall houses had at least 2 floors. It was the mountain folks' unique structure of a house. Due to the mountain's uneven terrain, the first floor is massive wooden stakes. The second floor is where the people reside. Fang Yuan and his brother Fang Zhen stayed at the second floor. Young Master Fang Yuan, you're awake. I will go upstairs and wait for you to wash up. At this moment, a maiden's voice floated up from downstairs. Looking down, Fang Yuan saw his own personal servant, Shen Chui. Her looks were only slightly above average, but she dressed up well. Shen Chui wore a green robe with long sleeves and trousers, had embroidered shoes on her feet, and her black hair had a pearl hairpin. Her body from head to toe radiated youthful vitality. She looked happily at Fang Yuan while carrying a basin of water and walked upstairs. The water was at the right warm temperature and was used to wash the face. After rinsing his mouth, he used a willow twig with snow salt to clean his teeth. Shen Chui waited gently, her face wearing a smile and her eyes lively as spring. After he was done, she helped Fang Yuan dress, her plump breasts rubbing against his elbow or his back a few times during the process. Fang Yuan's face showed no expression. His heart was calm as water. This servant girl was nothing but his aunt and uncle's watch-eye and was a vain, heartless girl. In his previous life, she enraptured him, but after the awakening ceremony when his status plummeted, she quickly turned away her head and gave him countless disdainful looks. When Fang Zhen came over, he was in time to see Shen Chui smoothing the creases on the clothing of Fang Yuan's chest. His eyes had a flicker of jealousy. These years living together with his older brother, under the care of Fang Yuan, he also had a servant waiting on him. However, his servant was not a youthful girl like Shen Chui, but a fat and wide old woman. I wonder which day can Shen Chui wait on me like this? Wonder what it feels like.
Fang Zhen thought inside his heart, yet he did not dare to. His aunt and uncle's biased love to Fang Wan was no secret to everyone. Originally, he did not even have a servant to wait on him. It was Fang Wan who decided to take the initiative and ask for one for Fang Zhen. Although there was the status difference of master and servant, but usually Fang Zhen did not dare underestimate Shen Chui. That was because her mother was the Mother Shen who stood beside his aunt and uncle. Mother Shen was the caretaker of the entire household. Having full trust of his aunt and uncle, her authority was not small. All right, no need to tidy up. Fang Wan impatiently brushed away Shen Chui's soft, small hands. His clothing had long been tidy. She was just trying to seduce him. To Shen Chui and the brightness of her future, Fang Wan's possibility of having an A-grade talent was huge. In his previous life, he was deceived by her and had feelings for Shen Chui. After her rebirth, she was clear as a blazing fire, her heart as cold as ice. You can leave. Fang Wan did not even look at Shen Chui as he tidied up his own sleeve cuffs. Shen Chui pouted slightly, feeling that today Fang Wan's puzzling behavior was rather odd and upsetting. She wanted to reply in a spoiled way, but being scared by his cold and confusing nature, her mouth opened and closed a few times before she ended up saying yes and retreating obediently. Are you ready? Fang Wan asked Fang Zhen. His younger brother stood at the doorway, his head bowed down to look at his toes. He muttered a light yes. Fang Zhen had actually been awake since the 4th watch, too nervous to fall back asleep. He quietly got out of bed and got ready a long time ago. His eyes had black circles. Fang Wan nodded. In his previous life, he was not clear about his younger brother's thoughts, but in this life, how could he not understand? But right now it was meaningless to him, and he lightly said, then let's go. So the two brothers left the house. On the way, they bumped into many youths of similar age, all in groups of 2s and 3s, quite clearly heading to the same destination. Look guys, those are the Fang brothers. Their ears could pick up the small cautious talk. The one walking in front is Fang Wan. He's the Fang Wan who created the poems, some of them emphasized. So that's him. His face is expressionless as if he had no regard for others, just like the rumors say. Someone said in a sour tone filled with jealousy and envy. If you were like him, then you can also act like that. Someone coldly replied against the person, hiding a sort of dissatisfaction. Fang Zhen listened expressionlessly. He had long been accustomed to this kind of discussion. His head low, he followed quietly behind his older brother. By now, the light of dawn had peeked over the horizon, casting Fang Wan's shadow over his face. The sun rose gradually, but Fang Wan suddenly felt like he was walking into darkness. This darkness was coming from his older brother. Maybe in this life, he would never be able to escape from the imprisoning huge shadow of his brother. He felt a burst of pressure on his chest, making his breathing difficult. This damned feeling was even making him think of the word suffocate. This talk is a good example of the saying, those who are of outstanding talent easily bring about jealousy from others, Fang Wan thought with a sneer as he listened to the gossip around. No wonder when it was announced that he had great talent, he would be surrounded by enemies and suffer harsh, disdainful coldness for a long time. Behind him, Fang Zhen's breathing got dreary and tried to stop listening. What Fang Wan did not manage to realize in his previous life, he could perceive with the finest detail in this life. This was the ability of keen insight that he had gained from 500 years' worth of life experiences. He suddenly thought of his aunt and uncle and how scheming they were, giving him Shen Chui to monitor him and passing his younger brother an old wet nurse, not including other things in life that were different among them. All these actions had intentions. They wanted to cause unhappiness in his younger brother's heart and instigate a rift among the brothers. People are not worried about whether they receive less. People worry about whether whatever they received is undistributed well. In his previous life, his experiences were too little, while his younger brother was too foolish and too naive. Thus his aunt and uncle successfully instigated a rift among them. After being reborn with the awakening ceremony before him, it seemed like the situation was difficult to change. But with Fang Wan's evil way of means and wisdom, it's not like the situation cannot be changed. His younger brother can be suppressed entirely. That young Shen Chui could turn into a concubine early on. Not forgetting his aunt and uncle and the clan elders, he had at least several hundred ways of beating them. But I don't feel like doing that, Fang Wan sighed carefully. So what if it was his own younger brother? Without the blood relation, his younger brother was just an outsider. He could easily give him up anytime. So what if Shen Chui grew any prettier? Without love and loyalty, she was just a heap of flesh of a body. Keep her as a concubine? She's not worthy. So what if it was his aunt and uncle or the clan elders? They're just passengers in life. Why waste effort and energy to beat these people? Hey. As long as you don't get in my way, then you can go aside and scram. I don't need to care about you. Mother Shen is like a title or way to call a woman of her position.
Chapter 4. Gu Yu Feng Yuan. Translator, Sky Pharaoh. Editor, Sky Pharaoh. The sun rises in the sky, the sun rays brilliant. The mountain fog is not very thick, the sharp rays easily pass through. Over 100 15-year-old youths gathered in front of the clan pavilion. The clan pavilion was in the middle of the village, reaching 5 stories and having sharp tilted roofs. It was heavily girded. Before the pavilion was the square, and in the pavilion was the shrine of the Gu-Yu ancestor memorial tablets. Every generation of clan head had lived in the pavilion. With every major ceremony or big incident, the clan elders would gather and discuss meetings here as well. This was the entire village's authority central. Good, all of you are punctual. Today is the awakening ceremony. It is your life's great turning point. I won't say much, just come with me. The one responsible at the moment was the elder of the academy. His beard and hair were white, and he was in high spirits as he led the young teenagers into the pavilion. However, they did not go up, but were led downstairs after going through the entrance of a great hall. Following down a constructed stone ladder, they went into an underground cave. The group of youths made surprised and amazed noises. The underground cave was beautiful, stalactites sparkling with the colors of the rainbow. This light shone on the youths' faces, the neon hues gorgeous. Fong Yuan was mixed into the crowd, quietly observing everything that was happening. In his heart, he thought, hundreds of years ago, the Gu-Yu clan came to Qingmao Mountain and settled down after migrating from the central lands to the south border. It was when they found a spirit spring in this underground cave. This spirit spring produces a large number of primeval stones. It could be said that this is the foundation of the Gu-Yu village. They walked several hundred steps. It got darker, and the sounds of water were faintly heard. After turning around a corner, a 3-zong-wide underground river greeted them. By now, the colorful lights of the stalactites had completely disappeared. Yet in the darkness, the river emitted faint blue light. It was like a star river of the night sky. The river flowed from the dark depths of the cave. Inside the crystal-clear waters, one could see fish, aquatic plants, and even the sand beneath the river. Opposite the river was a sea of flowers. This was the Gu-Yu clan's closely cultivated moon orchids. The beautiful blue and pink-colored petals were shaped like a crescent moon, the flower stems like Ute, and the center of the flower shining like the sort of warm brilliance that radiates from pearls under the light. At first glance, in the dark background, the flower sea looks like a huge piece of land covered with bluish-green carpet dotted with countless pearls. The moon orchid is food for a lot of Gu. This flower sea could be said as the clan's biggest cultivation medium, Fong Yuan thought knowingly to himself. Wow, so pretty! It really is beautiful. The new sight opened the young teenagers' eyes. Each one of them had a light radiating from their gaze with excited and anxious feelings. All right, listen as I call your names. Those who are called must walk through this river to the opposite bank. Walk as far as you can. Of course, the further you go, the better it is. Are you all clear? The elder said. All clear, the youths replied. Actually, before they came here, they had all heard their family members or seniors talk about it. It is known that the further you can walk, the better your talent is. Your future will also become brighter. Gu-Yu Chen Bo. The elder held the name list and called the first person. The river was wide but not deep. It covered up to a youth's kneecaps. Chen Bo's face was full of seriousness as he stepped into the flower sea ashore. As he did so, he could feel an invisible pressure, as if there was a wall in front of him that he could not see, blocking him from walking forward. During this moment, the flowers at his feet suddenly gave off a weak white light. The light gathered around Chen Bo and entered his body. For a moment, Chen Bo felt the pressure drop. The invisible wall blocking him suddenly felt softer. With this, Chen Bo gritted his teeth and mustered his strength, mustering himself forward. He tried to force his way in stiffly, Yet after 3 steps, the wall in front of him hardened again back to the state before. Thus he could not walk any further. As he watched this, the elder sighed. While recording what happened, he said, "Gu Yu Chen Bo, 3 steps, no talent to become a Gu master. Next, Gu Yu Zhao Shi." Chen Bo was deathly pale as he walked past the river back to the youths, clenching his teeth. Without the endowed talent, he could live as a normal human, holding the lowest position in the clan. His stature was shaky. It was a huge blow to him, as if reality had killed all his hopes. Many people threw him pitiable gazes, while even more had fixated stares at the second person crossing the river. It was a pity that this youth could only walk 4 steps forward. He did not have talent either. Not everyone has the natural talent to be a Gu master. In general, it is not bad if 5 out of 10 people have talent. In the Gu Yu clan, this ratio is higher, reaching 6 people. This is because the Gu Yu clan's ancestor, the first-generation clan leader, was a famous, legendary, and powerful man. Due to cultivation reasons, his bloodline carried powerful genes, thus the average quality of talent in the Gu Yu clan was generally higher, as they carried his blood in their veins. With 2 consecutive failures, the other elders observing the scene in the dark started making ugly expressions. Even the clan head was frowning slightly. The next moment, the academy elder called out, "Gu Yu Mo Bei." "Here!" A horse-faced youth dressed in linen robes lightly called as he came forth. He was tall in stature, looking much sturdier than his peers. There was a brave aura about him. He crossed the river in a few steps and reached the opposite bank. 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps, one after another, small lights entered his body. He walked until he reached 36 steps before he could finally go no further. The youths at the riverbank watched with their wide-opened eyes, shocked. The academy elder happily exclaimed, "Gu Yu Mo Bei, B-grade talent. Come here, let me see your primeval C." Gu Yu Mo Bei walked back to the academy elder. The latter stretched out his hand and put it on the juvenile's shoulder, closing his eyes as he checked with focus. Then he retracted his hand and nodded, recording down on the paper, "Gu Yu Mo Bei, primeval C measuring 6 by 6, can be vigorously trained. This special talent can be measured by 4 grades, A grade to D grade. A D-grade talent youth who is raised for 3 years would become a rank 1 senior Gu master, become the foundation of the family. A C-grade talent, after 2 years of cultivation, usually becomes a rank 2 senior Gu master, becoming the clan's backbone. A B-grade talent must be cared for. Often becoming a future clan elder, with 6 to 7 years of training, they will become a rank 3 Gu master. And when it comes to A grade, even if it was just 1, would bring great luck to the entire clan. Great care must be given. Because of this talent, in about 10 years, they could become a rank 4 Gu master. At that moment, they could compete for the position of the head of the clan. In other words, as long as this Gu Yu Mo Bei grows up, eventually he would become one of the elders of the Gu Yu clan. That is why the academy elder laughed happily. The elders watching in the dark also sighed at relief. Then they all turned to look at one of the elders amongst them with jealousy. This elder was also horse-faced, known as Gu Yu Mo Bei's grandfather, Gu Yu Mo Chen. His face was already smiling. He provocatively looked at his old nemesis and said, "What do you think? My grandson isn't bad, huh, Gu Yu Chi Lian?" Gu Yu Chi Lian had a head of red hair. He made an annoyed, not replying to other. It was evident that his facial expression was really dark. 1 hour later, half of the youths had already walked through the flower sea. There were quite a number of C and D grade talents among them, while half of those youths had no talent at all. Sigh, The bloodline is getting thinner. These few years the clan hasn't had any rank 4 masters to strengthen the bloodline. The 4th generation clan head was the only rank 5 master, but in the end he perished with the flower wine monk and did not leave behind any descendants. The Guyu clan's later generation talents are getting weaker and weaker, the clan head said with a deep sigh. At this moment, the academy elder shouted, "Guyu Chi Chen." On hearing this name, all the elders looked at Guyu Chi Lian. This was
Chapter 5. The First Human and 3 Gu. Hope's Awakening. Translator, Sky Pharaoh. Editor, Sky Pharaoh. In that moment, his surroundings went quiet. Countless numbers of eyes were on him. It's getting more and more exciting, Fang Yuan thought to himself with a laugh. Under the gazes of the masses, he walked across the river and reached the opposite bank. He could feel a layer of pressure on him. This pressure came from the spirit spring deep in the flower sea. The spirit spring produced primeval qi. Because the qi was too rich in here, it caused the pressure. But very quickly from the flowers below Fang Yuan's feet, little lights made their way up. These dots of light enveloped his entire body before finally entering him. These are the Hope Gu, mused Fang Yuan. The person in charge did not tell them, but he knew it very clearly. Every spot of light is a Gu, known as the Hope Gu. One of the oldest legends talk about the Hope Gu. In the legend, when the world was just formed, it was a land of savage wilderness. Among the wild beasts that walked the earth, the first man appeared. He was known as Renzu. Renzu is human, Zu is ancestor. He is the first human, like the Adam from Adam and Eve. Eating raw meat and drinking blood, living a difficult life. In particular was a group of wild beasts called predicament. These wild beasts loved the taste of Renzu and longed to eat him. Renzu did not have a body as strong as mountain rock, nor did he have the sharp teeth and claws of a wild beast. How could he fight with the predicaments? His source of food was unstable and he had to hide all day. He was at the bottom of nature's food chain and could barely survive. At this moment, there were 3 Gu that came up to him and said, "As long as you use your life to provide us, we will help you through this difficulty." Renzu had nowhere to go, so he could only agree to these 3 Gu. He first gave his youth away to the biggest Gu among the 3. That Gu then granted him strength. With strength, Renzu's life began to change. He started to have a stable source of food and was able to protect himself. He fought bravely and ruthlessly, defeating many predicaments. But soon he suffered and finally realized that strength was not everything. It needed to heal and be cultivated, not spent freely at his will. Not to mention when facing the entire group of predicaments, his strength alone was too small. Renzu reflected over this lesson bitterly and decided to give his prime middle years to the most beautiful Gu among the 3. And thus, the second Gu gave him wisdom. With wisdom, Renzu was able to learn how to think and reflect. He began to accumulate experience and found out that many times when he used wisdom, it was more effective than using strength. By relying on wisdom and strength was he able to conquer all the goals that he formerly could not and killed many predicaments. He ate the meat of predicaments and drank the blood of predicaments, surviving with tenacity. But good things do not last, and Renzu was old and would only grow older and older. This is because he gave away his youth and middle years to keep the strength and wisdom Gu. When a man is old, his muscles deteriorate and his brain slows down. "Human, what else can you give us? You don't have anything else left to provide to us," the strength and wisdom Gu said as they realized this. They left him. Without wisdom and strength, Renzu was once surrounded by predicaments. He was old and could not run, his teeth had fallen out and could not even chew wild fruits and plants. As he fell weakly onto the ground, surrounded by predicaments, his heart was filled with desperation. It was at this time the third Gu said to him, "Human, take me up, I will help you escape predicament." Renzu tearfully replied, "Gu, I don't have anything else left. See, the strength and wisdom Gu have abandoned me. I only have my old age left, while it is not as worth my youth and middle age, but if I give you my old age, my life would immediately end. Even though I am surrounded by predicaments right now, but I will not die immediately. I wish to live a little longer, even if just a second more.
so you should leave. I have nothing else to provide to you. But the Gu said, among the three, I have the smallest needs. Human, if you just give me your heart, it will be enough. Then I will give you my heart, Renzu said. But Gu, what can you give me in return? In this situation, even if the strength and wisdom Gu returned to my side, it would change nothing. When compared to the strength Gu, this Gu looked frail and was just a tiny ball of light. When compared to the wisdom Gu, this one was only able to give out a dim white light, not beautiful in any way. But when Renzu gave it his heart, this Gu suddenly gave out endless light. In this light, the predicaments screamed in horror, "This is the hope Gu, withdraw, we predicaments are most afraid of hope." The predicaments retreated suddenly. Renzu was speechless, and from that day onwards whenever he faced predicament, he would give his heart to hope. At this moment, the hope Gu converged into a stream of light and had already entered Fang Yuan's body. Due to the outside pressure, they quickly gathered into their abdomen and collected into a group spontaneously, 3 inches under his navel. Fang Yuan suddenly felt the pressure lessen. He began to walk forward. With every step he took, one after another the hope Gu would fly out from the sea of flowers and enter his body, joining the ball of light. The ball of light grew brighter and brighter, but the person in charge opposite the riverbank frowned. This number of hope Gu is lesser than expected. Many elders watching Fang Yuan in the dark thought this as they saw the sight. The clan head frowned as well. This was definitely not the sign of an A-grade talent. Fang Yuan withstood the pressure, continuing to walk forward. Below 10 steps it means that there is no cultivation talent. 10 to 20 steps means D-grade talent. 20 to 30 steps would be C-grade talent. 30 to 40 steps is a B-grade talent. And 40 to 50 steps would mean A-grade talent. Up until now, I have walked 23 steps. 24, 25, 26, 27. Fang Yuan counted in his heart. When he walked the 27th step, he could hear a bang, and in between his 2 kidneys, the ball of light reached its limit and suddenly exploded. This burst of energy only happened inside his body. Outsiders cannot see it. Only Fang Yuan alone could feel at that moment an earth-shaking reaction. Instantly his fine hairs on his body stood up, his pores shut tight, his mind stretched to a tense limit. Soon after, his mind went blank, his entire body becoming soft, as if he fell into some clouds. His heart relaxed, his fine hairs flattening, and his pores reopened again. In a short while, his entire body was perspiring. This entire process felt long, but it actually happened in a short time. The feeling went away as fast as it came. Fang Yuan was blanked out for a short moment before he returned to his senses. He secretly focused his attention into his body and found that below his navel and in between his 2 kidneys, an aperture had formed out of thin air. The awakening ceremony was a success. This was the hope to immortality.
Chapter 6. The Road to the Future Will Be Interesting. Translator, Sky Pharaoh. Editor, Sky Pharaoh. The aperture was mysterious and unusual. Although it was located inside Fang Yuan's body, it was at the same time not sharing the same space with his internal organs. You could say that it was endlessly huge, yet at the same time infinitely small. Some call it the Purple Prefecture, some call it the Chinese Pool. However, many know it as the Primeval Sea Aperture. The entire body is spherical, and the surface of it is covered in flowing white light, like a thin layer of light coating. It was the layer of light from the Hope Gu that previously exploded. This thin membrane of light supported the aperture so it would not collapse, and inside the aperture was naturally the primeval sea. The sea waters were smooth like a mirror, showing a greenish-blue color, yet the water was dense and brought about a copper luster. Only rank 1 Gu masters can form this green coppery primeval essence, known as the green copper sea. The height of the sea surface was not up to half of the aperture. It was only up to 44%. This was also the limitation of a C-grade talent. Every drop of seawater is pure primeval essence, representing the condensation of Fang Yuan's essence, vitality, and soul. It was also the accumulation of his life potential over the past 15 years. This primeval essence is used by Gu masters to raise Gu. This also means that from now onwards, Fang Yuan has formally entered the route of a rank 1 Gu master. Since the aperture had opened, no more Hope Gu entered Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan gathered himself and felt that the pressure before him was as thick as a wall. He could no longer walk another step forward. Just like my previous life, he smiled indifferently at this result. "You can't go any further?" the academy elder shouted across the river, holding on to a small thread of hope. Fang Yuan turned around and walked back, answering with his actions.
At this moment, even the young teenagers started reacting. The crowd suddenly buzzed with chatter. What? Fang Yuan walked 27 steps? So he was just a C-grade talent? Unbelievable, only a C-grade for such a genius like him. A great disturbance erupted from the crowd. Big brother! Among them, Gu Yuan Fang Zhang looked up, watching with shock as Fang Yuan returned across the river. He could not dare to believe it. His own brother was only a C-grade? He had always thought that his older brother would be an A-grade talent. No, not just him. Even his aunt and uncle and so many people among the clan thought the same too. But now, the result was unexpectedly the opposite. Damn, he was only a C-grade. The Gu Yuan clan head clenched both his fists, drawing a deep breath, disappointment in his voice. The elders watching from the darkness had mixed reactions. Some were frowning, some lowering their head in discussion, some looking up with a sigh. Could the results be wrong? How can that be? This method is accurate beyond reasoning, not to add that we were watching the entire time. Even cheating is hard. But all his actions and intelligence previously, how do you explain those? Youths with higher quality of primeval C would indeed display characteristics that surpass the ordinary man, such as intelligence, perception, memory, strength, agility, and so on. On the other hand, these characteristics do not mean that the primeval talent is definitely high. Everything will still be determined by the results. Sigh. The bigger your hopes, the bigger the disappointment. The Gu Yuan clan's generation now is no longer like the first generation. His socks were soaked with the icy cold waters from the river, the coldness piercing into his bones. Fang Yuan walked with the same emotionless face, his distance getting closer and closer towards the crowd. He could clearly see the academy elder's heavy expression and was aware of the stares thrown at him from over 100 youths. These glares were mixed with amazement, shock, sneering, and some taking pleasure at this unfortunate event, some indifferent. It was the same situation, making Fang Yuan unwillingly remember his previous life. During that time, he felt as if the sky had fallen. When he crossed the cold river, he lost his footing and fell, soaking his entire body in the water, feeling so lost. No one came forward to help him up. Those disappointed, cold expressions and gazes were like sharp knives, piercing into his very own heart. His mind was in chaos, his chest searing with pain. It was as if he had fallen from the clouds, down to the ground. The higher you stand, the harder you fall. But in this life, as the same scene replayed itself, Fang Yuan's heart was calm. He thought of the legend, when predicaments come, give your heart to hope. And today that hope is inside of him, even though it was not big, but it was better than those people who had totally no primeval talent. If others feel disappointed, then let them be disappointed. What else can they do? What does other people's disappointments have to do with me? The most important thing is to carry hope inside my heart. 500 years of living had led him to understand that the interesting things that happen in a person's life happens during the process when one chases after his own dreams. There is no need to ask others around you to not be disappointed or make them like it. Walk on your own path. Let others be disappointed and unhappy however they please. The academy elder let out a deep breath and shouted, "Next, Gu Yuan Fang Zhang." But no answer came. "Gu Yuan Fang Zhang," the elder yelled again, the sound of his voice reverberating inside the cave. I'm here. Fang Zhang snapped out of his shock and ran out hurriedly. Unfortunately, he tripped over his own foot and fell, hitting his head with a groan and tumbled into the river. Instantly, the entire cave was filled with huge laughter. The Fang brothers, nothing special. The Gu Yuan clan head scoffed, feeling a sort of annoyed boredom towards Fang Zhang. This is such a huge embarrassment. Fang Zhang struggled and splashed in the water. The bottom of the river was just too slippery. He couldn't get up properly. Trying his best only made him look more stupid and clumsy. His heart increasingly flustered as the sounds of laughter filled his ears. But right at this moment, he suddenly felt a strong pull lifting him up. His head finally left the water surface and his body found balance again. He wiped his face in a panic and focused his sight. It was actually his older brother, Fang Yuan, who had grasped his collar and pulled him up. "Big brother," he opened his mouth to say, but instead he started choking on water, ending up triggering a violent cough. "The difficult older and younger brother of the Fang's family," someone laughed at the riverbank. The laughter grew louder, yet the academy elder did not come out and stop it. He was deeply frowning, disappointment filling his heart. Fang Zhang was completely at a loss on what to do, and then he heard his brother say to him, "Go on, the road to the future will be interesting." Fang Zhang could not help but open his mouth in surprise. Fang Yuan's back was facing the crowd, so they could not see properly, but Fang Zhang could clearly feel the calmness radiating from Fang Yuan. As his older brother spoke, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a deep and thoughtful smile. It was obviously only a C-grade talent, yet how can Big Brother be so calm? Fang Zhang could not help but wonder, his heart full of doubt. Yet Fang Yuan did not say any more. He patted Fang Zhang on the back and turned and walked away. Fang Zhang wore a stupefied expression as he walked towards the flower sea. I never thought Big Brother would actually be so calm. If it was me, He lowered his head, walking forward absent-mindedly. Yet he did not know that he was playing out a miraculous scene. When he finally snapped out of his reverie, he was already deep in the sea of flowers, standing in a distance that no one else had reached before him. 43 steps. Oh my God, A-grade talent, the Academy Elder screamed, seeming to have lost his mind. A-grade, really an A-grade? It's been 3 years, and A-grade talented genius has finally appeared in the Guyuan clan. The elders watching from the darkness were also screaming out at the same time, losing their composures. Well, the Guyuan clan's bloodline also originates from us Qi bloodline, so we Qi family will adopt in this Guyuan Fangzang. Guyuan Qilian immediately announced. How is that possible? You old bag Qilian, your morals and abilities are out of order, but you are definitely good in misleading young boys. It's better to pass this kid to I Guyuan Mojin to raise. Guyuan Mojin roared back instantly. Stop arguing. No one is more qualified to raise this child than the current clan leader. Whoever has any objections is to go against me, Guyuan Bo. The Guyuan clan head had gone crazy and swept his fiery red gaze over the disappointed and discouraged looks.
Chapter 7. A Ga Master has 9 ranks. Flower Wine leaves behind treasure. Translator, Sky Pharaoh. Editor, Sky Pharaoh. Soon a week passed. Humans are above all creatures. Ga are the essence of heaven and earth. In this world there are thousands of species, countless number of Ga. They live everywhere around us, in the soil, in the bushes, even on the bodies of wild beasts. As humans continue to propagate and grow, the scholars of the past gradually uncovered the mysteries of the Ga. Those who have opened the aperture, using their own primeval essence to feed, refine, and manipulate these Ga, people who have achieved these various purposes are what we call Ga Masters. And all of you have successfully opened your aperture in the awakening ceremony 7 days ago. With the coagulation of the primeval sea, right now you are all rank 1 Ga Masters. In the village academy, the academy elder talked with confidence and composure. In front of him were 57 students, seated and listening attentively. The mystery and strength of a Ga Master had been deeply rooted in the hearts of the youths a long time ago, thus everything that the elder taught and said the students were very interested in. At this moment, a young teen raised his hand. With the elder's permission, he stood up and asked, "Elder sir, I've known this since I was small. There are rank 1 Ga Masters, rank 2, and so on. Can you explain in more detail to us?" The Guayu teacher nodded and waved his hand to ask the young man to sit down. Ga Masters have 9 ranks, from bottom to the top, rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, all the way up to rank 9. Every rank is considered a big realm, and it is divided into 4 small realms: initial stage, middle stage, upper stage, and peak stage. You have all just become Ga Masters, so all of you are rank 1 initial stage. If you all work hard in your cultivation base will naturally advance to rank 2, even rank 3. Of course, the higher your talent, the bigger your chance of promoting. For D-grade talent, the primeval sea takes up about 2 to 3 layers of the aperture. The highest promotion reachable is rank 1 to rank 2. For C-grade talent, the primeval sea is 4 to 5 layers of the aperture. Usually the progress stops at rank 2, but with luck, a small percentage of people can advance to rank 3 initial stage. B-grade talents have a primeval sea that takes up 6 to 7 layers of the aperture. They are able to cultivate to rank 3, even as far as rank 4. As for A-grade talent, the primeval sea is plenty. It takes up 8 to 9 layers of the aperture. This kind of talent in a person is naturally the most gifted and the most suitable for a Ga Master's cultivation, being able to reach rank 5. As for Ga Masters who are rank 6 and above, they are all legends. I am not clear about the specifics either. In the Guayu clan, there has never been the appearance of a rank 6 Ga Master, but rank 4 and rank 5 Ga Masters we have had before. The teenagers' ears all pricked up, their eyes shining brightly as they listened. Many of them couldn't help but look at Guayu Fangjiang, who was sitting rigidly at the first row. He was an A-grade talent after all. Their eyes were filled with feelings of envy and jealousy. At the same time, there were some who stared at the corner at the last row of the classroom. Leaning against the window at the corner was Guayu Fangyuan, who was bent over the desk sleeping soundly. "Look, he's still sleeping," someone whispered. "He's been sleeping continuously for a week, yet he's still not awake," someone cut in. "There's more. I heard that he was up all night wandering about at the edge of the village. There's been people who've seen it more than once. Apparently he holds a wine jar at night, dead drunk outside.
Luckily, these few years the village surroundings had been cleared clean, so it's safer. The fellow schoolmates whisper here and there, letting all kinds of small gossip spreading around quickly. Ah, well, the blow was just too big. Someone hailed as a genius for so many years, unexpectedly ending up to be a C-grade talent in the end? If only it was just the case. Of all the people, his own little brother was pronounced an A grade, right now being the center of attention, enjoying the best treatment. The younger brother soars up to the sky, while the older brother falls to the ground. Tut tut. As the discussion amongst the students got louder and louder, the academy elder's brow deepened into a frown. In the whole classroom, all the teenagers were sitting respectfully, showing liveliness. This made Fang Yuan, who was sleeping on his table, stand out so much that it hurt the eyes. It's already been a week, yet he's still so dispirited. Initially I must have been mistaken by him. How could someone like this be a genius? The elder thought disgruntledly. He had spoken many times to Fang Yuan regarding this matter, but to no effect. Fang Yuan still did whatever he liked. He would sleep through every class, making the elder in charge of teaching have a very frustrating headache. Forget it, he's just a C grade. If he can't even withstand this sort of blow, fostering him with that kind of temperament will just end up wasting the clan's resources. Nothing good will come out of it. The elder's heart was filled with disappointment towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was just a C grade, compared to his younger brother Fang Jiang, who was an A grade talent. Now this is someone worth the clan spending an amount of effort on raising. While the academy elder thought about all this, he was also replying to the latest question. In the clan history, there have been many strong masters. For rank 5 masters, there were 2. One of them is the first generation clan head, our ancestor. He was the one who established Guayu village. Another was the 4th clan head. He had remarkable talent and managed to cultivate all the way to the realm of a rank 5 Ga master. If it wasn't for that despicable, shameless demon Flower Wine Monk's sneak attack, he might have been able to achieve rank 6. But who knows? As he said this, he heaved a deep sigh. Below the platform, the youth started shouting in a rage. It's all because of that Flower Wine Monk. He was too sinister and cunning. What a pity that our 4th clan leader was soft-hearted and benevolent and died at a young age. If only I was born a few hundred years ago, if I saw that demon, I would have torn off his ugly face. The Flower Wine Monk and the Flower Wine Monk story is something that the entire Guayu clan knows. The Flower Wine Monk was also a rank 5 God master, famous among the demon faction in his time for his many years as a big flower thief. A few hundred years ago, he traveled to King Mao Mountain. He attempted to commit crimes in Guayu village, but was found out by the 4th generation clan leader in the end. After an earth-shakingly huge battle, the Flower Wine Monk was beaten to the point he had to beg for mercy on his knees. The clan leader was merciful and kind, intending to spare his life, yet the Flower Wind Monks suddenly launched a sneak attack, successfully inflicting heavy wounds on the 4th clan leader. The clan leader flew into a rage, killing the Flower Wine Monk on the spot. However, his heavy injuries were not curable, and thus he died. Therefore, in the hearts of the Guayu clansmen, the 4th generation clan leader was a great hero who sacrificed his life for the village. Flower Wine Monk, huh? Awakened by the classroom's noisy chatter, Fang Yuan opened his sleepy eyes. He stretched his body and thought with resentment in his heart, "This Flower Wine Monk, where did he die? Why is it that I still can't find his legacy after searching around the entire village?" In his memories, there was a Ga master from the clan who was broken-hearted and started drinking a lot. About 2 months from now, the man was heavily drunk as he lay down outside the village. His heavy wine aroma unknowingly attracted a liquor worm. The Ga master was ecstatic, fully intent on catching it. The liquor worm hurriedly fled, and as the Ga master was in hot pursuit after it, he followed the liquor worm's trail and discovered an underground hole entrance and went in. The liquor worm was a very precious and expensive type of Ga. The half-drunk Ga master decided to risk it and enter the hole, finding himself in a secret underground cave. After that, he discovered the bones of the Flower Wine Monk and the inheritance he left behind. When the Ga master returned to the village, he reported his discoveries and immediately caused a big stir among the entire clan. Later on, that Ga master benefited much from it, his cultivation base suddenly becoming outstanding. His lover, who had once abandoned him before, was attracted to him again, and he became the talk of the clan for a while. Sadly, I only heard bits and pieces about this piece of news, so I don't know where the accurate location is. It wasn't like I knew I would be reborn again to this day. Flower Wine Monk, where in the world did you die off to? These few days he had been buying a lot of wine, wandering around the village as soon as night arrived. He wanted to use the aroma of liquor to attract the liquor worm. Unfortunately, he never saw the liquor worm appear, making him feel very disappointed. If I could find that liquor worm and refine it into my vital Ga, that would be so much better than the clan's moonlight Ga. In the blink of an eye, it's already April. There's not much time left. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh and gazed out of the window. Under the blue sky and white clouds, verdant mountains stretched into the distance. In the vicinity was a bamboo grove. This was King Mao Mountain's unique spear bamboo. Each bamboo stick is straight as a line, the ends of the bamboo exceptionally sharp like the tip of a spear. Not too far away, the woods were already turning green. The tender shoots sprouted in a sea of yellow-green color. Every now and then, beautiful and colorful sparrows would perch on the branches. The wind of spring blew, wrapping up the freshness of the mountains and rivers and dispersing it into the world. Without knowing it, the class was almost over. The Academy Elder finally informed, "This week I have taught you all how to contemplate and check your own aperture's primeval sea, and how to meditate and shift around the primeval essence inside your body. Now is the time for you all to refine your vital Ga. After this class ends, you will all go to the Academy's Ga room and pick a Ga room. After choosing your Ga, please go home and focus on refining it. When you have finally refined your Ga, then you can come back to the Academy and continue attending class. At the same time, this is your first assessment. Whoever can finish this assessment first will be rewarded a generous sum of 20 primeval stones."
Chapter 8. Things will always be things, but humans will change. Translator, Sky Pharaoh. Editor, Sky Pharaoh. Beside the Academy was a Ga room. The Ga room was not big, it was only 60 meters square in size. In a Ga master's road to cultivation, a Ga is the key to strength. At the end of class, the excited teenagers rushed towards the Ga room. "Form a line, enter one by one," some voices suddenly yelled. It was natural that there were guards outside the Ga room. The youths went in one at a time and came out. Finally, it was Fang Yan's turn to enter the Ga room. This room was a mysterious room. The 4 walls all had holes. In each one of these embedded square holes were another square hole. Each of the holes differed in size, some big and some small. The bigger ones were no bigger than an earthenware cooking pot, the smaller holes no smaller than a fist. In the many square holes were all kinds of containers. There were gray stone basins, verdant jade dishes, exquisite grass cages, earthen stoves, etc. These containers kept in all kinds of variety of Ga. Some Ga were silent, while some Ga made a lot of noises, creating chirping, clucking, rustling sounds, and so on. All these noises combined together to create a sort of life symphony. Ga are also divided into 9 big levels, following the same concept of the 9 rank realms of Ga masters. All the Ga in this room are rank 1 Ga. Fang Yan glanced around, immediately aware of this. Generally speaking, rank 1 Ga masters can only use rank 1 Ga. If they used higher level Ga, these masters would need to pay an extremely heavy price. In addition, Ga need to be fed. The high cost of feeding higher level Ga was often not something lower ranked Ga masters could afford. Thus, to Ga masters who were newcomers, they would always pick a rank 1 Ga worm as their first refined Ga unless under a special situation. There is great significance to the first Ga that a Ga master refines. It will become their vital Ga, interconnecting their lives together. If it dies, the Ga master will suffer a huge blow. Alas, my original wish was to get my hands on the Flower Wine Monk's liquor worm and refine it as my vital Ga, but right now there are still no leads on my search for the Flower Wine Monk skeleton. I don't even know when will I be able to find it, or when someone else does. Just to be safe, I'll pick a Moonlight Ga first. Fang Yan sighed inwardly as he walked straight along the wall on his left. One of the top layers of the holes in this wall had a row of silver plates. In each plate was a Ga. These Ga were crystalline and shaped like a crescent. It was like a piece of blue quartz. Against the backdrop of the silver dish, the Ga gave off a quiet and beautiful feeling. Known as the Moonlight Ga, this variety of Ga is the local Ga of the Ga Yu clan, and many of the clansmen would choose the Moonlight Ga as their vital Ga. The Moonlight Ga was not a Ga of nature. It was a breed that was cultivated with a secret method by the Ga Yu clan. The Moonlight Ga could not be found anywhere else. It could be said that this Ga was a symbol of the Ga Yu clan. Since it was all rank 1 Moonlight Ga, there was very little difference among one another. Fang Yan casually chose one and took it. The Moonlight Ga was very light, comparable to the weight of a piece of paper. The insect occupied a small area of his palm. It was roughly the size of a common jade pendant. As Fang Yan put it on his hand, he could see through it and gaze at the lines on his palm. With one last look and finding nothing wrong with it, Fang Yan put the Moonlight God into his pocket and walked out of the Ga room. Outside the Ga room, the queue was still quite long. As soon as the next person in line saw Fang Yan leave, he went into the room hurriedly with excitement. If it were others, when they got their Ga, the first thing they would do would be to take it home and quickly refine it. But Fang Yan was not in a hurry to do so, for his mind was still thinking about the liquor worm. The liquor worm was more precious compared to the Moonlight Ga. Although the Moonlight Ga was a specialty of the Ga usage, it did not help a Ga master as much as a liquor worm. After he left the Ga room, Fang Yan headed straight for the tavern. Shopkeeper, 2 jars of aged wine. Fang Yan fished around his pockets and drew out the remaining primeval stone pieces, putting them onto the counter. These few days he would come here and buy wine, then go around the village border and scout, intending to attract the liquor worm so it would appear. The shopkeeper was a short and fat middle-aged man, his face oily. After these few days he had already remembered Fang Yan. "Sir, you've come." While he greeted Fang Yan, he stretched out a thick and short chubby hand and skillfully swiped away the primeval stone pieces. As he put them onto his palm, he shifted his hand up and down and felt that the weight was correct. With this, the shopkeeper's smile deepened.
Primeval stones were the currency used in this world, used to measure the value of all commodities. At the same time, it was also a condensed matter of the world's essence, usable on oneself, and is important in helping a Ga master in his cultivation. As it has monetary attributes as well as usable properties, it was similar to the gold on Earth. Earth has a gold currency standard system, and in this world it was replaced with primeval stones. Compared to gold, the purchasing power of primeval stones is even more astonishing. However, with Fang Yan's continued spending like this, no matter how many primeval stones he had, it would not be enough. I won't have primeval stones to buy wine anymore tomorrow, yet the liquor worm just doesn't want to appear. Do I really have to take the moonlight Ga and refine it as my vital Ga? Fang Yan felt rather unsatisfied. As he walked with the 2 jars of wine in his hand, he started to wonder. Academy Elder said, the first person who manages to refine his vital Ga will get a reward of 20 primeval stones. Right now I guess a lot of them are at home trying their best to refine their Ga and compete for the first position. A pity, refining the vital Ga is more of a test of one's talent. Those with better primeval talent will have better advantage. With my C-grade talent, without any special means, I have totally no chance of winning. It was at this moment the voice of Ga Yu Fangzheng called out to him from behind. Big brother, you really did go to the tavern and buy alcohol. Follow me, aunt and uncle want to see you. Fang Yan stopped in his tracks and turned around. He found his younger brother was no longer like before, always lowering his head as he spoke. Right now the 2 brothers gazed at each other face to face. A gust of wind blew, lifting up the older brother's messy short hair, the lower hem of the younger brother's robe swishing around. Just a short period of 1 month has gone by, yet humans change. A week after the awakening ceremony, a huge change came upon the older brother and the younger brother. The older brother Fang Yan fell from the clouds, the title of genius mercilessly destroyed, and the younger brother began to bloom with radiance, slowly rising up like a new star. To the younger brother Fang Zhang, this sort of change was earth-shaking to his world. He finally tasted the feelings that his older brother used to have, the feelings of people pinning their hopes on him, the feelings when people use envious and jealous looks to gaze at him. He felt like he was suddenly dragged out from a dark corner and placed into a heaven filled with light. Every day when he woke up, he felt like he was having a very sweet dream. The difference of how he was being treated from before and now was like day and night, making him somewhat unable to believe his reality even until now, but at the same time also strongly unaccustomed to it. It was hard to adapt. In a short while from being unknown to someone who was closely watched, people pointing at him all the time. Sometimes when Fang Zhang walked on the road, he would hear people around him talking about himself, voices praising him. His face would heat up and he would feel completely at a loss of what to do, his eyes trying to avoid gazes. He even almost forgot how to walk properly. He was like a toddler learning how to walk, stumbling and falling as he tried to get used to his new life. During this entire process, he was unable to avoid hearing about his older brother, falling into depression, becoming a drunkard, not going home at night, sleeping soundly in class. He felt very shocked at this. His own brother, once a strong entity and hailed as a being of great genius, suddenly becoming like this. But slowly he started to sort of understand. His big brother was also a normal man after all. Encountering this kind of setback and huge blow would send anyone into depression. Along with this understanding, Fang Zhang secretly felt an undescribable happiness inside. This feeling was something he was terribly unwilling to admit, but yet it definitely existed. His older brother, who was hailed as a genius and always covering him in shadow, acting so depressed and dispirited right now. From a reverse angle, it was a testament to his own growth, wasn't it? He was the outstanding one. This was the real truth. Hence when he saw Fang Yan holding the wine jars, his hair messy and clothes untidy, Ga Yu Fangzhang felt relieved, his breathing also becoming a lot easier. But yet he said, "Big brother, you have to stop drinking. You cannot go on like this. You have no idea how worried the people who care about you are. You need to wake up." Fang Yan was emotionless. He did not say anything. The 2 brothers gazed at each other. Younger brother Ga Yu Fangzhang's eyes were shining, giving off a sharp and keen feel, and the older brother Ga Yu Fangyan's 2 orbs were a deep black, faintly resembling a deep ancient pool. These eyes could not help but make Fangzhang feel a strange oppression. Not long after, he subconsciously turned away his gaze and looked somewhere else. But when he realized it, he felt a sudden rise of anger. It was an anger that was directed at himself. "What's wrong with you? Can't even muster the courage to look directly at your big brother? I've changed. I've completely changed." With these thoughts, his eyes shifted back their sharpness, and he shot his gaze at his brother again. But Fang Yan was already not looking at him. Holding a jar of wine in each hand, he walked past Fang Zhang and said in a dull voice, "What else are you gawking at? Let's go." Fang Zhang's breathing became disoriented, the strength that had accumulated inside his heart no longer able to be released. This made him experience a depression that was hard to describe. Seeing that his older brother had walked far ahead, he could only quicken his pace to catch up. But this time his head was no longer lowered, but raised to meet the sun. His gaze was fixed on his own feet that was stepping on his older brother Fang Yan's shadow.
Chapter 9. 2 people who start on the same road, gradually becoming distant. Translator, Sky Pharaoh. Editor, Sky Pharaoh. The sunset was a red hue setting over the east. The sky was still bright, but everything seemed to be covered by a shade of gray. Overlooking the window, the mountains in the distance were gradually drawing towards a heavy black color. The light in the living room was dim. Aunt and uncle sat high in their chairs, their faces enveloped in shadow, their expressions hard to discern. As he saw Fang Yuan carrying the 2 jars of wine, his uncle Gu Yue Dongtu's eyebrows twisted into a knot. He opened his mouth and spoke. "In the blink of an eye, you are both 15 years old now. Since you both have the talents of a Gu master, especially Fang Zheng, your aunt and I are proud of the both of you. I will give you both 6 pieces of primeval stones. Take it. Refining your Gu consumes a lot of primeval essence, so you'll need these primeval stones."
As he said this, some servants came over and passed Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng each a small bag. Fang Yuan took his bag silently. Fang Zheng immediately opened his bag and looked inside to see 6 pieces of oval-shaped grayish-white primeval stones. His face lit up with gratitude at once, and he stood up from his seat, facing his aunt and uncle. "Thank you, aunt and uncle. Your nephew does need primeval stones to replenish my primeval essence. You have both raised me until today. This gratitude is engraved into my heart. I shall not forget it forever." Uncle smiled and nodded. Aunt hurriedly waved her hands and said warmly, "Sit down, sit down. Although you both are not our children directly, we have always raised you as our own. You both are able to gain a future, and we are proud of that. Alas, we do not have children of our own, and sometimes we thought that if you both could really become our children, it would be the best." Her words brought deep meaning. Fang Zheng did not understand it, but Fang Yuan frowned a little. Uncle cut in and said, "I have discussed this with your aunt. We thought of adopting you both and become a genuine, real family. Fang Zheng, I wonder if you are willing." Fang Zheng was stunned for a second, but the look on his face quickly emerged a joyful smile, and he said, "To be honest, ever since both my parents died, I have longed very much for a family of my own. To be able to become a family with aunt and uncle, this is too good to be true." Aunt's expression loosened as she laughed. "Then you are our good son. Shouldn't you stop calling us aunt and uncle?" "Father, mother." Fang Zheng, in a state of realization, changed his statement. Aunt and uncle laughed heartily. "What a good son. Not a waste of us husband and wife to raise you since you were 5 years old, and we have raised you for 10 whole years," and wiped her tears. Uncle looked at the silent Fang Yuan and said gently, "Fang Yuan, how about you?" Fang Yuan shook his head without saying a word. "Big brother," Gu Yue Fang Zheng was about to advise him, but Uncle, whose tone was unchanged, stopped him. "If that's the case, Fang Yuan, my nephew, we won't force you. Since you are already 15 years old, you need to start being independent. This way you will also easily carry on your Fang bloodline. Uncle here has prepared 200 primeval stones for you as financial support." 200 primeval stones? Fang Zheng's eyes opened wide. He had never seen so many primeval stones in his life. He couldn't help but reveal a jealous expression. But Fang Yuan still shook his head. Fang Zheng was puzzled, while Uncle's expression changed slightly. Aunt's face had also turned cloudy. "Aunt and Uncle, if there is nothing else, then your nephew will take his leave." Fang Yuan did not give them any chance to speak again. After he finished his sentence, he took his wine jars and left the hall immediately. Fang Zheng rose from his seat and said, "Father, mother, big brother is not thinking straight. How about you let me advise him?" Uncle waved his hand and deliberately sighed. "Alas, this matter cannot be forced. Since you have the heart, as your father, I am already very content. Servants, take care of young Master Fang Zheng. Treat him well. Then your son will take his leave." Fang Zheng retreated, and the living room fell into silence. The sun set below the mountain, and the living room became darker. In a while, from the darkness, Uncle's cold voice emerged. "Looks like this brat Fang Yuan has seen through our plot." Among the regulations of the Guiyue clan, it was clearly stipulated that the eldest son at 16 years of age would have the qualifications to inherit the family property. Fang Yuan's parents had passed away, leaving behind a fortune. It was being taken care of by aunt and uncle. This inheritance was not something a measly sum of 200 essence stones could compare to. If Fang Yuan had also agreed to be adopted by aunt and uncle, then he would lose the right to inherit this fortune. If Fang Yuan at this years of 15 age decided to be independent, he would also not conform to the clan's regulations. Luckily, we managed to win over Fang Zheng, and Fang Zheng only has C-grade talent. Aunt heaved a sigh, feeling joyful. "Then husband, if Fang Yuan decides to go independent at 16 years of age, what do we do?" Aunt's tone was hysterical as she thought about the inheritance. Since he is acting undisciplined, then he can't blame us. As long as we catch him committing a huge mistake before he leaves us and expel him from our family, it will be counted as snatching away his right to inherit the legacy," Uncle explained coldly. "But the brat is very clever. How would he make a mistake?" Aunt asked, puzzled. Uncle rolled his eyes immediately and whispered angrily, "You are really stupid. If he won't make a mistake, can't we frame him instead? Just let Shen Kui seduce Fang Yuan and scream assault. We catch him on the spot, fabricate a story about him acting wild while he was drunk. Surely we can expel Fang Yuan?" "Husband, you really have a way. What an ingenious plan." Aunt was overjoyed at that moment. The thick colors of the night covered the sky, and the stars that blanketed the sky were mostly covered away by floating dark clouds. Each of the households in the village gradually lit up with lights. Gu Yue Fang Zheng was ushered into a room. "Young Master Fang Zheng, the old master personally had me tidy up this room specially for you," Mother Shen said with a hospitable tone. She bowed her waist, her face having a flattering smile. Fang Yuan looked around with a glance, his eyes shining. This room was at least twice as big as his previous room. The middle of the room was a spacious bed. Beside the window was a rosewood desk with a delicate set of ink and paper. The walls were decorated with exquisite ornaments, and beneath his feet was not an ordinary floor, but covered in a layer of soft handmade carpet. From his childhood until now, Fang Zheng had never stayed in such a room. He immediately nodded his head continuously and said, "This is very good. It really isn't bad. Thank you, Mother Shen." Mother Shen was aunt and uncle's most highly valued person. She was in charge of all the slaves in the house and was a housekeeper who lived up to her reputation. The girl Shen Kui who served Fang Yuan was her daughter. Mother Shen laughed. "I am not deserving of young master's gratitude. It is my duty, my duty. Young master, do not hesitate to eat well and sleep well. Whatever you want, just shake the bell beside your bed. Somebody will attend to you immediately. Old master has already instructed us, so in these few days, please do put all your attention on cultivating young master. Just leave all the other chores to us."
Fang Yuan felt a gush of gratitude in his heart. He did not say anything, but deep down inside he decided, this time I must get number 1 and not let aunt and uncle down. The dark clouds in the sky were getting heavier, and the night was getting darker. In the night sky, most of the stars were covered away by the clouds, leaving a few shining with faint light, blinking away in the sky. Aunt and uncle must be plotting on how to expel me from the house right now. In my previous life, they secretly instigated the servants to provoke me, and then framed me. Then they expelled me from the family. I wonder if there will be any changes in this life. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart as he walked along the streets. He had long seen clearly the true colors of his aunt and uncle, but he could also understand it. Men would throw away their lives in pursuit for wealth. No matter whether on Earth or in this world, there will always be many people who would be willing to trample over kinship, friendly, and love for their own self-interests and benefits. In fact, kinship did not exist. In the beginning, when aunt and uncle took in Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng, their only purpose was to seek the heritage. It was just so that the two brothers were repeatedly unexpected. Thinking this, Fang Yuan began walking quicker. All things are difficult before they are easy. To me, this is more so of the case. Firstly, I do not have outstanding talent. Secondly, I do not have the care of a teacher. It is equivalent to raising a family from nothing, but with my parents' legacy, it can be said to be a huge advantage for me. In my previous life, aunt and uncle stole away the heritage, and because of that, I had to waste 2 full years to be able to cultivate to rank 1 peak stage. In this life, I cannot afford to make the same mistake. Fang Yuan pondered in his mind as he walked. Instead of staying home, he held the 2 jars of wine and walked towards the outskirts of the village. The night deepened and the dark clouds obscured the starlight. The mountain breeze blew, growing stronger gradually. The mountain rain was coming, but he still had to search. To get a hold of his parents' inheritance, he would need to wait until he was 16, and the flower wine monk's treasure was the only thing that he could get his hands on in the short run. There were not many people on the streets. The houses along the road showed a dim light. Some small rubbish and leaves were blown away by the wind, drifting about. Fang Yuan's thin clothing could not stop the mountain wind, and he could not help but feel own chill. He simply opened the wine jar, drinking a small full of wine. Although it was turbid wine, but after swallowing it, he felt a warm feeling rising up. This was the first time that he actually drank wine in these few days. The further he walked out of the village, the lesser the houses beside the road, and the dimmer the lights became. In front of him, it was even darker. The wind blew heavily against the mountain forest, the branches swaying in the night, making a whistling noise that sounded like a herd of beasts roaring. Fang Yuan's pace did not slow down. He walked out of the huge entrance of the village and out into the darkness, going further as he walked. And behind him were the bright and brilliant lights of tens of thousands of houses. In these lights, there was a warm corner. Gu Yue Fengzhang was seated at his desk, reviewing the notes that he had taken down during class. The lights in the house were shining brightly, and the solid wall blocked away the cold winds. Beside his hand was a cup of warm ginseng tea, the steam rising up from the cup. Young Master Fengzhang, the hot bathing water has been prepared for you. Outside the door, Shen Kui's voice softly floated through. Fengzhang's heart jolted. Then bring it in, please. Shen Kui walked into the room with her waist bowed, her expression pleased. Your servant greets, young master. Her eyes sent amorous glances at Fang Zheng. Fang Yuan was only a C-grade talent, but Fang Zheng was an A-grade talent. To be able to get a hold of him is truly the biggest fortune.
Chapter 10. A storm may arise from a clear sky. Refining goo is full of hardships. Pitter-patter. Big, heavy raindrops fell to the earth, battering the roof of the verdant bamboo house, making brittle sounds. The surface of the pond in front of the building was full of ripples as the rain fell, the fish in the water swimming lively around, the aquatic plants swaying about at the bottom of the pond. The sky was overcast. A thick rain curtain obscured the field of vision as far as the eye could see. In the somewhat dim room, the window was open, and Fang Yun quietly watched the heavy rainfall, sighing. It has already been 3 days and 3 nights. On the night 3 days ago, he had walked out of the village with 2 jars of wine, searching around the surroundings. But when it was late into the night, it started pouring. Put aside him being drenched to the bones, the main point is that in the situation, he could not go about searching anymore. The rainwater would quickly wash away the wine fragrance. At the same time, if he forced himself to search under such conditions, it might arouse suspicions. Although previously he pretended to become a depressed, drunken person to cover up his real motives, but he knew never to underestimate the intelligence of others around him. Only a fool would think others were stupid. Thus, under this helplessness, Fang Yun could only stop his search. Not to mention that at the moment it started raining, the rain had went on continuously. Sometimes it became heavier and sometimes lighter, but it never stopped. I guess in this way I won't be able to find the liquor worm for a short period of time. To be safe, I can only choose to start refining the moonlight goo. While I refine it, if I can find the liquor worm during the process, it would be the best, but if I can't, then this would have to do. But this matter is very common. A storm may arise from a clear sky. Something unexpected may happen any time. In this world, who can do everything without obstacles in his way, having a perfect journey? Fang Yun's thoughts were very calm. His 500 years of experience had long washed away the impulsiveness that he rarely had in the first place. He closed the door and window and sat cross-legged on his bed. He closed his eyes slowly, and after a few breaths, he calmed his state of mind. In the next moment, the vision of his primeval aperture appeared in his mind. The aperture may be positioned inside his body, but it was mysteriously unusual, limitlessly big, yet infinitely small. The outer layer of the aperture was a layer of light. The white light gave a thin impression, but it still supported the aperture well. In the aperture was a sea of primeval essence. The seawater was a green copper color, the surface of the sea clear and calm as a mirror. The water level was about half the height of the aperture. The entire volume of the sea occupied 44% of the aperture. This was the green copper primeval sea of a rank 1 goo master, and each drop of primeval essence was primeval essence. It was Fang Yun's life elementary force and the condensation of his essence, vitality, and soul. Every drop of primeval essence was precious because it is the root of a goo master and is the source of power. Goo masters need to rely on primeval essence to refine and use goo. As he retreated his mind from the primeval sea, Fang Yun opened his eyes and retrieved the moonlight goo. The moonlight goo sat quietly in the middle of his palm, resembling a curved blue moon, small and crystalline. With a simple thought, the primeval sea in his aperture tumbled, and a jet of primeval essence broke from the sea surface and transferred out of the body, finally rushing into the moonlight goo. The moonlight goo suddenly radiated fiercely in blue light, slightly trembling in Fang Yun's palm, resisting the influx of primeval essence. Goo are the essence of heaven and earth, carrying the secrets of the world, the bearers of the law of nature. They are living creatures that live freely under the sky, each born with its own will. Right now, with Fang Yun trying to refine it, it would mean wiping out its will. Feeling the danger looming, the moonlight goo naturally resisted. The process of refining is a very difficult one. The moonlight goo was like a curved blue moon. As the green copper primeval essence poured into the crescent, the two pointed ends of the crescent turned green. Slowly, this green copper essence began to spread to the middle of the crescent. In less than 3 minutes, Fang Yun's face had become pale. A huge volume of primeval essence continuously poured into the moonlight goo, making him feel a weakness that rapidly attacked his heart. 1%, 2%, 3%, 8%, 9%, 10%. 10 minutes later, Fang Yun's primeval sea had used away 10% of primeval essence, yet on the blue crystalline moonlight goo's surface, the points of green copper essence on the two tips of the moon crescent expanded a tiny little area towards the center. The resistance of the moonlight goo was immensely strong. Fortunately, Fang Yun had anticipated this earlier and did not feel surprised. He persisted and poured in more essence into the moonlight goo. 1%, 2%, 3%. After another 20 minutes, the primeval sea in his aperture was only left with 14%. The green copper essence on the moonlight goo had expanded slightly, the two tips of green essence adding up together covering the surface of the moonlight goo by about 1/12. The rest of the moonlight goo's surface was still the original color of light blue. Refining a goo is so hard, Fang Yun sighed as he looked at it. He broke the influx of primeval essence, stopping the refining process. Up until now, he had been refining for half an hour. The primeval sea in his aperture consumed over half of more than 10%, with only 14% of primeval essence left, and the moonlight goo was only refined by 1/12 of it. To make matters worse, the moonlight goo was still emitting its faint blue halo. Even though Fang Yun had stopped refining, the moonlight goo was still resisting. It was still driving out Fang Yun's green-copper primeval essence. Fang Yun could clearly feel that the primeval essence that Fang Yun poured into the moonlight goo was being pushed out bit by the moonlight goo out of its body. On its surface, the green-copper essence at the two tips of the moon crescent was slowly shrinking. Based on this speed of reduction, in about 6 hours later, the moonlight goo could completely expel all of Fang Yun's primeval essence. And at that time, when he needed to refine this goo, it would make no difference from starting over again. Every time refining a goo, it is just like a fight between two armies, a battle of positional warfare or a war of attrition. Even though I refined 1/12 of the goo, I wasted 3/4 of my primeval essence. In refining a goo master has to replenish his primeval sea while continuously engaging the refinement process, consolidating his victory. The refinement of a goo is a test of one's skill in shifting his primeval essence and the patience of an enduring battle. Fang Yun took out a piece of primeval stone from his money bag as he pondered. A goo master has 2 ways to replenish the consumed primeval essence. The first way is natural recovery. After a period of time, the primeval sea would naturally replenish the primeval essence. In the case of a C-grade talent like Fang Yun, it would take about 1 hour to replenish 4% of the total quantity. The second way was to absorb the natural essence directly from a primeval stone. The primeval stone is a treasure from nature itself. As condensed natural primeval essence, while absorbing it, the water level of the primeval sea was rising with a continuous speed that could be seen with the naked eye. After about half an hour, the primeval sea had been replenished back to its original volume of 44%. At this level, the rising water level of the sea stopped abruptly. Even though there was still space inside the aperture, Fang Yun could not store any more primeval essence. This was the limit of his C-grade talent. Thus, from here one can see the significance of the grade of one's cultivation talent. The higher the talent, the more primeval essence the aperture can hold, and the faster the natural recovery of the primeval essence will be. In Fang Yun's case, to refine a goo and solidify his results, he would have to absorb primeval stones, because his primeval essence natural recovery rate cannot defeat the rate of the moonlight goo expelling it. But in the case of A-grade talent Fang Cheng, he could replenish 8% of primeval essence every hour. In 6 hours, he would recover 48% of the primeval essence, and in the same time frame, the moonlight goo could only expel.
Chapter 11. It's just power play. Translator, Skypharaoh. Editor, Skypharaoh. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Based on intuition and 500 years' worth of life experience, he could smell a conspiracy. His eyes flashed and he relaxed his brows. "I am a little hungry right now. You came at the right time. Come in," he said. Outside the door, while carrying the food box, Shen Sui smiled coldly as she heard his reply. But when she pushed open the door, her face was left with a gentle and meek expression. "Young Master Fang Yuan, the food and wine smells really good. I can smell it as I hold the box." Her voice was sweet and had a hint of longing and flattery. She put the food box on a small table and took out the dishes, arranging them nicely. The food was indeed very fragrant and tasty. After that, she took out 2 wine cups and poured the wine. "Come, young master, sit down. Your servant mustered her courage today and wants to accompany young master for a drink." She smiled like a flower, walking to Fang Yuan's side. Boldly, she took him by the hand and pulled him over to sit at the chair by the table. Then she sat on his thigh and leaned her gentle body against Fang Yuan's chest, acting like a timid and lovable woman, whispering in his ear. "Young Master Fang Yuan, your servant has always liked you. It doesn't matter what grade you are, I will always wish to be beside you, rely on you, and comfort you. Tonight your servant would like to give her body to you." She really dressed up today. She put on blusher, her lips like cherry powder. When she whispered in his ear, a delicate and youthful breath teased at Fang Yuan's earlobe. Because she was sitting on his lap, Fang Yuan could feel her well-shaped figure easily, her elastic thighs, her slender little waist, and her soft chest. "Young master, let me feed you wine myself." Shen Sui picked up the wine cup, raising her head and taking a sip. Then her eyes fixated on Fang Yuan, her small cherry lips a little opened, slowly leaning over to his mouth. Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent, as if what was on his lap was not a young maiden, but a block of sculpture. When she saw Fang Yuan's expression, Shen Sui felt a little uneasy at first. But when her lips were just an inch away from him, she was assured, sneering in her heart. "You're still pretending," she mused. Just at this moment, Fang Yuan scoffed, his tone disdainful. "So, it's just a power play." Shen Sui's face became stiff, and she swallowed the wine in her mouth, trying to pull false flattery. "Young Master Fang Yuan, what are you saying?" Fang Yuan's eyes were emitting cold light. He stared into Shen Sui's eyes, placing his right hand on her snowy white neck at the same time, slowly pressing it with force. Shen Sui's pupils shrank, and her voice was full of panic. "Young master, you're hurting me." Fang Yuan did not answer, but his hold on her neck grew stronger. "Young Master Fang Yuan, your servant is a little scared." Shen Sui already had difficulty breathing. She was looking flustered. A soft pair of hands subconsciously grasped at Fang Yuan's hand, trying to pry his hand away, but Fang Yuan's hand was strong like iron, unable to be pulled away. "So it's just a power play then? You aunt and uncle let me come over to seduce me and frame me. This means there are already people arranged downstairs, huh?" Fang Yuan laughed coldly, adding, "But who do you think you are coming to use tactics on me, with the 2 piles of garbage of rotten flesh on your chest?" As he said this, his left hand climbed up her chest and ruthlessly grabbed her soft breasts, making it incredibly deformed all of a sudden. Intense pain flared from her chest. Shen Sui's eyes were round and wide opened. The pain was so great that her eyes were full of tears. She wanted to scream, but Fang Yuan gripped her throat so strongly that in the end she could only sob for a few times. Then she started resisting strongly, for she really was going to suffocate. But at this moment, Fang Yuan slowly relaxed his grip. Shen Sui immediately opened her mouth and gulped in air greedily. Her breathing was too eager, resulting in a series of violent coughs. Fang Yuan laughed lightly, stretching out his palm. He gently stroked her cheek, his tone carefree as he spoke. "Shen Sui, do you think I can kill you or not?" If Fang Yuan robbed of her with an evil and loud voice, Shen Sui might actually fiercely retaliate. But when Fang Yuan smiled and spoke in a shallow manner, his soft voice asking if he could kill her or not, Shen Sui felt a deep fear from the bottom of her heart. She was scared. She looked at Fang Yuan with terror on her face, seeing this young man smiling all over his face as he gazed at her. At this instant, she vowed to herself that she would never forget his eyes for the rest of her life. This pair of eyes were not mixed with the slightest emotion, dark and profound, resembling a deep ancient pool that was hiding a horrifying beast. Under the gaze of these eyes, Shen Sui felt like she was naked in the midst of ice and snow. The person before me definitely dares to kill me, is able to kill me. Oh heavens, why did I come and provoke this kind of devil? Shen Sui's heart was full of remorse. At this moment she longed to turn and flee. But right now she was still on his lap. She did not dare to run away, not even able to pluck the courage to do any action. The muscles on her entire body were tense, her gentle stature trembling. Her face was as pale as white paper, and she could not utter a single word. "Since you as a personal servant girl have been serving me for so many years, I won't kill you this time. Since you want to escape from slavery, go and find my little brother. He's stupid and naive." Fang Yuan retracted his smile and patted her cheek, his tone plain like water. With a sigh, he finally said, "You can leave." Shen Sui was as dumb as a piece of wood as she walked obediently. She was afraid out of her wits, and did not know how she managed to leave the side of the devil called Fang Yuan. The men hidden in the shadows looked confused when they saw Shen Sui come out looking so shaken. "They actually arranged such a beautiful trap. It's even more innovative than my previous life. He, aunt and uncle, this kindness of yours I will remember deeply." Not long after Shen Sui left, Fang Yuan stood up and left as well. No matter what, he could not stay at this residence anymore. A wise man sees and mitigates foreseen risks. What more to say for a devil? When there is insufficient strength, only a fool would put himself in danger. Innkeeper, do you have any rooms available? Fang Yuan came to the only inn in the village and asked for the price. Yes, there is room on the second floor and third floor. Not only is it cheap, the rooms are also tidy and clean. The first floor is a cafeteria. Guests of the inn can come here and eat. There is also service for asking the inn workers to bring up food to your room. The innkeeper was full of hospitality as he entertained Fang Yuan. This inn was the only one in the village, but the business was not very good. In fact, it was somewhat deserted. Only when the annual merchant caravan came by to trade on Queen Mao Mountain, the inn would be full of people. Fang Yuan was a little hungry, so he passed 2 full round pieces of primeval stones to the innkeeper. Give me a good room for me to stay in, and prepare 2 jars of wine, 3-4 different dishes. Return me any excess balance. Done. The innkeeper took the 2 pieces of primeval stone and asked, would you like to eat in your room or dine in the hall? Fang Yuan looked at the sky. The rain had stopped and it was nearing evening. He could simply eat in the lobby and set out straight for the outskirts of the village when he was done, continuing his search for the treasure of the flower wine monk. Thus he replied, I'll eat in the hall. The inn had a dining hall. There were a dozen square tables. 4 long benches surrounded each table. In between the tables were huge and thick pillars that were supporting the inn. The floor was covered with big tiles of marble, but it was wet. It was hard to conceal the moisture of the mountain. There were 3 tables seated with people. Seated by the window, an old man was drinking wine, gazing outside at the sunset, being all alone. In the middle of the cafeteria was a table seated with 5 or 6 hunters. They were discussing about their hunting experiences in loud voices, and at their feet were a pile of different kinds of mountain prey, like pheasants and hares. In another corner was a table with 2 young people, seemingly discussing in secret. Their figures were hidden in the darkness. It was hard to see them, and harder to know their gender. Fang Yuan decided to sit by the table nearest to the door. Soon after, the dishes were served on the table. With my C-grade talent, to refine the moonlight goo, I would need to borrow primeval stones. If my luck is good and this moonlight goo does not have a strong will, I would only need 5 pieces. But if it is stubborn, that I'll be in trouble. Probably need around at least 8 pieces. Goo are living creatures, so it is natural for them to have the will to survive. Some have a strong will and will always resist the refinement process. Some goo have weak will. All throughout refining, they helplessly surrender. Once there was no resisting, the refining process would become relaxing. Right now I only have 6 primeval stones on me, but I gave 2 to the innkeeper, so I'm left with 4 pieces. There's not enough. In this world, primeval stones are the local currency, and the buying power is very strong. A normal family of 3 would spend at most 1 piece of essence stone in the month. But when it came to a goo master, the consumption of primeval stones was greater. Take Fang Yuan, for example. Just by refining goo alone, he would need an average of 7 primeval stones or so. And this is just on a moonlight goo. If he really did find the liquor worm, just to refine it with Fang Yuan's great talent, he would need at least a dozen more. In other words, right now my situation is, even if I find the liquor worm, I don't necessarily have the primeval stones to refine it. However, I still need to search around, because there is a huge possibility that the flower wine monk's treasure has a huge amount of primeval stones. This was not a difficult deduction. The flower wine monk was a rank 5 goo master after all. For such a famous strong warrior of the demonic faction, how could he not have primeval stones, which are the must-have item in a goo master's cultivation? 1. Power play. Tactics exhibiting or intended to increase a person's power or influence.
Chapter 12. Green bamboo wine is fragrant. Goo master flaunts power. Right now, everything comes down to the flower wine monk's treasure. If I can find it, all my problems will be solved. If I don't find it, all these issues will greatly slow down my speed of cultivation. If that happens, I'll lose out to people at my age in cultivating. I don't understand. I've spent more than a week trying to attract the liquor worm to appear. Why do I still not see it? Feng Yuan frowned and racked his brains. It was like putting food into his mouth, but still not knowing how it tasted. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, interrupting his thoughts. Feng Yuan looked at the direction of the sound, realizing that the 6 hunters seated around the table at the middle of the hall were heavily drunk. The atmosphere around them was fiery, and their faces were all red. "Brother Zhang, come, drink another cup." "Old Brother Feng, we brothers admire your abilities. You took down a black-skinned wild boar alone. What a man! This cup of wine you must drink, or else you'll be disrespecting us." "Thank you, brothers, for your sincerity, but I really can't drink anymore." "Brother Feng can't drink anymore. Perhaps you dislike this wine because it's not good enough? Waiter, come over, give me some good wine." The noise was becoming louder. It was obvious that the group had drunk a lot. The waiter hurriedly went over and said, "Well, good sirs, we do have good wine, but it is quite expensive." "What, you're afraid we won't pay up?"
When the hunters heard the waiter, quite a few of them stood up and stared at the waiter. They were either big and tall or thick and burly in stature, capable and vigorous in a threatening manner, each having the courage that mountain men possessed. The waiter quickly said, "I would not dare to look down on you, brave men. It's just that these wine is really expensive. 1 jar costs 2 pieces of primeval stones." The hunters were stunned. 2 primeval stones was definitely not cheap. It was the sum of 2 months of the normal average household monthly expenses, even though hunters earn more from hunting compared to ordinary mortals, like how sometimes a black-skinned wild pig could be worth half a primeval stone. However, hunting was risky, and a mistake could turn the hunter into prey. To the hunters, using 2 primeval stones just to drink a jar of wine was just not worth it. Is there really such an expensive wine? Boy, you aren't trying to lie to us, right? The hunters were shouting about, but their voices felt a little timid, unable to back out of the situation with grace. The waiter kept telling them he would not dare. The hunter called Brother Feng saw that the scene was not right, and he hurriedly said, "My brothers, let's not spend any more. I can't drink any more. Let us drink this wine another day." "What? You can't say that, brother." "This is—" The rest of the hunters were still shouting, but their voices started to fade away. One by one, they sat back in their seats. The waiter was also a shrewd person. When he saw this, he knew that he was not able to sell the wine anymore. However, this situation hardly surprised him. As he was about to retreat, a young man's voice came from the table at the dark corner. Hey, hilarious. Each one of them blindly shouting for nothing. If you can't afford to buy wine, you should just obediently keep your mouth shut and go to the side. When the hunters heard this, one of them immediately retorted in anger. "Who said we can't afford it? Waiter, bring over that jar of wine. I'll give you the stones, 2 pieces of it." "Oh, give me a moment, sir. I'll get it." The waiter did not expect such a turn of events. He hurriedly replied and turned to grab a wine jar and brought it over. This wine jar was as big as the common jar of wine, but the moment it was uncorked, in that very instant a refreshing and mellow fragrance filled the entire cafeteria. Even the old man sitting alone at the window could not help but turn his head over when he smelled the wine aroma and gazed at the jar of wine. It was definitely good wine. Dear guests, it's not bragging. This is the green bamboo wine. The entire village only has one inn, which is us. Smell the fragrance. He inhaled deeply as he said this, his facial expression full of satisfaction and enjoyment. Feng Wan was moved. This inn waiter was really not boasting. In the Guyu village there were 3 taverns. The wine sold there were the common rice wine, muddy wine, and other similar common wine. In order for Feng Wan to attract the liquor worm, he continuously bought wine for 7 days. It was natural that he was aware of the prices. Several of the hunters looked at the wine jar before them. They were consumed by alcohol addiction. Each of them twitched their noses and swallowed. As for the hunter who bought the wine in a moment of anger, his expression was even more interesting. A layer of remorse and anger appeared on his face. After all, this jar of wine was the value of 2 primeval stones. I was too mash and bought the wine by impulse. This waiter is not too typical. He immediately brought the wine. Now the cork is unsealed. Even if I want to return the goods, it is too late. The more the hunter pondered, the more distressed he felt. He wanted to return it back, yet he was unable to do so in fear of being humiliated. At last, he could only bang on the table and said with a strong smile, "Damn, this wine is good. Brothers, please, drink all you want. Today, this wine is on me." At this moment, the young man at the table in the corner hissed, "How is this small jar of wine enough for 6? If you have the guts, then go buy a few more jars." The hunter was furious when he heard this and stood up in a rage, his eyes fixed on the young man who spoke. "Brat, you sure have a lot of words. Come, stand up and fight me." "Oh, then I will stand up." The young man got up from his seat as he heard the hunter's remark, grinning as he walked out from the shadows. His body figure was tall and thin, his skin pale. He was dressed in navy battle robes and looked clean and neat. His head wore a blue headband. His upper body had a jacket that showed his thin and weak shoulders. The lower body had long pants. The feet were covered in bamboo sandals, and the calves were tied. The most important thing about him was the green belt on his waist. The middle of the belt was a shiny piece of copper. On the copper plate was a black 1 word. "It's a rank 1 Goo Master?" The hunter clearly understood what this manner of clothing represented. He drew in a deep breath, the anger on his face dissipating, replaced by alarm. He had never imagined that he actually provoked a Goo Master. "Oh, then you will stand up." The young man got up from his seat as he heard the hunter's remark, grinning as he walked out from the shadows. His body figure was tall and thin, his skin pale. He was dressed in navy battle robes and looked clean and neat. His head wore a blue headband. His upper body had a jacket that showed his thin and weak shoulders. The lower body had long pants. The feet were covered in bamboo sandals, and the calves were tied.
The most important thing about him was the green belt on his waist. The middle of the belt was a shiny piece of copper. On the copper plate was a black 1 word. It's a rank 1 Goo Master? The hunter clearly understood what this manner of clothing represented. He drew in a deep breath, the anger on his face dissipating, replaced by alarm. He had never imagined that he actually provoked a Goo Master. The young man called Zhang Ya stopped sneering as his female companion chided him. He didn't even bother looking at the fragments of primeval stones that the hunters had taken out. These stones were not even the sum of 2 primeval stones. He was definitely not interested in it. He flicked his sleeve and walked back to his original table. As he strode back, he said maliciously, "If you think you have the guts to continue drinking, then go and drink green bamboo wine. I want to see who still dares to drink this wine." The hunters all lowered their heads, acting like 6 obedient sons after being scolded. The strong aroma of wine filled the entire cafeteria. The hunter who bought the wine felt his heart aching as he smelled the fragrance. After all, he had spent 2 primeval stones on this wine, yet he never got to drink even 1 mouthful. Fang Wan put down his chopsticks. He had eaten enough. As he sniffed in the wine aroma, his eyes flashed for a moment. Then he took out 2 primeval stones and put them on the table. "Waiter, give me a jar of green bamboo wine," he said indifferently. The whole scene froze. The young man called Zhang Ya instantly stopped in his stepfoots. The corners of his mouth twitched and he exhaled. He had just finished his warning, yet right after he was done, Fang Wan wanted the wine. This was like specially stepping over him and slapping him in the face. He turned around and narrowed his eyes, shooting a cold glare at Fang Wan. Fang Wan calmly stared back, his face indifferent and void of fear. Zhang Ya's eyes flashed, and the coldness in his gaze slowly disappeared. He felt the aura of primeval essence on Fang Wan's body. After realizing Fang Wan's identity, he lit up with a smile and said warmly, "Ah, it's a junior brother." Everyone else came to the realization, and the looks they shot at Fang Wan changed. No wonder this young teenager was not one bit afraid of a Goo Master. It was because he was also one. Even though he was still attending the academy, his position was already different. "Lord Goo Master, your wine." The waiter scurried over, smiling all over his face. Fang Wan nodded at the young Goo Master and took a jar of wine and walked out of the inn. 1. It means that he is putting in effort, yet he cannot see the results.
Chapter 13. The Bamboo Forest Under the Moon. A Bead of Snow. Translator, Sky Pharaoh. Editor, Sky Pharaoh. Around 300 years ago, an incredible genius appeared in the Guyue clan. He was very talented and had already cultivated to the point of a rank 5 Goo Master at a young age, and even had the possibility of going further. He was famous throughout King Mao Mountain, had a bright future, and was the pinnacle of hope and responsibility in the clan's eyes. In the history of the Guyue clan, everyone spoke of him the most, the 4th clan head. Unfortunately, he sacrificed himself to protect his people and fought the equally powerful rank 5 Goo Master, the demonic Flower Wine Monk. Even though he defeated the Flower Wine Monk after a fierce battle, he let the devil get on his knees and beg for mercy. In the end, he was careless and got caught by the Flower Wine Monk's sneak attack. The 4th head angrily executed the Flower Wine Monk, but due to his own heavy injuries, he died an untimely death. This tragic incident had long since circulated until today, becoming a popular story among the Guyue clan. However, Fang Yuan knew that this story was not to be believed, because it had a very large loophole. In his previous life, a month later from now, a drunken Goo Master who had been rejected by his lover lay down outside the village, so drunk he was like a fish. In the end, because of the overflowing smell of wine, it ended up attracting a liquor worm. The Goo Master chased after the liquor worm and found the remains of the Flower Wine Monk in a secret underground cave, also finding the Flower Wine Monk's inheritance. This Goo Master quickly hurried back to the clan and told them of the matter, causing a huge stir. As the storm gradually subsided, he also gained benefit from it. He obtained the liquor worm, his cultivation increased, the girlfriend who once abandoned him went back to his side, and he became the talk of the village for a while. When stories are passed down generation by generation, it is normal to change along the way. But in Fang Yuan's memories, the story of the Goo Master discovering the treasure seemed quite authentic, yet he had a feeling that the story was hiding other truths. I was not aware of it at first, but in these few days while I searched and analyzed on the side, I feel that something feels out of place. The night grew dark, and as Fang Yuan walked in the bamboo forest that grew around the village, he reviewed through the clues he had so far in his head. If I put myself in his shoes and think about it, when I discover the Flower Wine Monk's treasure, why would I not take it all for myself, but go and notify the clan instead? Don't even mention sense of clan honor.
Everyone has greed in their hearts. What is it that would make that Gu master betray the greediness in his heart, even going as far as to be willing to abandon all interest in profit and report this finding to the clan's top brass? The truth is always hidden inside the fog of history. Feng Yuan racked his brains, but he could not get the result. After all, the clues he had were too few. The only 2 clues he had could easily be true or false, so it could not be fully relied upon. Feng Yuan could not help but think of himself. No matter what, after buying this jar of green bamboo wine, I only have 2 primeval stones left on me. If I can't find the treasure, then I'll be in grave trouble. Today shall be considered the final gamble. It's all or nothing. However, he didn't have enough primeval stones to refine a goo worm in the first place, so why not invest it in this wine and increase the chances of success? If it were in the case of other people, most of them would probably play it safe and save up the primeval stones. But in the case of Feng Yuan, the efficiency of doing so was too low. He would rather take the risk and gamble. You see, the people of the demonic faction love to take risks. Right now, the night grew thicker, the spring moon shaped like a bow. Clouds obscured the moonlight, as if coating the crescent moon with a thin sheet of gossamer. Because it just finished raining continuously for 3 days and 3 nights, the turbid energy between the mountains had been washed away clean, leaving behind the purest of freshness. This fresh air was pure like a piece of white paper, and was more effective in spreading the wine aroma around. That was the first reason why Feng Yuan was full of confidence tonight. The previous 7 days of searching was not without gain. At least it proved that the flower wine monk did not die in those places. This was the second reason for Feng Yuan's confidence. In the bamboo forest, the grass was luxuriant, the white flowers endless, and the green spear bamboo straight like a pencil, the forest resembling a clump of jade rods. Feng Yuan opened the jar seal, releasing a thick wine aroma instantly. Green bamboo wine could be said as the Guyue village's #1 wine. This was the third reason for Feng Yuan tonight. With these 3 big reasons gathering together, if I want to succeed, it has to be tonight. Feng Yuan cheered in his heart as he slowly tilted the wine jar, pouring a small stream of wine, dripping it onto a stone. If those bunch of hunters saw this sight, they would have probably become insanely distressed. This wine is worth 2 whole primeval stones after all. But Feng Yuan was indifferent. The fragrant aroma quickly spread out into the night. The breeze was gentle, the faint aroma floating about and contaminating the bamboo forest. Feng Yuan stood at his spot, smelling the aroma. He waited for a while, yet he did not see any movement. All he heard was a nightingale crying in the near distance, its sound like a string of bells. His gaze was silent. He did not feel surprised, and he moved away, walking to a spot a few 100 meters away. In this place he did the same, pouring out a few drips of wine and waiting at the spot. He did the same thing over and over again, moving away to a few other different locations, dripping wine a few times. After all that, the green bamboo wine in the jar was only left with a bit. "This is the last time," Feng Yuan said. He tipped the wine jar over, the bottom facing the sky. All the remaining wine left in the jar flowed out. The wine sprinkled over the grass, letting the green grass sway about. The wild flowers were stained with wine, slightly lowering their heads. Feng Yuan stood with the last shred of hope in his bosom and gazed around. Right now, the night grew deep. A thick cloud had obscured the moonlight. The dark shadows were like a curtain, covering the bamboo grove. It was deadly silent all around, each strand of green spear bamboo standing alone, leaving a trail of lines that were straight up and down in Feng Yuan's pupils. He quietly stood at the spot, listening to his own clear breathing. Then he felt the small hope that he carried in his chest slowly dissipating away, becoming nothing. It failed after all, his heart muttered. Today I had 3 great advantages gathered together, yet I still failed, not even seeing the shadow of the liquor worm. This means that in future the rate of success will be lower. Right now I only have 2 primeval stones left, and I still need to refine the moonlight goo. I can't risk it anymore. The end result of taking a risk was often unsatisfactory, but when the result was ideal, the profit would be impressive. Feng Yuan likes taking risks, but he was not a gambling addict, and he was not someone who was bent on gambling back what he lost. He had his own limit. He was clear about his own capabilities. Right now, the 500 years of life experience was telling him it was time to stop. Sometimes life was like this. Often it was that there was that one goal that seemed so perfect, filled with temptation. It seemed so near, yet with so many twists and turns, the goal was constantly unfulfilled. It made people restless, thinking about it night and day. This is the helplessness of life, but it's also the charm of living. Feng Yuan laughed bitterly, turning to walk away. It was at this moment. A gust of wind blew, like a gentle arm, lightly brushing away the clouds in the night sky. The clouds floated away to reveal the hidden moon. The crescent-shaped moon hanging in the sky was like a white jade lamp, pouring moonlight that was clear as water down onto the earth. The moonlight spilled over the bamboo forest, spilled onto the mountain rock, bathing onto the rivers and streams in the mountain, shedding onto Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan was dressed in plain clothing. Under the gentle touch of the moonlight, his young face became fairer. The darkness seemed to fade away in a flash, and taking its place was a field of snowy frost flowers. As if it was infected by the moonlight, the nightingale began to sing once more, but this time it was not just one, but many. Scattered among the bamboo grove, they all tweeted in response. At the same time, a type of insect that inhabits huge mountains, the dragonpill crickets that were active under moonlight, started singing a rustling song of life. They were critters that only came out in the night. Their bodies emitted faint red light. At this moment, they jumped out in droves, each of their bodies flashing with the brilliance of a red agate. At first glance, Fang Yuan thought that these dragonpill crickets were like jets of crimson water bouncing about, landing on the green grass and wild flowers, prancing under the moonlight in the bamboo grove. The bamboo forest was like a conscious pond. Under the moonlight, the green jade colors of the spear bamboo flashed in the brilliance of light and smooth jade. The enchanting sight of the dense trees and bright flowers in spring. Mother Nature was showing Fang Yuan her immense beauty at this moment. Fang Yuan unconsciously stopped in his steptoes, feeling as if he was in a heavenly land. He was already about to depart, but at this moment he subconsciously looked around. The clump of wild flowers and grass that he had poured the last drops of wine over trembled gently in the wind, remaining empty. Fang Yuan laughed at himself and took back his line of sight. However, unexpectedly in the process of turning away, he saw a dot of white snow. This bead of snow was glued to a spear bamboo pole not far away. Under the moonlight, it was like a suspended round pearl. Fang Yuan's two pupils expanded fiercely, his body trembling slightly. His heart dropped and started pumping faster each second. It was the liquor worm.
Chapter 14. Luck is really on our side today. Ding! Bloodline extraction initiated. Target: Forest Boar, Tier 0 Beast. Ding! You have extracted the ability Minor Strength Boost. Ding! Minor Strength Boost Level 1 permanently increases strength by 5. Damon simply killed off the other one and only used Bloodline Extraction for the first boar. A new passive skill. Nice. He quickly checked his stats and saw that his mana was already at 0. Now he understood why he had suffered mana exhaustion. Each time he used Bloodline Extraction, it cost him 50 mana points. This wasn't a huge deal, but it was something he needed to keep in mind. Wait, then how was he able to use it at all for the second time when he had fought against the wolves? Something did not add up. Damon felt a little confused, but when he stared at his stats, he finally saw what was happening. The thing was, vampire players were a little special. They used blood essence for all of their skills, which came from their health. In fact, they did not even have a mana pool to begin with. But now he had both blood essence and mana. Was it possible for him to convert some of his blood essence into mana? That was the only way I could explain using the bloodline extraction skill for the second time and going into mana exhaustion. Otherwise, the skill simply wouldn't activate. Damon let out a sigh. There was a lot he needed to figure out with his new body and new skill. There was also the matter of bloodline stabilization that he needed to think about. Look who is here! What a coincidence! Luck is really on our side today. All of a sudden, a voice shouted. Damon swung around to look when a few familiar figures walked toward him from the distance. He was thinking deeply about his skill issues that he did not detect the presence of other but him. And that too, they were the same ones he had seen before. What were the chances indeed? They were still at a distance, and it was enough for him to get the hell out of there. But why would he run? New test subjects had willingly walked over to him. There was no reason for him to run. Sniper and Sir Shanks-a-Lot were already preparing fireballs, and Daddy Brutal was charging straight toward him with a two-handed axe slung across his shoulder, eyes gleaming with arrogant bloodlust. Of course, there was the other rogue player, Lurking Panda, who was currently trying to circle behind him. Damon had already seen through his stealth once, but it looked like the guy was delusional and probably thought of it as a coincidence. It was fine. Their loss was his gain. It was time to find out exactly what this skill could give him if he used it on other players. Damon's smile widened just slightly as he waited for Daddy Brutal to finally reach him. The rogue was waiting for him, and it was clear that both of them wanted to attack him at the same time, thereby gaining an advantage. However, they picked the wrong target. Damon might be a low-level player, but he had been playing this game for almost 3 years now. Every single day he had fought constantly and honed his battle skills. How could people who had only barely stepped on the path of carnage match him? Damon did not do anything fancy. He feigned an attack on the right, and at the last moment he executed a blood swipe on the left.
This was enough to take care of Daddy Brutal, who had foolishly committed to a full swing, leaving his entire side wide open. Damon's blood swipe slashed straight across his ribs, red energy crackling from his fingertips as it carved through armor and flesh alike. The man grunted and stumbled, and before he could recover, Damon threw a punch and knocked him out. Next up was the rogue who had managed to backstab him. Damon grabbed him, threw him on the ground, and without hesitation stomped right on the guy's face a couple of times. Blood sprayed from his nose and mouth as his tongue rolled out. Ding, you have killed player Lurking Panda. Ding, notoriety +1. Chew, he died. Damon clicked his tongue. It was fine because there were 2 more players left. He looked up to find them, or rather see where the fireballs went, but shockingly there was no one around. It seemed that the 2 had run away. Damon blinked in surprise and then shook his head helplessly. Well, whatever. There was still his one test subject. He focused on making sure that no one was around and then sunk his fangs into Daddy Brutal's neck, activating the skill. Ding, bloodline extraction initiated. Target, level 8 player, Daddy Brutal. Ding, partial bloodline extraction. You have gained 1 strength stat point. Player Daddy Brutal has lost 1 strength stat point. Oh ho, Damon smiled. Not bad. But once again, his mana was empty. He needed to fix this issue soon. As for the dead guy discovering his vampire race, that was not an issue. The game didn't really provide an explanation of why you died and how you died. Many times one would never know what hit them before they found themselves standing in the graveyard. He let out a sigh, picked up the loot dropped from the 2 dead bodies, and continued his jog to the snake pond. The rogue had dropped his dagger, which was just a common trash-grade dagger, so there was nothing special about it. As for Daddy Brutal, he had dropped something different, a small crystal. Damon inspected the thing but couldn't quite place it. He had never heard of nor come across anything like this. For all purposes, it simply looked like a fancy stone. He stared at it for a moment before tossing it inside his storage ring. He could always throw it out later if it didn't amount to anything.
Chapter 15. History is written by the victorious. Translator, Sky Pharaoh. Editor, Sky Pharaoh. In this secret cave, someone's voice loomed behind all of a sudden. Even when it came to Fang Yuan, he could feel the hairs on the back of his neck standing, his scalp numb. He had been followed. Could it be that him repeatedly going out these few days had aroused the suspicion and attention of people? Or was it someone sent by his uncle? In his mind, he even thought of the rank 1 Ga master that he encountered in the inn, the young man called Jiang Ya. In that short moment, his mind flashed countless ideas and guesses, in addition to thinking of a solution. Fang Yuan could feel that in the short sentence, it was full of deep murderous intent. This made him secretly groan. He was only a rank 1 initial stage right now, and he did not even have a vital Ga. To a Ga master, this was the equivalent of having 0 fighting ability. How was he supposed to fight? Too weak, he roared in his head. You have already been poisoned by my single gate poison Ga. Without my other Ga that acts as the counterpart to it, after 7 days you will turn into pus and blood and die, the voice said behind him. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his expression cold. He said in a low tone, You want the liquor worm? I can give it to you. He slowly stood up, his actions careful. But at this moment, another voice appeared. This voice was full of fear and said in a tremble, I'll give it. I can give you anything. Please just spare my life, O flower wine monk. Wait a minute. This is... Fang Yuan frowned and suddenly turned around in realization. He was met with the sight of light and shadow changing and fluctuating on the wall in front of him, a picture emerging. A lean and threatening Ga master was standing at the top of a mountain. There was another Ga master prostrating before him. Around the 2 Ga masters was a collapsed pit, fragments and chunks of stone littering the area, showing the obvious scene of a fierce battle that just ended. Not far away from them was a group of old onlookers, their faces filled with anger and fear. In the middle of the scene, the victorious Ga master lifted his head upwards and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Gui Yu's hero, cultivating to rank 5 at such a young age. I thought you were quite something at first, but I didn't expect you to be so unbearable. The laughing Ga master had long and thin eyes. He was dressed in long pink robes, his huge and wide sleeves swaying with the wind. The area where his robes intersected around his neck was loose and wide open, revealing his strong and pale chest muscles. The most eye-catching part of him was his bald head, shining without a single strand of hair.
The flower wine monk, Fang Yuan immediately recognized the identity of this Ga master. To compare myself to Sir Flower Wine, I'm just a fart. I must have been unwell in the head to actually not recognize such a great person and offended Sir Flower Wine. Sir Flower Wine, please remember my clan's generous hospitality earlier and spare my life. The Ga master prostrating on the ground was shaking, cold sweat all over, tears and mucus mixing as he begged for mercy. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and carefully distinguished the two, realizing that the other Ga master was wearing the Gui Yu clan head uniform. Looking at the appearance, it was clear that this person was the fourth-generation clan leader. As for those aged onlookers, they were probably the clan elders of that generation. Generous hospitality. You sure have the guts to say it. I was actually sincere in coming to trade with you, using primeval stones to buy your clan's moon orchids with a fair price. It was you who was harboring evil intentions, pretending to greet and take me in, telling me to take a seat at your banquet, intending to lace my liquor with a poisonous Ga. You all have been looking down on me way too much. I have made a living under the sky with the name of flower wine. How could I possibly be poisoned this way? The flower wine monk pointed at the kneeling fourth-generation clan leader, sneering. If you cooperated fairly, none of this would have happened. In the end, you just wanted to use my head to raise your reputation and fame. You only have yourself to blame for dying. Sir, please spare my worthless life. The fourth-generation clan head shouted in dismay, his knees scraping against the ground. He quickly crawled over to the flower wine monk's feet and hugged against his thigh. Sir, my clan has a spirit spring which produces primeval stones. We also planted huge numbers of moon orchids in an underground cave. I am willing to take in your enslavement, Ka, and become your servant. My life and death are at a whim. I am willing to devote a lifelong servitude to you, sir. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. His anger had already calmed down. His eyes flashed and he said, The enslavement Ga is precious beyond reasoning. It is a rank 5 Ga. Do you really think I would have one? However, you have been infected by my single-gate poison Ga. Only I can cure the poison, so I'm not afraid of you disobeying. Since that is the case, your clan has to give me 3,000 stalks of moon orchids every week, also 3,000 primeval stones. I will come around every now and then to pick up the goods and temporarily cure your poison, sparing your useless life. Thank you so much for your mercy, sir. Thank you so much for your mercy, sir. The fourth-generation clan head cried repeatedly, kowtowing nonstop. His head bled continuously as it bumped against the mountain rock. Stop kowtowing. I despise groveling people like you the most. What so-called Gui Yu genius, strong rank 5 fighter? How unworthy of your name. You better serve me properly. This is also regarding your life. Urgh! The flower wine monk suddenly cried out, his face making a horrified expression. He kicked away the flower wine monk with his leg, his body swaying. He frantically backtracked a few big steps, yelling at the flower wine monk. How do you still have Ga? The fourth-generation clan head was kicked at the pit of his stomach, and he spouted out a mouthful of blood. He got up with a painstaking effort, his face revealing a scheming smile. Anybody has the right to punish people of the demonic faction. This guy is called Moonshadow. It is the best at hiding. Even though it is only rank 4, but it has the ability to restrict the usage of the primeval sea and primeval essence. Demon, you and I have been fighting fiercely. You don't have many Ga on you anymore. How could you possibly restrain the Moonshadow Ga? Just obediently surrender and become my servant. As long as you serve me until I am happy, you will still have a chance to live. The flower wine monk flew into a rage and roared, To hell with you! His voice had barely faltered when his body surged forward like a bolt of electricity, a punch landing on the fourth-generation clan head's heart. The fourth-generation clan head didn't expect the flower wine monk to be so radical. Even if his primeval sea was threatened, the flower wine monk was unwilling to compromise. A huge force came and he flew into the air, his body falling onto the ground like a broken sack. Thump! He spouted out a huge mouthful of fresh blood. The red liquid mingled with countless bits of internal organs. Have you gone mad? We could have totally settled this over a discussion. He stared daggers at the flower wine monk. His lips moved with great effort. His sentence went unfinished, for his legs gave way, and his head crooked to the side. He died. Clan head, Men of the demonic path are all insane. Kill him, kill this demon, avenge the clan leader. He has been inflicted by the Moon Shadow Ga. He can't just simply use his primeval essence anymore. Over a time, even his primeval essence will be threatened. The elders who were watching at the sidelines all roared in fury and swarmed the area. All those who are looking for death, come. The flower wine monk cried into the air. Facing the elders charging at him, he rushed at them head first. A fierce battle ensued, and the flower wine monk quickly had the upper hand. Very soon, all the elders had collapsed on the ground, some of them injured, and the rest dead. Just as the flower wine monk was about to finish off the surviving elders, his facial expression suddenly changed, and he covered a hand over his abdomen. Damn, I'll come back in future to deal with you lot, said the flower wine monk. He stared daggers at a few of the elders, and his body moved like electricity as he fled into the mountain woods, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye.
Chapter 16. You owe me now. The girl blinked at him as if snapping out of a daze. She nodded slowly, then furiously, her messy ponytail bouncing with the motion. Yeah? Thank you, she stammered, clutching her satchel tighter like it was a shield. I thought I was dead for sure. Those snakes? Ugh, I hate snakes. Why did it have to be snakes? Damon chuckled. Could have been worse. Could have been spiders. That earned a sharp gasp from her, and he smirked. Name's Blood God. You? Her eyes widened. For a moment, he thought she was going to laugh at his face, but the girl looked impressed instead. Nice name. She nodded quickly. I am Arya. Damon smiled. She looked like a good girl and was very timid. There was no way she could be that Arya. All right, nice meeting you. You should get out of here, level up a little bit, and then come back, maybe. He did not have all day to waste on a random stranger, so he decided to get back to his business. A couple feet away from him, he spotted the first mist leaf and instantly turned his attention to it. The silvery blue herb shimmered faintly in the dim light filtering through the canopy. Delicate, feathered leaves curled in on themselves as if shy. Damon crouched beside it and carefully plucked the herb, making sure not to damage the roots. Another notification pinged softly in the corner of his vision. Ding, you have acquired mist leaf unprocessed. Perfect, he muttered, one step closer to that regen potion recipe. His mind was already calculating how many of each herb he'd need. Behind him, Arya hadn't moved. Damon glanced back and frowned slightly. Didn't I say to get going? I will not be able to help you again. He made it clear to her. Please help me. I need that. Arya pointed to the herb Damon was holding. I have an alchemy quest. Please help me. I can pay you for the herb, please. Damon blinked. That was unexpected. Alchemy? That too so soon in the game? Too much of a coincidence. He looked down at the mist leaf in his hand, then back at the girl. Arya stood stiffly, like a deer about to bolt, but her eyes didn't waver. She clutched the edge of her shirt tightly and stared at him as if she was about to burst into tears at any moment. How could this girl possibly be that ruthless alchemy genius? Yet he couldn't simply ignore the hints in front of him. Fine. Damon agreed with her in the end. Having a good trading relationship with an alchemist wouldn't hurt. Why don't you step back from the snake pond territory and wait for me? I will get you the mist leaf you need. In return, I am going to need something from you. Is that okay? Arya blinked in surprise, clearly not expecting him to agree. Her lips parted, then curled up into a grateful smile, all nerves and relief. Yes, of course. Anything. I mean, not anything, but yes. She took a clumsy step back and nearly tripped over her own foot before catching herself. I'll wait over there. She pointed to a mossy rock several feet from the tree line, well away from the snake-infested brush. Damon watched her retreat, head tilted. He couldn't wrap his mind around it. The Arya he knew from his past life had been infamous across forums. Cold, methodical, terrifyingly efficient. She never showed her face or even used voice chat. She'd tanked entire economies with a spreadsheet and a smirk emoji. This girl? This jittery, bunny-eared bundle of nerves who flinched at snakes and nearly fainted at the mention of spiders? She looked like she'd apologized to a mob before killing it. Still, coincidence was rarely just coincidence in Earth Online. Damon turned back to the pond and scanned for more mistleaf, eyes narrowing. Arya aside, he had a lot to take care of.
He spent the next hour feasting on snake blood and picking herbs here and there. Soon, he got a new notification. Minor venom resistance level 2, poison damage reduced by 25%. Damon nodded in satisfaction and cleaned up a little before heading back to the timid girl. Arya was exactly where he'd left her, perched on the mossy rock like an anxious squirrel, feet swinging, eyes darting at every sound from the bushes. When she saw him approach, her shoulders straightened and a nervous smile bloomed across her face. "You're back. I mean, obviously you're back, but thank you." Damon handed her the bundle of freshly picked herbs. Arya accepted the bundle like it was some sacred artifact, her hands trembling as she cradled the mist leaf against her chest. "You have no idea how much this helps," she whispered, eyes wide and gleaming with a mixture of awe and pure relief. I was never good at combat. My quest tracker said this was the only place to find it, but I didn't think the snakes would be that aggressive." "Earth Online doesn't give handouts," Damon said, folding his arms. "And you owe me now." She nodded quickly. "Yes, of course. Can I pay you in coins?" Damon shook his head. "There is no need for coins. Do you have a cauldron with you?" "A cauldron?" Damon opened her mouth in confusion. "Ah, okay." The girl still looked confused. She put her hand inside the satchel she was holding and then glanced at Damon once before pulling out a starter cauldron from within it. A spatial pouch. The satchel was a spatial pouch. It was not as good as his ring, but this girl already had a spatial pouch, yet another hint that she was not a normal player. Damon bit her lips and handed the cauldron to Damon, but the next second she immediately retracted her hand. "I am sorry. This is not fair to you. I only have the starter cauldron, which costs 10 copper. You risked your life for me. You should just take the satchel and the cauldron." She put the cauldron back in the pouch and, to his surprise, just handed him the whole thing.
Arya just stood there, biting her lip, hands extended like she was offering him a puppy and half expecting to get scolded for it. "I don't know how else to thank you," she added quickly. I really need the quest, and I don't want to owe you something unfairly." Damon was shocked, to say the least. He did not expect the girl to be so sincere in her intentions. "Managed to make some potions out of them? Contact me and I will buy them from you." Arya's eyes widened, and for a moment she looked like she might cry. Not from fear this time, but from sheer gratitude. You're serious? You'll buy them? Even if I mess up a little?" she asked, clutching the pouch close to her chest again like it was a lifeline. Damon chuckled softly. "Everyone messes up at first. What matters is whether you learn, and something tells me you will." He extended a hand, palm open. "Now, the cauldron." Arya gave a breathless laugh, equal parts relief and disbelief, and gently placed the small cauldron in Damon's waiting hand. "Here, it's not much, but I promise I'll make it count." She looked up at him with a newfound spark in her eyes, timid yet determined. "And I won't disappoint you." Damon nodded, inspecting the cauldron briefly before tucking it away. He didn't know yet if Arya truly was that Arya from his past life, but he was willing to invest a little faith in her potential. "You'd better not," he said, turning slightly, "because if you do, I'll come collect, interest included." He flashed her a smirk over his shoulder before stepping away, his voice trailing as he vanished into the trees. "Stay alive, little alchemist." Behind him, Arya stood quietly, her arms still wrapped around the bundle of mist leaf, cheeks flushed pink. After a second, she whispered, "I will." Then more firmly, to herself, "I will." Damon observed from a distance as she ran off through the clearing, nearly tripping over a root but catching herself with a clumsy spin and a determined grunt. He watched her go until she was out of sight, and then turned back to resume his grind when suddenly a voice chimed inside his mind. "You are such a brute. You know you scared that little thing." Damon froze. Was Bloodrain talking to him again? "You recovered?" he immediately asked. A little laugh sounded in his mind. "How can I recover when you keep feeding me this useless trash? Give me something stronger to drink, then I can recover. For now, I can only talk to you occasionally at crucial moments." Damon's face twitched. And this was a crucial moment? Bloodrain again laughed in his head. "Of course, someone had to tell you how embarrassingly brutish you were behaving." Damon rolled his eyes. "She's an alchemist. I need potions. It's called resource management. You need to be nicer to girls, otherwise you will die a virgin." Damon almost tripped. What the hell was this sword talking about? "You heard me. All-powerful vampire, feared and revered, dripping in blood and mystery, but emotionally constipated. The poor girl was practically vibrating with anxiety, and you threatened her left and right." "It wasn't a date," Damon grumbled, resisting the urge to smack himself in the face.
It was a trade agreement, and you're a sword. Why do you even care about all of this? I'm a soul weapon, darling, the voice purred, and I'm literally bonded to you. If you die alone and unloved, I suffer too, so I have a very personal interest in making sure you don't drive away every halfway decent human you meet. Damon pinched the bridge of his nose. This was not going anywhere. How about you tell me how to stabilize my bloodline? You do know there is a sword hanging over our neck. I have 10 days to figure out this shit. I am feeling weak again. Bye. Bloodrain's voice fizzled out with theatrical flair, like a dying opera singer bowing out mid-aria. Damon stood there in silence for a moment, staring into the canopy above in complete disbelief. Of course, he muttered. Of course your weakness will return now, because why not? He shook his head and walked back to the snake pond again, bringing the cauldron with him. For now, his focus was on the mana potions. He put the cauldron on the ground and then placed his hand on the side to activate it. A soft glow shimmered across the surface of the cauldron, the dull metal pulsing faintly with system-bound runes. A familiar ding followed. Ding? Starter cauldron activated. Damon then used his hands to throw in some pond water. When it was almost full, he stopped. The cauldron gave a soft hiss as the pond water settled inside, rippling faintly under the touch of the activation runes. A faint steam began to rise as the internal heat warmed the liquid from within, slow and steady. A few minutes later, he dropped 2 mistleaf herbs in first. They wilted gently into the water, turning the liquid into a soft teal color. This was it. Now, all he had to do was wait.
Chapter 18. Find him and bring him to me. A thin trail of steam curled up from the cauldron, curling like a serpent into the open air. Damon crouched nearby, one knee on the mossy ground, arms folded as he watched the potion brew. The teal water bubbled softly, releasing a faint herbal scent, crisp, clean, with a whisper of magic beneath. His expression remained neutral, but internally he was measuring every second, tracking the viscosity shift, the temperature climb, the color gradient. First of all, he didn't even know if he would be able to do alchemy, considering how he couldn't really select a class with his weird status. Second, he got no experience with alchemy. All he had was his prior knowledge of this shortcut recipe. Damon frowned slightly as the teal liquid began to deepen in color, its hue shifting toward sapphire. This should be the right time. He added another mistleaf herb to the concoction. Here goes nothing. He held his breath as he waited and watched the crucial point. The potion hissed as the final mistleaf dissolved, releasing a flare of bioluminescent light that shimmered across the surface of the brew. Damon didn't blink. The sapphire hue darkened, deepened, then slowly began to glow, faint but steady. And then it happened. Ding. Alchemical fusion successful. Ding. You have crafted a basic mana potion, tier 0. Effect. Restores 60 MP over 10 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Ding. You have learned the skill Alchemy. A slow, incredulous smile crept across Damon's face as the notifications flashed in front of him. He exhaled, soft and sharp, almost a laugh. Looks like I still got it. He prepared to take a sip of the potion when suddenly he realized something. He had forgotten to ask the girl for some glass vials or a ladle. Without these, he had no way to store or drink the potion without chugging it straight from the bubbling cauldron like some kind of deranged soup addict. Damon stared at the gently glowing brew. Right, he muttered dryly, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Genius potion crafter. 0 logistics. He glanced around the clearing, hoping to spot anything even remotely useful. A hollowed-out gourd, a discarded flask. Hell, even a coconut would have been nice. But the forest offered nothing except leaves, moss, and the occasional nosy beetle. Grumbling, he knelt beside the cauldron and dipped his cupped hands into the potion. Fuck it, he muttered, sipping carefully as warm mana surged down his throat and bloomed inside him like fire kissed with lightning. His eyes widened. The effect was immediate, sharp, clean, revitalizing. He could feel his reserves recharging, like a dam being refilled drop by drop. Damon exhaled in satisfaction. A small laugh rang in his mind, but he decided to ignore her this time. Damon stood up and cracked his knuckles. With a cauldron full of mana potion waiting for him, it was the perfect time and spot to grind out his poison resistance. He was already here. It would be stupid to waste this chance. Within a few seconds, he spotted a venom spitter. It was time to get to work. Meanwhile, outside Earth Online, Matthias removed the gaming helmet and threw it to the floor, the sleek visor clattering noisily across the hardwood as sparks of static discharge flickered briefly at its edge. That bastard!
he snarled, pacing like a caged beast. His face was twisted with fury, nostrils flaring, lips curling back over clenched teeth. He slammed his fist onto the table beside him, cracking the wooden frame and sending an empty mug flying to the floor. The ceramic shattered, but he barely noticed. His mind was stuck in the game, on him, on Blood God. That smug, cold-eyed freak who had humiliated him in front of his team. The same guy he had underestimated. The same one who fought like a veteran and moved like a ghost. How the hell does a level 1 do that? What the hell even is he? How is he so strong? This is some bullshit. Hearing all the noises coming from the room, 4 guys scrambled inside, looking around nervously. I need to find that bastard. I need to rip him up from head to toe. Get me that bastard. I don't care which corner of the world he is in. He needs to fucking die. Yes, sir, the underling replied meekly. He wanted to say it was impossible to find the identity of another player, but talking back to the mafia boss was never a good idea. The others in the room exchanged uneasy glances, but wisely kept their mouths shut. They'd seen Matthias angry before, but this was different. This was obsessive, dangerous, like a fuse had been lit deep in the core of a bomb, and now they were all waiting to see how big the blast would be. Matthias paced like a predator, veins bulging along his forearms. I'm going to tear his fucking world apart. After some time, he suddenly turned around and looked at the 4 guys still waiting for his orders. What the fuck are you standing around for? Get lost. Go find him. By the end of the day, I need all of you to log into the fucking game. Matthias's voice echoed in the room, raw with fury and venom. We're making a damn guild in that city. His city. And I'm going to make sure Blood God regrets ever logging in. The 4 men snapped into motion, nodding frantically as they scrambled out the door. No one dared to ask which city. They knew he'd make it clear soon enough. Once Matthias set his sights on something, or someone, he didn't stop until it was crushed underfoot. Left alone, the mafia heir strode to the window, breathing heavily, the skyline of the megacity glinting behind him like a field of knives. His reflection in the glass looked monstrous, twisted with rage. I'll make a public example out of you, he whispered, his gaze narrowing. Everyone should think twice about messing with the golden dragons.
Chapter 19. Stats and Skills. Ding. Bloodline extraction initiated. Target, Lesser Venom Spitter, Tier 0 Beast. Ding. You have extracted the ability Minor Venom Resistance. Ding. Your Minor Venom Resistance has upgraded. Ding. Minor Venom Resistance, Max. Poison damage reduced by 35%. Ding. You have slain Lesser Venom Spitter level 9. Ding. You have gained experience points. Ding. You have leveled up. Ding. Level 9, level 10. Ding. You have gained a stat point. Damon nodded in satisfaction. All around him there were dead snakes strewn about, and he tossed the last one in the pile as well after draining its blood completely. The last few hours of continuous grind were well worth the effort. 35% of poison damage might not seem like much, but Damon knew that it made the difference between instant death and health bleeding out slowly. He had also gained a total of 10 stat points, 5 stat points in intelligence, and 5 in agility. More importantly, he was able to grasp a lot of things in this grind about his new race and his new skill, Bloodline Extraction. Bloodline Extraction worked exactly like its name suggested. It essentially extracts abilities from the bloodline of the beasts. Well, it actually does a little bit more. Sometimes it also extracts stat points from the targets. With the 1 stat point from the wolf and the 10 stat points here, he was well on the way to making up for the loss of stat points from being classless. But Damon did not care about it because he had an idea this wouldn't be so much of a problem when he continued to spike his level. This was because the abilities he extracted from the beasts seemed to have sort of limitation. For example, his minor poison resistance hit the max level. Essentially, he was only able to increase the poison resistance by 35% and not more than that. Perhaps he needed a stronger and more venomous beast to upgrade his ability further. On the other hand, he still hadn't hit the limit of extracting stat points from these snakes. If he continued to hunt these snakes, he could definitely farm more and more stat points. If he was at a high enough level, then he could farm stat points in a matter of seconds. He did suspect that there had to be some sort of a limit to this cheat, but he still hadn't hit it. So far, so good. He opened his status screen to take a look at his progress. Blood God. Class, Primordial Awakening. Class path unavailable. Species, Bloodborne. Race, Bloodling. Variant.
Bloodline, fragmented ancestral bloodline. Status effect, bloodline instability, 10 days. Soul weapon, blood rain, locked. Level, 10. Faction, dark. Experience, 24,1500. Health, 170. Mana, 200. Vitality, 12. Stamina, 8. Strength, 6 plus 5. Intelligence, 23. Agility, 11 plus 5. Physical defense, 2. Magical defense, 2. Available stat points, 0. General skills, Primordial Awakening, SSS rank, active. Primordial Hunger, SSS rank, passive. Blood Swipe, D rank, active. Bloodline Extraction, SSS rank, active. Minor Agility Boost, F rank, passive. Minor Strength Boost, F rank, passive. Minor Poison Resistance, F rank, passive. Not bad. His stats were a bit lagging, but he would work that out soon enough. Damon cracked his knuckles and stood up. Hunting snakes were good and all, but he had a ticking time bomb tacked onto him. He needed to stabilize his bloodline within 10 days, so he did not plan to spend all his time farming little snakes. Let me see. Damon opened the system interface to check the time. It was already 5 a.m. in the morning. The game was going to shut down soon. He only had a couple of hours left. Just as he was wondering what was the best thing he could do now, he suddenly received an in-game mail. It was from Arya. A quiet chuckle slipped from Damon's lips as he stared at the contents of the in-game mail. Arya had sent him a neatly packed bundle, several dozen glass vials and corks, each labeled in the system with her player name and a note. Hope this helps. Sorry for forgetting earlier. Let me know if you need more. The message ended with a smiley face made of parentheses and asterisks. He tucked the vials into his inventory with a faint smirk. Huh, she's more reliable than I expected. The girl might be clumsy and timid, but she was very thoughtful. Maybe she really was that alchemy genius from the last timeline, just not awakened yet. And if she was, then it wasn't a bad idea to keep nurturing that potential, provided he made sure that she would stay loyal to him no matter what. Damon's face turned just a shade darker before he moved on to the other matter at hand. After thinking for a few seconds, he decided to go with the first idea, tackling the world boss in the city. He packed up the leftover mana potion in bottles and sat down to make more of the mana potion. The efficiency of success was exceptionally high as long as he made the potion here, so he did not want to miss this chance. Spending some more time, he now had a total of about 200 mana potion bottles, which was a ridiculous number, especially on day 1 of the game. Now I am done. Damon packed up everything and finally left the spot.
Chapter 20. Hungry. Damon planned to make a beeline to the city, but he ended up coming across 2 wolf packs on his way, which he simply couldn't ignore. He used the chance to kill more wolves and finally maxed out the first skill he extracted. Each wolf pack had about 20 wolves, and normally this would be a death sentence to a newbie under level 20. But Damon had been fighting wild beasts like these for 3 years, and thanks to his body's healing ability, all he had to do was fight and drink, rinse and repeat. He flung out drained corpses left and right as he slashed back at the wolves charging at him. Voila! The entire pack was dead within minutes. Ding! Your skill Minor Agility Boost has upgraded. Ding! Minor Agility Boost. Max. Increases your agility by 10. Ding! You have slain Dire Wolf level 8. Ding! You have gained experience points. Ding! You have leveled up. Ding! Level 11, level 12. Ding! You have gained a stat point. Damon dumped the new stat point into intelligence, as he felt that was the crucial stat for the vampire class. He had also gained 4 additional agility stat points while extracting from the other wolves, which brought up his total agility to a nice little sum of 26. It wasn't too impressive, but it was a good start. Damn it, I am so close to the city, but it's already server shutdown time. At least in the beginning, Earth Online was only open during the evening hours and the nighttime. The company announced that it was because they did not want the game to disrupt everyone's normal lives. They also mentioned they needed time for the upkeep and maintenance of the game. It sucked, but there was nothing Damon could do about it. He had to log out. There was no 2 ways about it. Only after 2 years, the game would be released for the full 24/7 cycle. For now, everyone was at the mercy of the devs' healthy lifestyle enforcement policy. Damon didn't mind it too much.
It just meant he had to be efficient with his time online. He sighed as the soft chime echoed in his ears and the logout countdown began. System notice: you will be logged out in 60 seconds. The light around him dimmed slightly, as if the world itself was preparing for sleep. Damon sat on a nearby rock, overlooking the trail that led to the city's outer gate, just a few hundred meters away. Next time, he muttered, cracking his knuckles. Tomorrow, he will be ready for the first world boss and also his first evolution. He also had a feeling that his first evolution should somewhat solve his bloodline instability issue. He had an idea, but all he could do now was wait and see. System notice: logging out in 10, 9, 8. As the world faded around him, Damon leaned back slightly and let his mind settle. The next second, he was back in the real world again, and he could feel himself lying on the bed with the helmet on his head. The sterile hum of the neural link disengaging echoed softly in his ears as Damon pulled off the helmet and blinked at the ceiling of his apartment. He sat up slowly, running a hand through his damp hair. Even after all this time, he couldn't help but marvel at the technology, though he should admit today felt a little different. Normally, he felt very relaxed after a whole night of gaming, but now he was feeling pretty tired. He rose to his feet and stretched, his body groaning in protest. He glanced over at the clock, 6:02 a.m. Sunrise was bleeding through the thin curtains, painting the room in soft orange and pale blue. A new day. In 10 hours, he'd be back inside the game, back to hunting, grinding, and racing against the countdown on his unstable bloodline. Until then, he pushed his gaming helmet aside and collapsed back onto the bed to take some rest. He barely closed his eyes when he realized something and snapped them wide open. That's right. Today was the day. The day he would be seeing him again. Damon sat up slowly. Guilt and shame surged through him in waves, bitter and unrelenting. Mark, his best friend, his brother in everything but blood. The guy who'd been by his side since they were kids, sneaking out to play arcade games. The guy who never hesitated to throw a punch in Damon's defense, even when the odds weren't in his favor. But all of that changed after Earth Online. Mark's condition was different. He needed money, and he worked even in the nights. He couldn't play Earth Online like many others. Then, as time passed, and the more Damon got into the game, the more the two of them grew apart. It happened fast. Tournaments, sponsorships, streams, and endless praise. It was intoxicating. And somewhere in that blur of numbers and achievements and glowing screens, Mark had stopped being part of his daily routine. First it was ignored messages, then missed meetups, eventually silence. He told himself he was just busy, that Mark would understand, that they'd reconnect later. But later never came, not until everything crumbled. The fall from grace was public and brutal. Rumors, betrayal, forums ablaze with hate, fans turning on him in a heartbeat. He went from being the blood god to the joke of the community. And yet, when no one else stood up for him, when even his closest allies disappeared without a word, Mark showed up at his door with nothing but a six-pack and a worn-out hoodie, offering a crooked smile and the words, "So, ready to stop being an asshole yet?" There were so many so-called friends in his life during all of his high points, but Mark was the only one who truly stood by him even at his lowest. Damon clenched his fists now, nails biting into his palms. This time, he wouldn't make the same mistake. Despite the tiredness, he walked over to the phone and saw a familiar message. "I will be there in an hour." Damon smiled. This time, he will not let his friend work to the bone just to earn a few $100s. It was his turn to be there for him. Wondering what could be the best class for Mark, he fiddled with his phone to order some takeout. His stomach grumbled loudly, and he suddenly felt very hungry on top of being utterly exhausted. What the fuck? He ended up even paying the extra fees for fast delivery. However, the situation was only becoming worse. All of a sudden, he felt dizzy. Damon gripped the edge of the desk to steady himself, but the room tilted slightly, like the floor had shifted beneath his feet. He was so damn fucking hungry that he was about to go crazy. He pushed himself and somehow made it to the fridge. There were only raw eggs and milk and some questionable berries. He drank the milk first, straight from the carton, the cool liquid sliding down his throat in desperate gulps. It wasn't enough. Not even close. Damon could feel the hunger clawing deeper now, coiling in his gut like a writhing snake, gnawing at him from the inside out. His hands trembled harder, and a sharp pain pierced his chest. Damon staggered back, hitting the fridge door as he slid to the floor. His vision blurred at the edges, tinged faintly in red. He could feel his heartbeat pounding, not just in his chest, but in his throat, in his ears, in his fangs. Fangs? He touched his mouth. They were there, subtle, but unmistakably.
Chapter 21. Mark? Damon's heart skipped a beat. He rushed to the bathroom, flipping on the lights. The pale glow illuminated his reflection, and for a moment, he didn't recognize the man staring back at him. His skin looked too pale, his pupils too sharp, his irises not fully red, but flecked with crimson, like someone had dripped ink into a glass of water and hadn't stirred it all the way. "No," he muttered. "That's not possible." Damon froze. His mind was in a complete mess. First, it was the coming back in time, and now this? No, he was going crazy. He was sure of it. He was going fucking crazy. "Shit," he whispered. His throat burned. His teeth ached. He wasn't just hungry. He was starving. And not for food. How could this be happening? He was just playing a vampire in a freaking game. So why was he feeling like this in fucking real life? That was a game, and this was the real life, damn it. He hadn't fully believed it when Blood Rain had told him she had sent him back in time, but now he couldn't ignore it any longer. The proof was right there, staring at his face. He gripped the edges of the sink, knuckles white, breathing ragged. His reflection stared back with a haunted hunger, half man, half monster. It wasn't just roleplay anymore. This wasn't some immersive side effect of a next-gen gaming rig. The lines between Earth Online and reality weren't just blurred, they were vanishing. It was not a distant possibility. It was not a problem for the future. This was happening now, right now, in real time. Damon's fingers brushed against his lips again, tracing the sharp canines that hadn't been there before. His mind reeled. This couldn't be happening. It wasn't possible. It shouldn't be possible. And yet, it was happening. The ache in his throat, the way his entire body thrummed with tension and need, it was all too real. He turned on the tap and splashed cold water over his face, hoping it would shock him back to normalcy. It didn't. The burning hunger remained, goiled deep in his core like a living thing. He could feel it whispering at the edge of his mind. Blood. He needed blood. Not steak, not sugar, not caffeine. Blood. "God damn it," he hissed, slamming his fist against the mirror. The glass cracked, webbing out from the impact like a spider's web, and his bleeding knuckles only made the scent worse. He stared at the trickle of crimson on his skin. His pupils dilated. Like an animal, he licked his own blood in a frenzy, but it did little to help his hunger. His blood was cold, raw, and empty. He needed something warm and nourishing, something full of life. His blood backed something vital. It was like trying to quench thirst with dust. His breath came faster now, more animal than man. Every part of him ached, his gums, his chest, his core. A strange tingling had taken over his limbs, as though something ancient and primal was waking up inside him and stretching its claws after a long slumber. He backed away from the sink, eyes locked onto his reflection. "I'm losing it," he muttered. "I'm seriously—" But the words died on his tongue, because deep down he already knew the truth. This wasn't some psychotic break. This wasn't a dream. This was real. He wasn't just playing a vampire anymore. He was becoming one. Damon stumbled back toward the bedroom, every sense overloaded. He could hear the faint drip of a faucet in the kitchen, the distant hum of a street lamp outside, the heartbeat of the person standing outside his door. Before he could think further, he found his body move on its own. He lunged toward the front door, the hunger thrumming like a war drum in his veins. "Mark," he exclaimed, only to find a stunningly beautiful face in front of him, his neighbor, the ice-cold beauty. Damon barely registered seeing her, and his hands acted as if they had their own will. He grabbed the woman who was clumsily fiddling her purse for her keys and pulled her inside. In one swift motion, he pinned her to the wall and sunk his fangs into her neck. Warmth exploded across his tongue, rich, sweet, terrifyingly addictive. His body convulsed as if every nerve had suddenly remembered how to feel. The hunger that had been gnawing at him, savage and wild, was momentarily silenced. It wasn't just about feeding.
it was about becoming whole again. Every drop felt like fire and lightning braided into silk, pouring life into places that had been hollow. The woman gasped, a soft, startled sound that barely escaped her throat, but she didn't scream. Her body went rigid, then slack, her heartbeat hammering wildly in his ears before slowing. Damon's eyes flew wide. What the fuck was he doing? He ribbed himself away, staggering back like he'd been electrocuted, his breath coming in ragged bursts. His lips were stained red, his mouth dripping with her blood. The woman slid down the wall, dazed, her eyes fluttering like she was caught between waking and sleep. Shit. Damon backed away, his entire body trembling, his heart thundered with guilt, fear, and a lingering satisfaction. He turned away, pressing the heel of his palm to his eyes, trying to block out the image of her slack body, the taste still lingering on his tongue. The woman was only barely alive, but all he could think about was how he wanted more.
Chapter 22. Monumental Fuck-Up. Damon clenched his fists and dug his nails into his palms, willing the hunger away, but it wouldn't leave. It pulsed in him like a second heartbeat, whispering that one taste wasn't enough, that it would never be enough. His eyes drifted back to her, to the fragile line of her throat, to the bruised, half-healed puncture marks he'd left behind. She was beautiful, terrifyingly so in her vulnerability, and she had tasted like heaven. He wanted to go back there and taste more. He staggered back, pressing his hands to his head as if he could crush the thoughts out of existence. She's still alive. She's still alive. Don't fucking ruin this. If he touched her again, if he gave in, it would be over. She would die. And then what? What would he become? Everything would become a disaster. A real death, not some in-game inconvenience. Blood on his hands in the truest, most irreversible way. And that couldn't happen. There would be police involved. There would be investigations. He would be dragged into the mess, along with his entire family. He did not know enough to erase all the evidence. Were there cameras? He would fucking end up locked in a jail cell, or worst, shot dead at the sight of his fangs. But if she was alive, then things would become even more complicated. He had seen this woman many times before, and she was an extremely cold and rude woman who kept to herself and didn't talk to anyone else. Someone with a rich background and a proud attitude. A person like that wouldn't let this go just like that, not without consequences. And if she reported this, if she remembered, if she talked, panic clawed up his throat like bile. He turned away from her slumped form, pacing in wild, jerky circles. Whether she was dead or alive, it didn't matter. He was completely screwed. Fuck. If only he had known, he could have prepared something, taken precautions, fueled his hunger better. Hell, he could have gone and bought chicken blood and drank it. This was a monumental fuck-up. There were so many things he could have done, and now everything was screwed up. The worst part was that he couldn't think clearly even right now when he was at the doorstep of a disaster waiting to happen. All he could think about was burying into her warm neck and taking her everything. Fucking hell. He clutched his head, unable to bear this any longer. Dead or alive, she was a problem. She might as well die. He shot forward, grabbing her when he suddenly stopped. Damon noticed something odd. The marks on her neck were gradually starting to heal. The sight froze him mid-lunge. Damon blinked hard and looked again. The bruised puncture wounds, those ugly twin marks he'd left behind, were no longer raw and bleeding. They were closing, fading. The purpling flesh was slowly returning to its natural tone, the skin knitting together. Within seconds, they were nothing but faint, silvery impressions, like the ghost of a wound. He gave it a couple more minutes, and they vanished entirely, as if he had never bitten her like a rabid animal. What the? He whispered, stunned. This did not really happen in the game world, or maybe he never noticed it because of the natural healing inside the game. He crouched beside her, his hunger momentarily forgotten. He did not need his vampire super senses to smell the alcohol on her breath. A sharp, bitter scent laced with something expensive. Wine, maybe, or some fancy cocktail she must have downed before stumbling back to her apartment. Damon narrowed his eyes, slowly piecing things together.
So she was already tipsy when she arrived. That explained the fumbled keys, the slow reaction time, and why she was standing in front of his apartment. Maybe that was why she hadn't screamed or fought back like she should have. Maybe, just maybe, he had lucked out. A plan started quickly forming in Damon's head. He rode that moment of clarity and controlled his bloodthirst. He picked up the woman from the floor and carefully placed her on his bed. She sighed softly, like someone settling into a dream. Her face, pale but no longer deathly, had a surprising calmness to it. If he didn't know better, he might have thought she was just sleeping off a heavy night of drinking. Damon sat down on the edge of the bed and stared at her for a long moment. The hunger still lingered, dulled, not gone. But for now, it was bearable. His thoughts were clearer, his instincts less wild. Maybe it was because he had already drank some blood, but for now he was able to think properly and rationally. He stood and moved to the kitchen. First, he needed to cover his tracks. If she woke up and remembered, well, hopefully she wouldn't. Hopefully she'd chalk it up to a blackout, maybe even think she passed out at the wrong door. There was the mess of broken glass from the mirror, and the faint smear of blood on the sink which he cleaned up thoroughly. There was also the few drops of blood spilled on the floor. He cleaned everything and made sure there was nothing off about the apartment. He returned with a bottle of water and some aspirin, placing them gently on the bedside table. Damon lingered in the doorway for a moment longer, watching her chest rise and fall. There were still 100 questions he had no answers to, about what was happening to him, about what he had become, what was going to happen to the world now. But first, he needed time to figure this out, time before she opened her eyes and stared into his with questions neither of them would be ready to ask. Maybe there was no need for him to worry about police and shit like that. I had become a vampire in real life now. Did that mean the whole world was going to change? Was I standing at the start of a motherfucking apocalypse?
Chapter 23. You Are Awake. Apocalypse? Just the thought sent a chill Damon's spine. He would be lying if he said he wasn't excited for something like that to happen, but at the same time, he was also terrified. He had no control, no knowledge, no guidebook for what came next. And right now, not even Blood Rain was talking. "Are you there? Blood Rain? Little Red?" He tried calling for her again, but there was no response. It looked like not everything from the game was transferred to real life. Maybe it was a gradual process? Maybe it would happen tomorrow? He had no idea. All he was sure of at the moment was that he had become a vampire, and he needed to drink blood in order not to go crazy. Yeah, I need to get more of that. He took out his phone and started searching for chicken blood online, or, for that matter, pig's blood or cow's blood, but Instacart didn't exactly have that option. He sighed in frustration and threw the phone on the table. It looked like he had to make a personal trip to the butcher shop, and if that did not work, maybe even to the damned hospital. But he couldn't do any of that without making sure this woman didn't wake up and start screaming bloody murder. Damon turned to look at her again. She hadn't moved. Her breathing was even. Her pulse, he could hear it now, was calm and steady. He rubbed his temples. If she woke up and remembered anything, his whole life would spiral faster than he could say, "I am sorry." If that happened, Damon shook his head. There was no point in thinking about that now. He grabbed a spare blanket and tossed it over her. "You sleep. Forget everything. Dream about puppies or ice cream or whatever rich girls dream about." He'd go to the butcher in a few hours, once the shops opened. Hopefully they wouldn't question a pale, shaky man buying 2 liters of animal blood like it was normal. If that didn't work, well, he didn't want to think about what came after that. He glanced down at his hands, still shaking, still hungry, and then back at her. "One step at a time, Damon," he whispered to himself. He picked up his phone again and started going through various news channels and browsing the web to see if anyone else had changed, or any new breaking news had popped out, or if something like a worm had shown up in the real world. But the news feed was refreshingly ordinary. Traffic jams, stock market dips, rape and murder, and of course powerful politicians acting like toddlers. There was this one Reddit post where someone posted blurry footage of what looked like a street raccoon and claimed it was a werewolf. Damon looked at it for a moment and then closed it. That thing was definitely just a raccoon. He sighed and leaned back against the wall. Nothing.
No signs, no waves of chaos, just life, business as usual. Guess I'm the only monster in town, he muttered bitterly. But that couldn't be right, could it? If he had changed, really changed, then who was to say others hadn't? Maybe they just hadn't figured it out yet, or maybe they were hiding it better. The idea was both comforting and horrifying, because if the world hadn't caught on yet, his eyes drifted back to the still form in his bed before he again browsed through the internet. Between the fatigue and the stress and the mind-numbing scrolling, he eventually ended up dozing off just a little, and that little quickly turned into a deep sleep, his body awkwardly sprawled on the chair. Damon didn't remember closing his eyes, but the next time he blinked, he was staring at a stunningly beautiful face. "You are awake." The beauty next door was standing in front of him, fully conscious and awake. Fuck! His heart stopped, but before his brain could go into crazy town, she mumbled in an awkward, low voice. "Thanks." Damon blinked. Once. Twice, trying to shake off the remnants of sleep and the panic clawing up his throat. Thanks. Did she just thank him? The woman rubbed her temples, like she had the world's worst hangover, and took a wobbly step back from the bed. Her gaze flicked around the room, disoriented, lingering on the blanket, the water bottle, the aspirin. She didn't look scared. She didn't look furious. If anything, she looked confused and slightly embarrassed. "I think I passed out or something," she said, brushing a lock of hair behind her ear. "Sorry, I don't really remember what happened after I got off the elevator. I was at a work thing and had too much to drink. Then, lights out." Damon stared, his mind racing. She didn't remember. She didn't remember. A dozen questions tried to escape his lips, but he swallowed them all. Instead, he nodded carefully. "You showed up outside my door," he said, choosing his words like landmines. "You were wobbling and kind of collapsed. I couldn't just leave you in the hallway." She blinked slowly, processing that, then gave a small, grateful nod. "Right, that makes sense. Thank you again. Seriously, that could have been bad." "Yeah," Damon murmured. "Could have been." They both stared at each other in silence, with no idea what the other person was thinking. "I'll, let you rest," she finally said, turning toward the door. "Thanks again, neighbor." Damon watched her leave and sighed in relief inwardly. At least this one problem was solved. Now if only his blood bank problem would go away just as easily. He barely finished that thought when the woman who was about to open and close the door and leave the apartment, all of a sudden, stopped abruptly. "Blood. I need to give you blood." She spoke slowly, her eyes vaguely clouded, like she was half sleepwalking, half hypnotized.
Chapter 24. Coffee and Blood. Damon sat down slowly, his legs heavy, his thoughts heavier. He needed to fucking log back into the game and have a good talk with Bloodrain. He needed answers now. Thanks to the little nap, he only needed to wait a couple more hours to be able to log back into the game. The servers opened at 5 p.m. sharp. In the meantime, he continued browsing the internet for any weird or suspicious news. He also checked on his friend, but Mark had already messaged him with a rain check, saying that he was busy and something had come up. Now that he thought about it, it was around this time Mark had become extremely busy all of a sudden and had picked up many side jobs to hustle as much cash as he could. He never really thought about it before, but now he wondered why his friend suddenly started burning himself out like that. Back then, Damon had chalked it up to Mark being broke or trying to save up for something important, maybe some family emergency, maybe a loan to pay off. Whatever it was, he wouldn't allow Mark to suffer this time. He badly wanted to repay all those fuckers who backstabbed him, but more than that, he wanted to stand by the guy who was there for him when no one else was. Today, he needed to figure out this bullshit that was going on, but tomorrow he would have a proper chat with Mark and once and for all see what was happening with his friend. He owed him that much. Hell, he owed him more than that. Damon glanced at the clock. An hour and 40 minutes left. He tried to order some food and eat, but even his favorite go-to comfort meal tasted like ass now. He drank some cold water and took a cold shower, none of which seemed to help. Cursing in frustration, he downed the last bit of cold coffee sitting on his desk, and he froze. Fuck. He never expected this, but coffee tasted amazing for his tongue. The moment the bitter liquid hit his tongue, the pounding in his head eased slightly. The gnawing hunger dulled, not vanished, but backed off just enough for him to breathe.
He stared at the empty mug in disbelief, then slowly set it down. "What the hell?" he muttered, licking his lips. The aftertaste was richer than it had any right to be. It almost reminded him of how blood had tasted. Less intense, sure, but in the same ballpark. He eyed the machine on his counter like it was some sacred relic. "You might be my new best friend," he muttered, already brewing another cup. And with the clock ticking down to 5 p.m., a fresh cup of coffee in his stomach, and 1,000 questions storming his mind, Damon settled in. It was time to get back into the game and get some damned answers. He laid on the bed, wore the helmet, and switched it on, and the next second he was once again back in the outskirts of the Niera city. The first thing he did was, "Blood Rain!" Damned called for the damned weapon spirit. "Blood Rain! Come out now! You could have given me a heads up, don't you think?" "Wow, someone's cranky," the familiar voice appeared, followed by a sweet giggle. "Did you miss me that much, Damon?" Damon let out a long, exasperated breath. "You think this is funny?" he snapped. "You could have told me that I would be waking up as a monster, that I'd start craving blood." Blood Rain chuckled again. "Huh? Are you dumb or what? Didn't you know powers from the Blessed Lands transferred to the real world?" "No, I did not," he hissed. The woman simply laughed. "I guess you know now." "I almost killed someone," Damon growled, hands clenched into fists. "You think that's funny too?" "Eh?" The sword spirit now sounded genuinely confused. "Why are you so squeamish over a single kill? The multiverse is a place where only the strong survive, and you become strong by forging a path of blood and corpses." "Don't patronize me," he snapped. "You could have warned me. Hell, you should have. Instead, I wake up with fangs in someone's neck and no goddamn clue what's happening." "Fine, leave that." This line of questioning was not really helpful. He had other things to worry about now. "What do I do now? How do I control my thirst? Animal blood should work, right? How often do you think I need to consume blood?" "Huh? You are a primordial vampire and you think drinking animal blood will help your thirst? You are such a funny joker," Blood Rain laughed. "You are just a bloodling, a newborn baby. You need lots and lots of blood, my liege. Human blood would suffice, since I am assuming that's all you have access to. And not just any human would do. You need to pick someone with a strong bloodline." Damon grit his teeth, pacing along the dirt path outside Niera City. "You're not helping." "I am helping," Blood Rain chirped. "You're just not listening. Your body's evolving, Damon. Your instincts are sharpening. Your bloodline is waking up. And with that comes appetite." Damon sat down on a rock, trying to compose himself. There were too many things going on, and his mind was restless, a million things nagging him. He needed to calm down. He closed his eyes and focused. His senses picked up some movement nearby. A few beasts were in the vicinity. From the snarling sounds, he could already tell what they were. Dire hounds, big, rabid dogs, only around level 5 or so. They weren't all that strong, but they were enough for now. He shot towards the area of disturbance and splurged on the blood like there was no tomorrow. In the next couple of minutes, the entire pack was massacred. Their corpses lay sprawled across the clearing, and Damon stood in the center, chest rising and falling steadily. His craving was finally under control, and he was able to settle himself and think. First things first, he needed to solve his real-life problem. He needed blood. The stunning face of the cold beauty next door immediately popped into his mind. "Blood Rain, what happens when I drink blood from someone? Someone in real life?" "Call me Little Red. How many times do I need to remind you?" the weapon spirit pouted. Damon had to take a breath not to lose his shit at the damned woman. "Okay, Little Red, what happens when I feed on a human being? Do they become a vampire or something?"
Blood Rain remained silent for a bit, and then she spoke up. "What rumors have you been listening to? You need to be at least a blood lord to turn someone into a vampire." Damon nodded. He already knew this, but he was still very nervous. He ran a hand through his hair, eyes locked on the crimson-soaked earth at his feet. This was good. There shouldn't be any more problems from that woman. Clearly, she doesn't remember anything, and there shouldn't be any changes in her body. Now, the only other question was, how long could he go without blood?
He swiped away the bunch of system notifications that informed him about the experience points gained for killing the rabbit hounds, along with a couple of agility and strength stat points. They had also given him another skill. Berserk Instinct, passive. Berserk Instinct. When your bloodlust reaches a critical threshold, your physical stats increase by 20% for a short duration. Duration scales with kill count. Warning: mental clarity may be compromised during activation. This was the innate skill of dire hounds, which made them somewhat deadly when encountered in big packs. However, this skill was a double-edged sword, as it also made the beasts extremely easy to trick and kill. To Damon, this skill could come in handy in many ways, but he did not have the time to think about these things at the moment. He simply cleared all the notifications. Bloodrain was right. He needed to figure some things out in the game world before everything fell apart in the real world. As far as he could see, only he seemed to have awakened in the real world. There was no need for him to panic about this. This was not a bad thing. This could be a very good thing if he managed to get everything under his control. He, of all people, knew how ruthless the world could be. As soon as one lost their footing, the world wouldn't hesitate to push them further down, all the way to the rock bottom, and still continue to step on them. And Damon had already lived that once. He could only imagine how the new world would be. With magic and superpowers and monsters openly roaming about in the world, there was no telling what would become of the current world order. It was definitely going to be a shit show. But somehow he had a chance to get ahead of this shit show. He shouldn't let that go to waste no matter the cost. Only this way he would be able to protect himself and those who truly mattered to him. Damon clenched his fists in determination. He was going to use this opportunity to the fullest that he can. For that, he needed to run some tests. The first thing he needed to check was how long he could last without feeding. He checked the time. He had killed the rabbit hounds roughly 15 minutes ago. He was clear-headed now, and he had to check how long he could keep this up. It was a good time to get done with his world boss quest. He debated a couple of seconds between logging out first, figuring out some way to get human blood, versus finishing his world boss quest. While the former was extremely important for his real life to not blow up, the latter was important to stabilize his bloodline. In the end, he decided to go with the quest. Strengthening his bloodline might help with his issue in real life, so it seemed like the best option at the moment. Without any hesitation, Damon walked into the city. For a moment, he was nervous. Would his identity be exposed? After all, he had only just now created a huge uproar with his awakening. He was not sure how effective Bloodrain's cloaking was. He walked into the gates, and the two guards gave him an indifferent look before waving him in. One of them yawned, and the other one scratched his butt. Damon blinked. "That's it?" Bloodrain chuckled in his mind. "I told you, my cloaking is flawless. Besides, these guys can't even detect a fart through chainmail." Still, Damon remained cautious. Just because the entry guards were brain-dead didn't mean the upper-ups were, especially since the city was a lot more lively at the moment. There were a lot more priests of the Divine Temple and the Holy Church roaming about in the city. He also recognized a few priest-class players in the mix. Damon's eyes went wide as he recognized one of them. Damon, the future top-ranked priest player in the entire game. Damon gritted his teeth in anger. This bastard alone had hunted him and his group several times in his last life, making them pay heavily with every single clash. Damon had personally lost loot, levels, and almost dropped his bloody quest item. The man was an absolute menace. However, Damon still respected the guy because he was talented as fuck. While others used shortcuts to reach the top, this guy's path was paved by pure talent and skill. When the man casually crossed him on the street, he half expected Damon to gotch him, but even the top player couldn't sense him at all. Damon couldn't help but smile as he continued walking, but the surprises were not done yet. A moment later, he came across another familiar face, Aurora, the future top-ranked divine priestess. Her stunningly beautiful face was impossible to miss and even harder to forget. Damon halted mid-step, his eyes widening ever so slightly. Aurora, radiant, calm, and terrifying in a divine wrath wrapped in velvet sort of way. She wasn't just a top-tier healer, she was a battlefield nuke with the smile of a saint and the heart of a tyrant. In his past life, her name alone was enough to make several guilds tremble with fear. Damon had watched footage of her purify undead worms solo and obliterate entire dark factions with a wave of her glowing scepter. The woman practically shat divine essence. And now here she was, wearing nothing but beginner robes and that same gentle smile. She was chatting with a group of NPCs by a temple fountain. completely unaware of the chaos her future self would cause. I guess I also changed their fates, Damon chuckled inwardly as he walked past her. However, unlike David, the woman suddenly snapped to turn and look at him. For a second, Damon froze as his mind prepared for all worst-case scenarios, but the emerald eyes only casually swept over him before returning to the conversation at hand. This woman's intuition was scary. As he crossed her unexpectedly, he felt a sudden pull. His bloodthirst, which was pretty much controlled and at bay, all of a sudden spiked up. His tongue started salivating, and his gums ached where his fangs lay hidden.
Chapter 26. Ding! World event triggered. Damon couldn't believe it. This was it? He couldn't even last 1 whole hour without blood? Damon clenched his jaw hard enough to crack teeth, forcing himself to keep walking. What the hell? He muttered under his breath. His hands were trembling slightly, his breathing shallow. He'd walked past dozens of players today. No reaction. Even David absolutely did not do anything. But with Aurora? Just a single glance a few feet away, and his instincts went wild. No doubt about it. Her blood was something else. Or maybe he had become a pervert attracted to beauties. Ooh, someone's got tasty blood. You felt that too, didn't you? That wasn't normal hunger. That was your bloodline reacting. Bloodrain sounded equally intrigued. Does she have a really good bloodline? Bloodrain purred. If I had to guess, she's not just a high blood, she's probably blessed. Her soul's marinated in divine energy, and you, my king, are a creature born to consume what others revere. The holier the prey, the sweeter the flavor. Damon did not say anything. He remained silent as he continued walking. He was sure of one thing. All these people did not randomly pop up here. In his last life, these people were present in another corner of this fantasy world, but now they had shown up right next to him. It was not a coincidence. All of them were definitely here to hunt him down. He was the anomaly that had changed everything and affected all of their timelines. Especially her. If he did not deal with her soon enough, she was going to be a problem. A big, beautiful, tasty problem. Damon cursed himself to remove his brain from the gutter, and he got out of the area as quickly as he could. Thankfully, his bloodthirst calmed down once he was further away from her. He needed to visit an old farmer in the area to trigger the quest, and now it looked like he had to do everything in front of the watchful eyes of these monstrous rankers. This was not going to end well. Damon walked for a long while before he came to the other end of the outskirts of the city, where the cobbled roads faded into overgrown dirt paths. The noise of clanging steel and hawking vendors gave way to the chirps of crickets and the rustling of wind-blown stalks. A small, run-down hut stood there like a forgotten relic, its wooden frame leaning precariously and its thatched roof half-eaten by time. Beside it stretched a paddy field, the muddy water reflecting the gray overcast sky. He paused at the edge of the field, taking it in. It looked abandoned. No workers, no livestock, just wild overgrowth choking out the remaining crops. Damon walked to the hut, boots squelching into the muddy path. Inside, there was an old man who was listlessly lying on the floor. Damon fetched some water from a nearby well and gave it to him, gently lifting the man's head and pouring the cool liquid past his cracked lips. The old man coughed once, twice, and then blinked as if waking from a dream. His eyes were sunken and bloodshot, but sharp with a kind of haunted desperation. "You're not from around here?" the man rasped. "No," Damon said simply. "I came here looking for some work. Your field needs some attention, and I would be happy if I could help you with it for a few silver coins." The farmer didn't respond right away. He stared out the door, toward the paddy field, his gaze distant. "You ever lose someone, boy?" he asked after a moment. Damon said nothing, but his silence was enough. "My daughter," the old man whispered. "She was just a child, 10 winters. She went out to gather lotus bulbs several days ago and never came back. They tell me she ran away because I am a worthless old man. They tell me she is just lost and will find a way back. They tell me she found a rich man to take care of her. They tell me all sorts of things about her. She is just a child," he whimpered. Ding. New quest available. Quest. Whispering Fields. Objective. Search the surrounding paddy field and the Moonbulb Marsh for signs of the missing girl. Return with news to the grieving farmer. Reward, plus 200 EXP. Do you wish to accept the quest? Yes? No? Damon immediately accepted the quest. At the first glance, it might look like a simple quest with pitiful experience point rewards, but he knew better. This was a special hidden quest, and there was a hidden quest like this in every city that triggered a world boss event. This thing was only discovered only 1 year into the game,
But right now, Damon was desperate for the item that dropped from this world boss. He had to speed up some things. He simply had no other choice. He looked at the quest again and smiled. A deceptively simple quest, but in his last life it had cost many people a ton of time. This was because while the quest suggested a couple of places to search for the missing girl, and both those places would be dead ends. Eventually, the clue about the missing girl was found in a completely different place, the fountain at the center of the city. Finding this clue would immediately trigger the event. However, Damon needed one more thing from the farmer. A few minutes later, he walked back to the center of the city and arrived at the fountain. The priest-type players were still littered in the city. One could randomly throw a stone and it would hit a priest. They were like bees buzzing around everywhere. Damon managed to catch a couple of conversations, and he heard that the players had now started arranging groups to comb through the game world in search of the fiend who managed to defile the holy awakening waters on the very first day. Damon hummed. He hated these priest-class players. In his last life, these guys endlessly hunted the Dark Faction players, and even got disgusting buffs when fighting against the Dark Faction players. They were a hateful bunch of bastards. If these bitches are going to form groups and hunt me down, then it's only fair I make them all lose a couple of levels and get a head start. He grinned as he strolled around the fountain. He was not completely sure if the item would be found considering the difference in dates, but he soon spotted it. A small ribbon was floating just below the surface of the fountain, barely visible unless someone knew exactly where to look. Damon crouched beside the edge, pretending to adjust his boot, and slipped his hand into the cool water. His fingers brushed the fabric, a child's ribbon, pale blue, stained with a faded crimson blotch near one end. Ding. Quest progress updated. You have acquired blood-stained ribbon, quest item. This ribbon once belonged to a child. It carries faint traces of fear and corruption. Damon only barely pulled it out when the farmer somehow appeared right behind him. That is hers. That is my child's. Who dared to harm my child? The old man whispered, voice trembling with a mix of sorrow and rage. The old farmer didn't wait for an answer. His sunken eyes locked on the ribbon, his hands trembling as he took it. Something inside him snapped. The sorrow was still there, but now it was buried beneath something else, something darker. Her soul, it still screams, he murmured. The marsh didn't take her. The city did. One of the greedy pigs here killed my child. With mad and enraged eyes, he turned to look at everyone standing near the fountain. I curse you. I curse you all. Die. Suffer the same fate my child did. Die a death more miserable than hers. The next second, he reached inside his rags and pulled out a black crystal. Without any hesitation, the farmer crushed the crystal in his palm. Almost instantly, the air around them changed. Everyone gawking at the scene dumbfoundedly looked at each other, not knowing what was going to happen. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. The light dimmed, and the temperature dropped. A ripple of dark energy exploded outward from the man, sending players nearby stumbling, gasping, clutching their heads. Ding. World event triggered. World boss unsealed. Malakar, Reaper of Fields. Level ? 36 minutes. Chapter 26. Ding. World event triggered. Damon couldn't believe it. This was it? He couldn't even last one whole hour without blood?
Chapter 27. Malakar, Reaper of Fields. Level P ? Ding. World event triggered. The Black Harvest rises. World boss unsealed. Malakar, Reaper of Fields. Level P ? Every single player in the vicinity heard the system announcements. A heavy silence fell over the plaza, and then the chaos erupted. A world boss? Fuck yes, let's do this! Oh my god, what city is this? First the hidden quest for all the priest class players, and now this world boss. Yeah, thank God I decided to come to this city. Hey, I'm starting with a holy cleanse, back me up. I think whoever does maximum damage will get the credit for the world boss kill. Shut up, this daddy here will take it all. Everyone, Golden Dragons Guild has officially claimed this world boss. Please leave now, otherwise prepare to become an enemy of the Golden Dragons. Golden Dragons? Who the fuck are you? This here is my boy, you get lost. All the players quickly started running towards the fountain and gathering in the area. A world boss meant a lot of experience points, high-tier rewards, and gold coins. No one wanted to miss such a golden opportunity. Many had already started preparing their attacks when the farmer's aged body suddenly surged with power and started contorting in twisted angles. His spine arched unnaturally, bones cracking like dry twigs as his skin darkened to a bark-like gray. Veins bulged like writhing worms beneath the surface, glowing with a sickly green hue.
His eyes, once bloodshot and broken, now blazed with a fierce, malevolent light, like lanterns lit in the pits of hell. A grotesque halo of withered crops and shadowed mist erupted behind him. The old man, no longer a man, let out a choking sob that morphed into a howl of anguish and hatred so raw it made players' vision momentarily blur. This was when everyone realized that something was wrong. Players who had been charging up spells or drawing weapons began to hesitate. A few took uncertain steps back. The monster in front of them seemed simply too strong. And then it hit. A pulse of sickly green light erupted from the transformed farmer's body, and the entire plaza was swallowed in a wave of oppressive decay. Stone cracked, the grass blackened. Players screamed as their health bars instantly plummeted, some by half, others all the way to 0. Ding, you are afflicted by Withering Curse, stacking. Effect, -3% HP per second. Duration, infinite until removed by Divine Cleanse, advanced tier. What the fuck? Help, I'm dying! Divine Cleanse is not doing anything, damn it. Everyone here has Divine Cleanse. This is some bullshit. But it was too late for many. Anyone below level 5 instantly keeled over, their bodies crumbling into lifeless husks. Even the higher level priest players found their healing skills only half effective, if that. Malakar's transformation continued, its twisted form now towering nearly 10 feet tall. The cloak of rot swirling around its shoulders seemed to flicker with every breath, revealing glimpses of dozens, no, hundreds of twitching, half-rotted arms reaching outward like they were trying to claw back into the living world. Ding, Malakar has entered Phase 1. Reaping begins. Veins burst from beneath the stone, impaling players like skewers. Dozens died in a flash of red. A particularly well-equipped player was lifted into the air and torn in half mid-scream. Someone vomited. Someone else rage quit. A few players led by Aurora were the only ones able to react in a calm and composed manner. They seemed to have some paladins among their group who erected shields, preventing the mass damage. However, it was clear that even they wouldn't be able to lay a hand on this world boss. What the hell was happening? What sort of a world boss was this untouchable? Everyone was absolutely confused and shocked. The entire plaza had turned into a graveyard within seconds. Smoke and rot hung thick in the air. Screams echoed through the crumbling streets. Players scrambled to heal, to run, to hide, anything. But it was chaos. One wrong move, one delayed spellcast, and they were dead. Tanks fell like paper dolls. Their priests were barely keeping themselves alive, let alone their teams. Aurora's group was the only one holding any kind of formation, standing shoulder to shoulder in a tight crescent around the main fountain. Shields of golden light shimmered around them, buying precious seconds. But even their expressions had turned grim. Aurora's eyes were narrowed, scanning Malakar with surgical focus. "This isn't a world boss," she murmured. "This is a purge. We stand no chance against something like this. Let's retreat immediately. The NPC should take care of it soon enough. Maybe if we wait, we will have a chance." Everyone around her seemed to have the same type of thoughts, and the remaining players started retreating as fast as they could. However, in the midst of this chaos, one player alone charged ahead. Damon was still in his beginner set of linen pants and shirt as he casually ran to the monstrosity. Perhaps it was because of all the bloodshed around him. He was in such a good mood. His blood was boiling with excitement. His fangs itched to taste the divine blood spilled all around. His eyes gleamed like twin rubies in the storm of death and decay. The smell of rot, fear, and corrupted mana filled the air. And to Damon, it was intoxicating. He sprinted straight into the heart of the battlefield, dodging vines and leaping over twitching corpses with graceful, almost arrogant ease. His footfalls barely stirred the ground. To the fleeing players, it looked like he was some kind of high-level player. And yet it was only day 2 of the game launch. He couldn't possibly be a high-level player. Who is that lunatic? Is he suicidal? How is he dodging all the vines? This is complete bullshit. How could his stats be so high? Aurora's sharp gaze snapped to him. Her lips parted slightly in surprise. "It's the dagger in his hands," she whispered. And she was not wrong. Damon gripped the small rusted dagger tightly in his hand. This dagger held the secret to taking down the world boss, and only he had access to it.
Chapter 28. Player Blood God has slain the world boss. Damon grinned as he slashed at one of the vines he couldn't quite dodge in time. The blade of Reaper's Folly met the corrupted tendril, and instead of bouncing off like every other weapon had, it cut clean through it with a hiss, like a hot knife through rotting flesh. A wave of fetid mist erupted from the severed vine, but Damon didn't flinch. His lungs were burning, his muscles humming, and his instincts sharper than ever. All his stats were currently at 1,000%, and he was riding the high like there was no tomorrow. Power felt good. No, scratch that. It felt divine. He was faster than the players, stronger than the priests, and more dangerous than the monster before him. Damon ducked beneath a sweeping claw of bramble and bone, twisted low, and leapt upward. The dagger in his hand pulsed like it was alive, hungry. He lunged, slashing across the grotesque creature's chest, or at least the place he assumed a chest should be. Black blood splattered in steaming arcs, and the boss howled, a sound like 1,000 crows screaming all at once. Because while the dagger empowered Damon with a 1,000% stat boost, it also afflicted the monster with a 1,000% debuff. The dagger was something the old man had unearthed from his cursed paddy field and hidden away, hoping to sell it for coin. What he didn't know was that the blade was the very reason his daughter had gone missing. Reaper's Folly had been enchanted by a cultist sect, remnants of a forbidden ritual that bound despair to the soil. It had been buried like a seed, meant to blossom into a harvest of souls. But it was dug up too early, by a poor farmer just trying to survive. The moment he touched it, the curse took root in his land, and soon after his daughter vanished. The dagger had a taste for innocence. It fed on grief, lured misfortune, and marked its surroundings with ruin. And now, in Damon's hands, it was doing exactly what it was forged to do: reap. In his past life, it had taken another player 5 grueling in-game days of quests to unlock this dagger. This time, Damon had simply looted it from the farmer's hut. "What a nice weapon," he muttered, his grin widening. "Too bad its effect only lasts 5 seconds." The ichor spraying from Malakar's body hissed against the cobblestones. The massive creature reeled, flailing in every direction, but Damon's movements were too precise, too fast. The pulsing aura of rot and corruption that had melted low-level players and blighted the entire plaza now flickered like a dying flame. Every cut Damon landed shredded Malakar's resistances further. It was as if the boss were unraveling from the inside out. On the rooftops, the surviving priest-class players stared, slack-jawed. "He's doing it! He's actually bringing it down! Who the hell is that guy?" Aurora didn't speak. Her eyes were locked on the man with the grin and the rusted dagger dancing through death like it was a waltz. He should be the top player of the game. Soloing a world boss on day 2? What kind of monster is that? None of them dared to interfere. The penalty for dying to Malakar was brutal. 3 real-world days of resurrection lockout. No one wanted to take that risk, especially not at the start of the game. So they watched in stunned silence as Damon kept slashing down at the monstrosity. In the blink of an eye, the fearsome, huge demonic thing was reduced to a puddle of filth and rot. Malakar let out a distorted screech that split the sky itself. His form convulsed, shadows peeling from his body like dying embers. Black veins exploded across his torso, glowing green for a heartbeat before erupting in arcs of corrupted mana. Then, just like that, the great Reaper of Fields collapsed like a puppet whose strings had been cut. The vines retreated, the stench cleared, the clouds above began to part. And Damon? He landed lightly atop the monster's skull as his massive body began to disintegrate into ash and mist beneath him. System announcement. Ding. World boss defeated. System announcement. Ding. Hidden event chain completed. The notifications kept rolling in, one after another, but Damon ignored them. He only responded to the one about keeping his name and player ID anonymous. Anonymous, huh? Damon smirked. Fuck no. In his last life, most people assumed anonymity would protect them. No one wanted to become a walking target. But they were wrong. Dead wrong. Fame wasn't just power, it was currency, it was leverage, it was a magnet that pulled the world toward you. Being famous wasn't a weakness, it was a weapon. Damon would now get access to secret dialogue trees, better item prices, and easier entry into forbidden areas.
he'd have sycophants lining up, especially other vampire NPCs. If Damon flaunted this fame, he could purchase items for up to 50% off in the right shops. There were many secret quests he could unlock, not to mention how easily he could attract small fries if he wanted to. It would be stupid to remain anonymous, and this was just the beginning. System announcement. Ding. Player Blood God has slain the world boss, Malachar, Reaper of Fields. System announcement. Ding. Player Blood God has slain the world boss, Malachar, Reaper of Fields. Ding. Reward. Global fame increased, plus 1,000. Ding. Player kill record. First world boss solo. Unlocked.
Chapter 29. Find that Blood God. As soon as the boss went down, the system announcements flashed boldly in front of every player's interface, not just in Nira City, but across every city, every beginner village, every kingdom, and every continent. Across the entire world of Earth Online, golden-bordered text lit up the screens of millions. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Player Blood God has slain the world boss, Malachar, Reaper of Fields. Ding! Hidden event chain completed. Global corruption rate decreased by 2%. Ding! First world boss kill solo achieved. Rewards distributed. The reaction was instant. The crowd exploded in chaos. Who the hell is Blood God? Blood God? What kind of edgy-ass name is that? Day 2? That's not possible. What kind of freak solos a world boss at level 10? Please tell me this guy's hacking. Soloed a world boss with a rusted knife while in starting gear? Nah, man, this has to be a dev. Global chat exploded. Forums crashed under traffic. Live streamers screamed into their mics. Top guilds across every continent paused their power leveling and immediately scheduled emergency meetings. Meanwhile, back in Nira City's desecrated plaza, the few surviving players stared in stunned silence. The ground was still cracked and smoking. The scent of death hadn't even faded yet. They had witnessed something unreal. So many players had died in seconds, yet one man, in basic gear, had turned the tide alone. Aurora stood amid her shaken party, her emerald eyes locked on the spot where the monster had fallen. Her lips moved almost soundlessly. Blood God, she repeated. So that's his name. One of her paladins hesitated beside her. Should we try and recruit him to the guild? But Aurora didn't respond right away. Her gaze was cold, calculating. Then she slowly turned toward her party. Why are we here? For the priest class bounty quest, someone answered. Exactly. She pointed toward the battlefield. There's a hidden player out there, someone who defiled the Holy Awakening pool. The quest is to find them. Now, what are the chances that this guy is the one we're looking for? Her teammates went still. The Blood God? The paladin muttered. You really think he's the defiler? Aurora didn't need to answer. The timing, the cloaked identity, the ridiculous power spike, the rusted dagger. It all made perfect, terrifying sense. She turned on her heel and broke into a run. We're not recruiting him, she said, voice like steel. We're hunting him. Her party scrambled after her, their steps echoing through the cracked stones of the plaza, running to catch the famous Blood God who fell right into their laps. And it did not look like just their group. Several people dashed toward the utterly destroyed part of the city to get their hands on the so-called Blood God. All across Nira City, players were breaking into full sprints, some toward the scene to investigate, others away from it out of fear that the boss might return or that something even worse was about to happen. Dozens of guild scouts were already arriving on the scene, spamming screenshots, voice chats, and location pings. The shattered plaza had become a magnetic beacon of attention. However, amidst all of this commotion and chaos, the actual MVP of the day was conveniently missing. Find that Blood God. He's gotta still be nearby. Track everyone who's leaving the city, now. Aurora's party was ahead of the curve, already several blocks away. Her eyes scanned rooftops and alleyways like a hawk locked on prey. He won't get far, she murmured. Behind her, her vice leader frowned. He soloed a world boss and walked away without a scratch. You sure about that? Aurora did not answer. She clenched her fists in frustration. That guy was the only thing standing between her and a legendary class. She could feel it. If she could just catch that guy and hand him over to the Divine Temple, she would instantly skyrocket to the top of the game. Damn it, where are you? She gritted her teeth in frustration and continued looking around, unwilling to simply give up. Others might not know, but there was a lot riding on her performance in this game.
She absolutely cannot fail. While all the players in the vicinity continued to scour through the city to get their hands on the lottery ticket called Blood God, several kilometers away, Damon sat atop a jagged rock, legs crossed, the rusted dagger resting on his knee. He watched the golden glow of the global announcement fade from the corner of his interface with a big grin on his face. While the others were searching for him in the city, Damon used the last couple of seconds of the dagger's power to get the hell out of there. Even before the boss was completely dead, he bolted out of the city and arrived here safely. "You are so shameless," Bloodrange chimed in. "And?" Damon chuckled. "I love it," the woman's voice in his head purred with delight. "You used such a nasty little shortcut to spill so much holy blood. I absolutely love it. Too bad we couldn't drink any of it." "In time," Damon said, lazily leaning back against a boulder. Using such power comes with a price, and he was feeling extremely tired and exhausted at the moment, but he did not care. He got what he wanted. He tossed the worthless dagger aside and checked the system notifications, clicking on the one he was looking forward to the most. Ding, World Boss Rewards. Title unlocked, Solo Reaper. Skill book, Blood Manipulation. Coins, 100 gold coins. Damon quickly went through the rewards one after the other. Every single thing listed was good, and 100 gold coins on day 2 of the game was absolutely crazy, not to mention the Blood Manipulation skill book. Vampires only acquired the Blood Manipulation skill book after they took their Tier 3 promotion test, but it looked like he already got it. However, these things were still not the ones Damon was after. His gaze quickly fell on the last and final item in the list of rewards. Bingo, he got what he wanted. Unique item acquired, Evolution Stone. SS. Power Stone bonus chapter.
Chapter 30. Blood Initiate. Damon's eyes lit up the moment he saw the small round stone that appeared in his hand. Evolution Stone. The miraculous item that can evolve one's race. This was what he had come for. Not the gold, not the skill book, not the fame, though all of that would serve him well. The Evolution Stone was what made this questline worth everything. In his last life, it had taken months before players even confirmed its existence, and by the time word got out, it was already hoarded by guilds and pay-to-win whales. But now it was his. Damon's fingers closed around the warm, humming stone. He could already feel his blood responding to it, thrumming with anticipation. Bloodrain's voice oozed delight in his mind. "Ooh, good stuff. Go ahead and eat it." Damon nodded. "This should stabilize my bloodline, and hopefully also take care of my real-world issues." Though he was confident, he did not know for sure. He had already obtained the item, so now he could only try to see what happened next. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and consumed the Evolution Stone. The moment the stone hit his tongue, it melted like liquid fire. He could feel the fire getting evenly distributed in all parts of his body, slightly higher in his heart. At first, it felt warm and comfortable, but the very next second, it turned. Damon's body seized. It wasn't pain, not exactly. It was too much. Too much heat, too much energy, too much power, all trying to cram itself into his veins at once. His heart thundered like a war drum, every pulse sending red-hot lightning through his limbs. His vision blurred, and then shattered into kaleidoscopic fragments of blood and blinding light. Ding, Evolution Stone consumed. Race evolution in progress. Damon was already used to this pain. He gritted his teeth and bore through the pain as he awaited the completion of the evolution process. In Earth Online, there were many grades of evolution stones, and the one that dropped from the world boss should be of very high grade. This single stone should definitely bump him up from a bloodling to a blood initiate to a blood acolyte. This should be enough to stabilize his body and his bloodline, at least partially. At least, that was what Damon thought. Ding, congratulations, you have become a blood initiate. Hidden achievement unlocked for completing the first race evolution. New quest, 1 drop closer to the abyss. Plus 25 to all base stats, new racial skill unlocked. Damon collapsed to one knee, panting heavily. The fire inside him was gone, replaced by a thrumming silence. The evolution process was officially done.
His skin shimmered faintly with a cool metallic sheen, veins pulsing with crimsoned light before settling. His nails were darker, his fangs longer. His heartbeat sounded different, deeper. Ding, new racial skill unlocked, Bloodlands. Bloodlands. Condense your blood into a high-pressure spear of crimson force and hurl it at your enemy. Deals 250% magic damage and applies a stacking bleed effect for 5 seconds. If cast while under 50% HP, the skill transforms into Crimson Overload, doubling its piercing range and applying fear to enemies within a 5-meter radius. It was a good skill, but Damon couldn't care less about it right now. Why was he still a Blood Initiate? He should have become a Blood Acolyte by now. Shit, 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 he cursed as he hurriedly opened his status screen. Blood God. Class, Primordial Awakening. Class path unavailable. Species, Bloodborne. Race, Blood Initiate, Variant. Bloodline, Fragmented Ancestral Bloodline, ? Status effect, Bloodline Instability, 30 days. Soul Weapon, Blood Rain, locked. Level, 15. Faction, Dark. Experience, 2000/3500. Health, 1000. Mana, 1000. Vitality, 37. Stamina, 33. Strength, 31 + 5. Intelligence, 48. Agility, 36 + 10. Constitution, 27. Available stat points, 5. General skills, Primordial Senses, SSS rank, active. Primordial Hunger, SSS rank, passive. Blood Swipe, D rank, active. Bloodline Extraction, SSS rank, active. Minor Agility Boost, max, F rank, passive. Minor Strength Boost, F rank, passive. Minor Poison Resistance, max, F rank, passive. Alchemy. Berserk Instinct, F rank, passive. Bloodlands, D rank, active. Damon stared at his upgraded status screen. So many things had changed, but most importantly, his death sentence had been pushed back by 20 days. He now had an entire month to figure out how to stabilize his bloodline. This was a huge deal. 10 days was simply too little for him to make any real progress, but a whole month, this he could work with. Blood Rain let out a satisfied purr in his mind. That stone didn't take you all the way up the mountain, but it gave you a damned good climbing hook. You did well by getting that evolution stone. Damon didn't answer, but the corner of his mouth twitched upward. This stone was a high-grade stone that was supposed to push him up by 2 ranks. Instead, he got only 1 rank. The worst part was, he had a feeling he was going to need more and more of these evolution stones to get to the higher ranks. He needed to procure more evolution stones on the side. If a top-tier boss only dropped 1, then what did that say about the rest of his path? This wasn't going to be some level-up grind fest. No, this was going to be a bloody treasure hunt, a desperate chase for scraps of power scattered across a bloody and cruel world. Blood Rain chuckled. That look on your face, you're finally getting it. This world doesn't want you to evolve. It's going to fight you every step of the way, but that's what makes it worth it. Damon shook his head helplessly. There was no point in getting overwhelmed. It was better to take it one step at a time. He next pulled up the system screen and checked the time. It was already 10 in the night. His next big problem was waiting for him.
Chapter 31, Twilight Hollows. Damon logged in at 5 in the evening, and it was almost 10 now. The last time he consumed blood was around 6:30 to 7, which means he was able to go 3 hours without blood just fine. Of course, now he was ravenous, considering he had just evolved. His entire body was like a furnace needing fuel. Red, warm, living fuel. There was no way he was logging out right now. It would be a suicide to do something like that. He first needed food. "I need something good," Damon muttered as he pulled up the system map. His gaze instantly landed on a spot. That was right. He was level 15 now, thanks to the 3 levels he had gotten from the world boss. That meant he finally had access to the low-tier dungeons. And there, nestled between 2 ridgelines of blackened forest on the outskirts of near a city, was exactly what he was looking for. Twilight Hollows,
Recommended level, 15 to 20. Environment, low light. Threat level, moderate. Affinities, shadow. It was a place most beginners avoided unless they came in groups. The enemies inside weren't particularly powerful, but they were fast, vicious, and hunted in packs. Shadow panthers, shadow hounds. These beasts were a pain in the ass for most players, but to Damon, they were walking buffets. With his newly enhanced senses, each heartbeat, each rustle of fur against shadowed bark would be as clear as thunder in a silent room. This dungeon was going to be a piece of cake. Even better, the monsters here had a decent chance of dropping two particularly useful skills, stealth and shadow meld. Both were core abilities for assassin class players and absurdly powerful when paired with vampire racial bonuses. Stealth would allow him to vanish from sight under low light conditions, while shadow meld allowed him to merge with shadows entirely, becoming untargetable for a few precious seconds. With both in his arsenal, Damon could move like a ghost and strike like a demon. Damon did not wait any longer and sprinted towards the Twilight Hollow dungeon. He was so hungry that he could lose his mind, but man, did the boosted stats feel good. He had finally taken the first step, and his body felt freer and lighter. The last time around, he had managed to reach all the way until Blood Monarch before everything went to shit. His stats back then were uncomparable to his current stats. That was a whole different ballgame. The fights, the monsters, everything became exceedingly complicated and thrilling. Compared to that, he was still playing in the kiddie pool, but this time he planned to drain it dry. Soon he arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. The dungeon portal, a blackish-purple miasma swirling in the middle of nowhere. Damon entered the dungeon with notifications chiming in front of him. Ding ding, you are entering a dungeon, Twilight Hollows. Recommended level, 15 to 20. Dungeon objective, defeat the Alpha Howler. Hunting time. Damon stepped inside the dungeon and immediately his body went on high alert. A soft growl echoed to his left. A pair of yellow, slitted eyes blinked open from the underbrush, then another, and another. Shadow panthers. Their fur blended into the darkness almost perfectly, but to Damon they were as bright as flares. He could see their muscles tense, their paws shift silently across dead leaves. 5 of them, circling. In his past life, this would have been a death sentence at this level, but he did not have a race evolution then. Getting a race evolution this early was definitely a big cheat. Damon smiled and raised his hand. His palm shimmered crimson, the blood within it swirling, condensing, forming into a sleek spear of pure force. Let's test this new toy out. Blood Lance, activated. He didn't wait for them to make the first move. With a flick of his wrist, the spear flew, silent, sharp, and devastating. The air howled in its wake. The lead panther barely had time to blink. The lance pierced through its body, pinning it to a gnarled tree trunk. Damon purposefully did not kill it, only leaving the beast gravely wounded. At the same time, he dashed towards the second panther with a feral grin on his face. The thrill of the hunt, the scent of blood, the thrum of power in his veins. It was intoxicating. The second panther pounced, claws outstretched. Damon sidestepped with preternatural grace and caught the beast mid-air, his enhanced strength letting him twist and slam it into the dirt. Before it could recover, he brought his fangs down into its neck. Warm, coppery blood surged into his mouth, and a shiver ran down his spine. The panther twitched once, then went limp. Ding ding, you have extracted bloodline initiated. Target, Shadow Panther, Tier 1 beast. Ding ding, you have extracted the ability Stalk. S-rank passive skill. Your footsteps produce no sound when moving within shadowed terrain, plus 10% movement speed when undetected. Ding ding, you have slain Shadow Panther level 17. Ding ding, you have gained experience points. Great, he got a skill on the first try, but the blood was not nearly enough. He was hungry and he needed more. The other 3 panthers had already gone into stealth, but Damon instantly sensed an attack from behind him. A blur of shadow lunged for his back, fangs bared. Damon ducked, twisted, and drove his elbow upward. Bone crunched. The panther's growl turned into a strangled yelp as it flipped midair and slammed into a mossy rock. Nice try, Damon muttered, stepping forward as if on instinct. The moment the beast hit the ground, he was on it. His fingers dug into his scruff, lifting it by the neck, eyes gleaming crimson. The animal snarled and flailed, but Damon was stronger, so much stronger. He sank his fangs in. Warm exploded across his tongue.
The panther's essence flowed into him, and the inferno raging inside his body dimmed just a little. Not enough, nowhere near enough, but it was something. Ding ding, you have extracted bloodline initiated. Target, Shadow Panther, Tier 1 Beast. Ding ding, you have gained 1 agility stat point. Ding ding, you have killed Shadow Panther level 16. Ding ding, you have gained experience points. He tossed the drained corpse aside. The last 2 panthers were nowhere to be seen, but he could feel them. One of them was climbing the ridge above him. The other was crouched to his right, teeth bared behind thick undergrowth. Damon smiled. Bring it on.
Chapter 32. Playing Tag with Big Kitty. The next several minutes went by in a blur as Damon feasted on one panther after another. After the first leap of panthers, there was yet another group, and surprisingly, he picked up a new skill from this leap of panthers. Shadow Step, D-rank active skill. Instantly teleport to a location within 10 meters, provided both your current position and target destination are within shadowed terrain. Grants a plus 20% movement speed bonus for 3 seconds after use. It looked like the bloodline of a single beast could contain more than one skill. Perhaps this was because the Shadow Panthers were Tier 1 beasts with the ability to use mana more efficiently, possessing their innate magic skills and, more importantly, mana cores. Damon didn't forget to dig out mana cores from the beast corpses as he left a trail of mangled bodies in his wake. After the 10th panther, his bloodlust was finally sated. Not that he complained when he drank the blood from an 11th one. His body was greedy enough to gobble up every drop of blood he absorbed. Finally, after clearing the 3rd leap of panthers, he had drained every single beast in the first part of the dungeon. 2 skills, 5 stat points, and 1 level. Damon was very satisfied with the haul. His gaze darted around the dark forest, which many players would find uncomfortable, but he was immediately able to locate the boss. There, crouched atop a jagged rock, partially concealed by overgrown roots, stood a massive beast, easily twice the size of the panthers. Its fur shimmered with an oil-slick iridescence, absorbing the dim light around it. Its long limbs were taut with muscle, and its eyes gleamed with a sinister silver glow. Nightclaw Alpha, level 20, Elite Tier 1 Beast. The creature didn't snarl, it didn't roar, it simply stared, unmoving, as though daring Damon to come closer. The beast was intelligent, not too intelligent because it was underestimating him. With a wicked grin, Damon started the fight by activating his new skill, Shadow Step. Bloodlance appeared in his hand readily, and the panther's eyes widened. Instead of pride, there was now fear in its eyes. The beast didn't hesitate, instantly activating Shadow Meld and running away, but Damon managed to land a good strike on its back before it could vanish entirely into the gloom. With the bloodlance stuck in its body, it didn't matter where it was trying to hide, Damon was able to instantly sense the beast. Seeing its current state, Damon had an idea. Instead of the lance, if he used just a smear of his blood, would he still be able to sense it? He made a mental note to toy with that idea for the next boss. For now, it was time to play catch with this big kitty. No matter where the panther showed up, Damon was ready for it and used Blood Swipe on the beast. The elite was strong and agile, and it was adept in using the shadows to improve its combat ability. However, with the lance stuck in its body, everything was absolutely useless. Damon was ready for it every single time and swiped it left and right as it danced in the shadow. "Stop teasing that kitty cat, Damon," Bloodrained pouted. "Don't tell me you are a cat person," Damon smiled. "And you are not?" "Well, I guess I like both cats and dogs. Don't really have a preference," Damon shrugged. Why do I feel like you are lying?" Damon ignored the busybody and continued fighting with the panther. Soon enough, the beast's health dropped to the final 10%. Damon was waiting for this. The moment the Nightclaw Alpha dipped below that critical threshold, its body tensed unnaturally. A low, warbling growl rose from its throat, not a threat, but a ritual. Damon's eyes gleamed. Right on cue. The panther's body burst into shadowy tendrils, dispersing its form into 6 flickering afterimages that circled him in a blur of speed and rage. Shadow Phantom, passive trigger, when HP falls below 10%, creates 6 Shadow Phantoms. Each phantom mirrors 50% of the alpha's speed and damage for 10 seconds. In his last life, so many players fell for this trick. It took a while to figure out how to deal with this attack, but Damon was grinning. It looked like his lance trick was still working, so in a second he was able to see which was the real beast. The cunning little thing was eyeing him from a nearby boulder.
As the 6 phantoms closed in on him, he activated Shadow Step again. He reappeared directly behind the real Alpha and swiped his hand straight across its ribs. The beast let out a strangled yowl, the shadows around it scattering like ash and wind. Its health quickly plummeted, and right before the beast could die, Damon hurriedly sunk his fangs into the open wound. Blood filled his mouth, and the system notifications started rolling in. Ding, bloodline extraction initiated. Target, Nightclaw Alpha, Elite Tier 1 Beast. Ding, you have extracted the ability Shadow Cloak. Shadow Cloak, C-rank active skill. Envelop yourself in living shadow, reducing all physical damage by 30% for 5 seconds. While active, movement creates afterimages that increase evasion chance by 15%. Cooldown, 45 seconds. Ding, you have slain Nightclaw Alpha, level 20. Ding, you have gained experience points. Ding, you have leveled up. Damon dropped the beast corpse after draining the blood completely. He checked out the notifications and clicked his tongue. I did not get the Shadow Phantom skill. This was a game-changing skill in combat, and he really hoped he could get it, but there was always tomorrow. He could probably run this dungeon again a few times and get a few more shadow skills under his belt. Damon didn't dwell on it, and bent down to pick up the mana core when suddenly he stopped. His head snapped to the side as he sensed something coming at him in an extremely high speed. There was still a beast left in this part of the dungeon?
Chapter 33, Midnight Killer. Damon immediately got prepared to dodge the attack, but before he could activate Shadow Step, the beast was already in front of him, a sleek, pitch-black panther, its eyes golden in color. It mauled him in the chest before vanishing into smoke right in front of his eyes. Damon stumbled back, blood splattered from his torn chest, soaking into his clothes. He gritted his teeth, quickly becoming alert once again. What the hell was happening? He knew every beast in this dungeon, the mobs, the elites, and the final boss, every single one. This panther was not in the list, so why was it here? It was stronger, it was faster, and its mastery of shadow magic was at another level. Then a thought struck Damon. Perhaps it was also an evolved beast? Or a beast on the verge of evolution to Tier 2? That was the only thing that could explain its strength, speed, and power. It was unheard of for hidden bosses to appear in dungeons under level 30, but the beast he had faced just now was unmistakably a hidden boss. A hidden boss on the verge of evolution. Damon narrowed his eyes as his breathing steadied. Unlike the fights before, this one was going to be a challenge. That's what made it so much more exciting. He immediately conjured a blood lance and waited with bated breath, his senses sharp, looking and listening for any signs of the Black Panther. For a few seconds, it was just Damon and his breathing sound, but then a flicker. Damon's eyes snapped to the right, where a sliver of darkness peeled away from a tree trunk. The panther was there, just for a moment, before its body re-emerged with the shadows. It was coming. Damon could feel it. The blob of darkness was bouncing here and there and approaching him with a ridiculous speed. A beast in level 15 dungeon shouldn't possess stats or skills like this, but just like him, this damned thing was also an exception. Unfortunately for the big kitty, he still had a few more tricks up his sleeve. Damon knew the beast was too fast for him to react as it was, so he unleashed a basic technique every vampire, or rather every mana user, would soon learn. Innate enhancement. He activated his blood essence and his mana that was circulating in his body and focused every bit of essence in his eyes. In an instant, the world snapped into high clarity. The shadows no longer blended together, they peeled apart like layers of silk, and through them Damon saw it, the panther, a flicker of movement, a ripple in the dark. What was once a blur was now as clear as day. Ding, you have acquired a new skill, innate enhancement. Ding, your vision is currently boosted by 300%. The effect lasts for 10 seconds. The skill came at a mana cost and left a slight burning in his temples, but it was worth it. Damon could now read the twitch of a muscle, the shift of a paw, the dilation of the beast's eyes. He could see its kill strike forming before it even began. There you are, Damon whispered, voice low and lethal. He purposefully did not reveal that he was now able to see its movements. The panther lunged again, its entire form a curved arc of shadow and fury, aiming for his throat. However, this time Damon reacted perfectly. He moved slightly, taking the hit in his shoulder instead of his throat,
and at the same time he drove the spear into the beast's neck. The bloodlance struck true. A shriek of raw, primal agony tore through the twilight hollows. Black blood splashed against the shadowed earth. The beast stumbled upon landing, its limbs quivering with fury and pain. Damon didn't give it time to recover. He swung his arm like a scythe, using blood swipe, and ended the fight. The panther's defenses were shit, and it looked like it had favored agility. In just a few attacks, its health started plummeting. However, when it reached the last critical level of 10%, its eyes shone brighter. Damon prepared himself just in time as he sensed 10 different blurs in his periphery. The panther in his claw disappeared into the shadows. 10 black balls of shadow at extreme high speed were dashing towards him, and these 10 strikes together would be 100% lethal. This was the panther's finishing move right here. It was too bad that the beast was still tagged with his blood. Damon did not bother with the 10 shadow forms, and shadow stepped right behind the real panther, and 11th blob hiding behind the 3rd blob of shadow. The beast was extremely cunning, and its strategy was airtight. What a problematic hidden boss. Damon would be lying if he said he wasn't impressed with this fight. It was too bad that his skill set was built for exactly this kind of duel. The panther twisted around the moment Damon reappeared behind it, jaws wide in a desperate counterattack, but Damon was faster. His palm shot forward once again, swiping the beast with his claw-like nails. The shadows collapsed, and the beast limply staggered back. Damon did not let it do anything else fancy. He grabbed the beast, holding it down steady, and sank his fangs into the wounded neck. Ding! Bloodline extraction initiated. Target, Midnight Killer. Unique Tier 1 beast. Ding! Your affinity to the shadow element has increased. Ding! Your affinity to the shadow element has increased. Ding! Your affinity to the shadow element has increased. Damon's gaze hurriedly swept past the notifications. It was surprising that this blood was actually increasing his affinity to shadow magic, but more than that, he wanted a skill. This was a unique grade beast. These beasts were very rare within Earth Online, and something with a tag unique should possess an amazing bloodline. This was a great chance for him to obtain a powerful skill to extract something unique from the beast's bloodline. One notification after another continued to pop up as his affinity kept on increasing, and finally, Damon's eyes lit up. A unique skill had shown up.
Chapter 34. Just Me and My Shadow. Ding! You have extracted the ability Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone. B rank active skill. Summon a sentient clone forged from your shadow. The clone mimics your appearance, basic stats, 60%, and selected abilities, up to 3 active skills. It can fight alongside you, defend, scout ahead, or distract enemies. While active, you can switch positions with your clone once every 10 minutes, swap range 50 meters. If the clone is destroyed, it explodes into shadow tendrils, dealing AoE damage and applying a blind effect to nearby enemies for 3 seconds. Bonus effect. If the clone drinks blood, kills, or assists in killing, it extends its duration by 10 minutes, max extension plus 30 minutes. Damon blinked in surprise. He had never heard of such a skill before. Wait, he had heard lore about blood clones inside the game, but there were also shadow clones? He couldn't help but become excited at the potential of the skill. This was more than a skill. It was a second life, a decoy, a dagger in the dark, a scout, a fallback, an extension of his own predatory instinct. Damon's mind aced. There were so many things he could use this for. He immediately tested it out by activating the skill. The next second, his shadow rippled unnaturally beneath him, stretching longer than it should. It bubbled up from the ground like black tar, swirling and coalescing until it formed into a perfect replica of Damon. The clone stood silently, red eyes gleaming with the same hunger. It was uncanny. Okay, now let's see how well you fight. Damon looked ahead at the territory of the Shadowhounds. These creatures were a little tricky to deal with. They possessed a terrifying fear skill which was tough to handle, especially at lower levels. He couldn't help but wonder how he and his new teammate would handle such a challenge. Damon dashed forward beyond the tree line, his clone following a beat behind like a silent wraith. The terrain twisted into uneven ridges and narrow valleys, the perfect hunting grounds for shadowhounds. Growls echoed from the dark crevices ahead. The pack had already sensed them. A flicker to the left, one of the hounds leapt at him. Damon didn't falter.
He stepped sideways and let the clone intercept. A clean swipe from the clone's claws tore through the beast's shoulder, and it crashed to the ground with a yelp. Two more charged in, jaws wide, shadows clinging to their teeth like venom. The clone engaged them immediately, dancing between strikes. It was able to use Blood Swipe and even Blood Lance. It was doing all the hard work for him, while Damon grabbed one wounded beast after another and gulped down their blood. He gained 3 stat points in strength in no time. His clone was more than enough to tear through the pack until finally an elite showed up. Damon locked eyes with the largest of the group, a mutated shadowhound nearly the size of a bear. Its name hovered above its head. Skullmaw, level 18, elite shadowhound. A fear aura rolled off it in waves, and Damon prepared his mind as much as he could to not be affected by it. Surprisingly, nothing changed at all. He neither went into a stunned state, nor did he feel the urge to run away in fear. He was simply completely unaffected. He didn't expect that. Damon raised a brow and looked at his clone. It didn't seem to be affected either. That makes sense, because the clone did not really have a mind of its own. A grin crept across Damon's lips. Nice. Skullmaw growled, annoyed that its intimidation didn't work. The beast lunged anyway, a blur of fangs and shadow. Damon sidestepped, while the clone intercepted, blocking with a parry of its own blood-forged lance. "Let's try that new trick," Damon muttered. He mentally activated the position swap. In an instant his form shimmered, and he and the clone traded places. Now face to face with Skullmaw, Damon didn't hesitate. He swiped away at the hound in rapid succession. The shadowhound yelped, enraged at the sudden increase in power. It twisted to counterattack, but Damon was already moving. The clone, now behind Skullmaw, swiped with devastating precision, carving into the beast's spine with synchronized violence. Between him and the clone, it was almost overkill when the hound weakly wobbled. Damon immediately sank his fangs into the creature. He had obtained several shadow skills in the dungeon today, but he wouldn't say no to yet another one. Ding, bloodline extraction initiated. Target, Skullmaw, elite shadowhound. You have acquired a new skill, Howl of Dread, E-rank active skill. Unleash a fear-infused howl, applying terror to enemies within 15 meters. Enemies below your level have a 30% chance to flee or enter a panic state. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Ha, thanks big guy. Damon wiped the blood from his mouth as Skullmaw crumbled. More howls echoed in the distance, and Damon wondered just how much his skill repertoire was going to increase by the end of the dungeon. He narrowed his eyes towards the depths of the dungeon. Should I try for a dungeon record? Since I am the first to run this dungeon, I should automatically get the record. Let's see how fast we can finish this. The next several minutes went by in a blur as he and the clone tore through the dungeon. Within a matter of minutes, they were standing in front of the final dungeon boss. Magic Castle Bonus Chapter. Please thank Yolo-E for the bonus chapter.
Chapter 35. Nightmare? Damon gazed at the big monstrous beast that was a mix between a panther and a dog. Its eyes were particularly enormous, and the first thing Damon did was to make sure that he did not see the eyes directly for continuous seconds. Not that it mattered, because the beast instantly disappeared as soon as they arrived at the spot. The next instant, Damon felt a blur approaching him from the side. He immediately activated his newly acquired skills, Shadow Cloak and Shadow Step. Before the claw strike could land, he was already behind the final boss, only an afterimage now in his place. The claw slashed merely an image which dissipated into shadow wisps. The skill feels a lot smoother and easier after that shadow affinity bump, Damon thought. There were still a couple more skills he wanted to try, Shadow Bind and Shadow Claw. The boss roared in agony as Damon ruthlessly unleashed a bunch of shadow attacks. On the other side, his clone was attacking using blood attacks. The beast's health dropped like the stock market and went down to 10% in no time at all. The fight went a lot easier than he expected. However, the most difficult part was still left. The nightmare mode of the fight. Shadow-like tendrils appeared around him, and before he could react, they locked him in place. A ball of shadow encased him. Damon already knew it was futile to try and break this shadow prison, but he did it anyways. He used all sorts of attacks to wreck the prison. It only resulted in his mana depleting. Ah, fuck it, he sighed, and prepared for what was about to come. He always knew that this last boss fight was a tricky one. The shadow prison lasts for 10 seconds, and his health needed to withstand the attack the beast would be waiting with after that 10 seconds ended. He was sure his health could handle it, taking an attack or two, but now that his clone was there, even that wouldn't be necessary. He could already sense the clone attacking the boss. The fight should end any time now. The only part left was for him to withstand the nightmare, the fear attack unleashed by the boss while he was inside this shadow prison. Everything happened very fast, but Damon experienced a different reality, like time was slow moving. A pair of monstrous beast eyes appeared in front of him. Damon knew what was going to happen next. He was going to experience the worst nightmare of his life. Damon wondered what he was going to experience. His face turned cold as the betrayal still fresh in his mind flashed past his eyes. He was going to see that bastard again, wasn't he? Fine, bring it on. It won't be a nightmare, though. Damon gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Even though this was all going to be an illusion, he was prepared to unleash all of his anger and frustration. However, something odd happened. He looked at the beast eyes, the same eyes that activated the nightmare skill, and yet nothing happened at all. 1 second passed by, then a few seconds passed, and yet nothing. When he stared back at the eyes in anger, the beast eyes unexpectedly shut close and the shadow prison dissolved. This was not how this fight was supposed to go down. Damon shrugged with a casual chuckle. Should he chalk this up to his bloodline? Outside, his clone had already almost finished the boss. Damon was able to get out just in time to sink his fangs into the dying boss. Ding! Bloodline extraction initiated. Target, Brahman, Dungeon Boss, Tier 1 Boss. You have acquired a unique passive skill, Shadow Devourer. Shadow Devourer, passive skill. Absorbing the shadow essence of slain enemies replenishes 1% mana for 5 seconds. Kills made within shadow terrain grant plus 2% movement and attack speed for 10 seconds. Passive effect scales with shadow affinity. Damon was hoping for that nightmare skill, but this was fine too. He could run the dungeon a couple more times to load up on more skills. He cleared the notifications when more system notifications flashed in front of him. Ding! Dungeon cleared. Ding! You are the first player to complete this dungeon. You have set the record time, 003216. Ding! First clear bonus rewards. You have acquired Silver Treasure Chest. You have acquired a key fragment to the Golden Throne. You have acquired a unique title, Brahman Slayer. Grants plus 10% damage against shadow-type enemies and plus 5% resistance to fear effects. Damon nodded, genuinely impressed with the rewards. These kind of things were never revealed to the public, and he had no clue about any of it. In his last life, the top guilds who cleared the dungeons first kept these things to themselves. What is this key fragment? Damon wondered. This was the item which caught his interest the most. While the unique title was quite good, a silver treasure chest wasn't all that special. The best reward was definitely this key fragment. He wondered what it could be.
Chapter 37. I won't tell anyone, if you won't. The sliding doors whooshed open as Damon approached. He stepped in, trying not to look out of place. He kept his hoodie up, his hands in his pockets, and walked to the main area. The front desk was quiet, just one nurse at the reception, typing away at her terminal. She looked up as he approached, giving him a glance. "The visiting hours are over," she said, voice low and gravelly from too much caffeine or too little sleep. Yeah, I figured," Damon said, giving her a sheepish smile and scratching the back of his neck. "I'm not here to visit anyone. I was hoping to speak to someone from the supply department. I'm a grad student doing a research project, and I was wondering if there was any way to, get access to a unit of blood?" "Huh?" The nurse raised an eyebrow, her fingers pausing mid-type. "You want what now?" Damon cleared his throat and tried to look as harmless as possible. "Just a unit, for a simulation project. It's a virtual model. We're trying to replicate clotting factors in synthetic environments. My supervisor said real samples help with calibration. I figured I'd check if there were a protocol for it. You are kidding me, right? Of course there are protocols. There is a whole boatload of them. Which school are you from? You need to speak to your school coordinator. They will contact the hospital and make the arrangements. There are a lot of forms that need to be signed. You cannot simply walk in and ask for blood. The nurse shook her head with a lot of judgment in her eyes. Can't I just get one right now? Just this once? I won't tell anyone, if you won't. Damon tried a sexy wink, all the while cringing hard from inside and wondering what the hell he was doing. The nurse almost laughed in his face and returned to her work without bothering to even give a response. Kids these days, she laughed. Damon sighed, dragging a hand down his face as he turned away from the desk. Yeah, great job, Damon, he muttered under his breath, because that idea was solid. At least no one was there to look at him. He awkwardly took a few steps back, thinking about what to do now, when suddenly he bumped into someone. What the hell was that, dude? Mark asked, with a weird-ass look on his face. Were you just trying to pick up the nurse or something? Damon blinked in surprise. What? How are you here? Mark tilted his head, still giving him a questioning gaze. You were flirting, weren't you? Since when were you into middle-aged aunties who are not even MILFs? Damon groaned. It wasn't like that. I was just... Look, it was a bad plan, okay? Drop it. No, I don't think I am dropping it anytime soon. Mark shook his head. Shut up, fucker. What are you doing here anyways? And don't change the topic. Mark let out a sigh. I didn't want to tell you this, but Kate is not doing too great. She suddenly started vomiting, and now she's not able to keep any food down. I honestly don't know what's happening, man. They have been running tests for a couple of days now, and they're not telling me anything. Wait, Kate? What the hell? Since when? Mark ran a hand through his messy hair, suddenly looking like he hadn't slept in a while. It started 3 days ago. 1 second she was fine, complaining about spicy ramen, and the next, just non-stop vomiting. We thought it was food poisoning, but now she can't even hold down water. Damon clenched his jaw. Why didn't you say anything earlier? Mark gave him a weary look. Because what would you have done, huh? What can I do? Shit, I feel so fucking helpless. I'm worried if it is something serious. I asked them what was going on, and they said to call that woman first, as if she's going to care about us, as if she's going to come running when she hears her daughter is sick. Damon froze. He didn't understand what was happening because, in his last lifetime, then it suddenly clicked. Did Mark ever tell him about all of this in his last life? Was he working so hard doing multiple jobs because he needed to pay hospital bills? I called her, you know. She's not even picking up, Mark finished bitterly. Sent her messages, left voicemails, nothing. I don't even know if she's in the country anymore. Once again, I have to take care of everything. Damon's stomach turned. He remembered how Mark had always brushed off help, saying he was fine, saying he didn't need anything. He couldn't believe his friend was dealing with something like this, all by himself. I should have been a better friend, Damon said. What are you talking about? Mark shook his head. What can you do if our dear mother runs off with her boyfriend of the month? Damon sighed. There were so many things he wanted to tell him. No, I meant, don't worry about the money. Whatever she needs, tests, specialists, treatment, I'll handle it. Mark stared at him for a long moment. I'm serious, Damon said, locking eyes with him. I've got some things going on. I've been earning through Earth Online. Just know I've got it covered. But don't you need to pay rent? You moved out? Damon shrugged, his tone light, but his eyes deadly serious. I'll figure it out. Rent's just money. Kate's life? That's not negotiable. You don't have to do that. It's too much. Mark opened his mouth to argue, but Damon held up a hand. Don't. This isn't charity. It's me being your friend. There was silence between them for a moment. Quiet, heavy, but not uncomfortable. Mark's shoulders slumped, like the weight of the world had just shifted slightly off his back. Thanks, man, he said, voice lower now. I mean it. Damon clapped him on the back. You don't have to. Just focus on Kate. I'll deal with the rest.
Chapter 38. Surrounded? Damon chatted with Mark for a bit, mainly about Earth Online. The guy simply couldn't believe that a video game would be so lucrative. Damon could only inwardly smile at the thought of the truth. Money was not even the best thing the game gave. Mark did not feel comfortable leaving Kate alone for too long, so the two of them ended their conversation pretty quickly. Damon waved him goodbye, saying he would visit tomorrow during the daytime visiting hours. Mark nodded, clearly grateful but too exhausted to put it into words. He gave Damon a brief, tired smile before heading back down the corridor. Damon watched him disappear past the restricted ward doors, then turned on his heel and stepped outside into the night.
The chill hit him immediately, but it was bracing in a good way, like cold steel sharpening his thoughts. He took a slow breath, the hospital's fluorescent light fading behind him as he blended back into the dark of the city. Money wasn't the best thing Earth Online had given him. Power wasn't either. What it gave him was control. In a world where reality constantly pulled the rug out from under people like Mark and Kate, Damon finally had a say in what happened next, and he wasn't planning on wasting that. He tugged his hoodie tighter around him, stuffed his hands into his pockets, and walked toward the nearest bus stop. It was time to get back to the game. The hospital visit was a bust, but he at least made sure that if he drank enough blood, he could wake up from the game normally and not be bloodthirsty. Now the question was, how long would he remain satiated? For that, he did not have to spend his time outside of the game. These first few days were very critical, and he did not want to waste any of them. He sat on the bus silently, thinking about many things. Obviously, the idea of using his blood to heal Kate's illness crossed his mind, but he did not want to rush into any hasty decisions. Maybe Kate did not need that. Maybe she just had a complex procedure for which they needed money, and that was all there was to it. Damon tried to keep positive thoughts, but when he thought about how his friend had become in his last life, his gut feeling told him that her small illness wasn't all that small. Either ways, he was getting ahead of himself. Even if he wanted to help, he couldn't at the moment. He needed to be a bloodlord to start creating followers and turning others into vampires. And he was only a blood initiate at the moment. Damon thought about many things silently as the bus rumbled beneath him and his stop finally arrived. His blood supply problem was still a big question mark. As he walked out of the bus stop, he caught sight of a drunkard creeping out two women, making them run as fast as they could from the bus stop. The women, visibly spooked, darted across the street, casting a fearful glance back at the slurring man who stumbled after them for a few paces before collapsing on a bench, muttering to himself. Maybe finding blood wouldn't be that difficult after all. This kind of scene wasn't uncommon. The problem was that Damon had to stumble into someone like this in the bright of the day and not in the middle of the night, as that was when he would log out of the game. 6 a.m. is still pretty early. Maybe I can find drunkards around? He pondered the feasibility of his not-so-carefully crafted plan. However, the moment he took a step forward, he froze. Something odd was going on. Damon was not sure, but ahead of him there were many men. He could tell they were men because of the distinct scent that came from the male gender as opposed to the fragrance of the female gender. What were they all doing in this part of the city in the dead of the night? And if he was not wrong, they had all gathered near his apartment complex? Correction. They were gathered in his apartment complex. Damon was sure of it, more so as he got closer and closer to the building. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end the closer he walked. His steps slowed instinctively, each one quieter than the last as he approached the edge of the alley that opened into his apartment's back entrance. Figures, at least 8 of them, stationed strategically around the perimeter. 2 leaned against the wall, appearing casual but alert. 1 crouched by the dumpster, half hidden, scanning the upper windows, and 3 were on the roof. The roof. Who the hell monitored from a rooftop unless they expected someone with power or mobility? Damon stopped just outside the glow of the final streetlight and remained in the shadow. Something was seriously off. This wasn't some neighborhood gang loitering or a bunch of bored troublemakers. This was a coordinated perimeter, tight and quiet. And then it got worse. He sensed more men standing inside the complex, and more importantly, these guys were standing right outside his apartment. Fuck. Was I careless in some way? Damon's pulse raced. That woman, she must have remembered everything, and these people were probably from some sort of secret services assembled here to catch him and take him away. His thoughts spiraled as he started strategizing for the worst-case scenario. Did he really have what it takes to face these many men right here and right now? Probably not. Fuck it. So what if he did not? He wasn't going to go down without a fight. He wasn't going to let these people take him to some lab and treat him like a freak experiment. Wait, they haven't noticed me at all? Damon paused, once again feeling that something was off. Then he saw something completely unexpected.
Chapter 39. Dumbledore and the Cold Beauty. The back gate of the apartment complex opened, and an old man stepped out of the gate. Damon had to rub his eyes and look again because the old man looked as if he had stepped right out of the game world, or rather the Harry Potter movie set. He was kind of like Dumbledore, with long white hair and a long white beard and flowing layered robes that shimmered faintly in the moonlight. A tall wooden staff topped with a faintly glowing crystal tapped softly against the pavement as he walked. He had an air of unhurried dignity, each step radiating the calm of someone who had seen centuries pass and grown bored of most of them. Damon blinked again. His instincts told him that this was definitely not a regular old man from the neighborhood. He immediately couldn't pinpoint it, and it took him a second, but he soon recognized why. Mana. This guy in front of him actually had mana gathered in his body. Impossible! Damon's eyes went wide. The first thing he did after he turned into a vampire was try and sense mana, but there was absolutely no mana in Earth's atmosphere, at least not yet. Then how could this old man have mana in his body? It was not much mana. It was definitely not enough to form a mana core. In fact, the old man seemed not to even know how to handle mana and prevent it from constantly seeping out of his body, and yet there was undeniably mana inside him. While Damon was still trying to size up the old man, a familiar face appeared beside him. It was that cold beauty from next door. Her hair was tied back into a neat braid, but her clothes were no longer the casual gym set he remembered. Tonight, she wore a sleek black outfit that hugged her figure like liquid armor, and around her neck a slender crystal pendant pulsed faintly in rhythm with the old man's staff. He could see the family resemblance between the two of them. Fuck, what the hell was going on here? Between her bloodline and this old man's mana and his status, Damon could see that he had stepped into some real shit here. The only good news was that none of them seemed to care about him, so maybe he did not have to worry about anything after all. Right at this moment, the old man suddenly stopped and turned to look directly at Damon, or at least the spot Damon was standing a second ago. Now there was only darkness and shadow in the area, and no one else. The old man continued to look at the spot with a frown on his face before a black Mercedes silently arrived in front of the back gate. Its polished frame glinted in the streetlights, windows tinted darker than the night sky. The door opened without anyone touching it. The cold beauty stepped forward and opened the rear passenger door with practiced ease. The old man hesitated for a moment, still staring at the empty patch of sidewalk Damon had vacated a heartbeat earlier. He tilted his head, the frown deepening. The glowing crystal at the top of his staff flickered, then dimmed. The old man climbed into the car, moving slowly, but not because of age, because of calculation, purpose, like someone who'd learned patience the hard way by outliving enemies and allies. The beauty followed, not before sweeping one last glance at the apartment complex. And then with a soft click, the Mercedes pulled away, vanishing into the night like a ghost who never intended to be seen in the first place. The men gathered around the area also silently vacated, leaving in the next couple of black vans that showed up. Within 5 minutes, the entire area was empty and deserted again. Meanwhile, Damon silently appeared inside his apartment complex, closing his eyes and sensing everything that happened. His eyes flashed open as the last of the vans left the area, but his frown was still on his face. He did not feel relieved that they had left, though it seemed that all this pomp and show was simply for the old man visiting the girl. He couldn't help but feel there was more to it. The timing of everything was simply too coincidental. The mana he sensed, the special bloodline of that woman. Damon let out a sigh. Whatever was coming, he would be prepared. On the brighter side, Damon smiled as he gazed at his shadow. He had discovered something unexpected. He was able to use shadow magic outside of the game. And he could see why. Mana was still unavailable on Earth, but he still had his blood. Vampires have always been able to use blood energy instead of mana for fueling their skills, and it looked like he was able to do the same outside of the game. He felt a little weak at the moment, otherwise he was perfectly fine after using Shadow Step. When the old man turned to him, he had acted instinctively and activated the skill, thanks to his last hour of grinding with the shadow skills. Damon thought a minute about what would have happened if he had not gotten these shadow skills. Then he shook it off. There was no point in thinking about what-ifs and what-nots. He needed to focus on the present. He made himself another cup of coffee and then downed it before putting on his helmet and getting back to the game. He only had 12 hours of gaming hours every day, and he did not want to waste them unnecessarily. If he needed power to handle the things that were happening in the real world, he needed to get back into the game and work towards another power-up. He already had a plan in mind, and soon his power was going to exponentially explode. Damon steeled his determination as he switched on the gaming helmet. He closed his eyes and opened them again to find himself back in the world of Earth Online.
Chapter 40. Rebuilding the Blood Hall. The first thing that Damon did after logging back into the game was check his health. He was now at 80%, which meant a single shadow step had cost him 20% of his health, a steep price, but useful nonetheless. He was currently standing outside the Twilight Hollows dungeon portal. He wanted to enter the dungeon again and farm for more shadow element skills, but he wouldn't be able to enter this dungeon again for the next 24 hours. There was no point in standing here and wasting all that time. Damon quickly began to make his move. On the way, he saw some beasts, but he did not engage them. His test for how long he could last without drinking blood was still ongoing. Damon felt a slight bloodthirst on his way, but not enough to make him stop and feed. Also, there was something else he had planned. For that, perhaps it was better to be as much of a monster as he possibly could. He picked up pace and returned back to the starting town as quickly as he could. There, outside the little town, was the familiar deserted well. Up ahead, the starting zone was as chaotic as ever, but no one noticed Damon as he silently slipped into the well with a shadow step. He landed at the bottom of the well with a lot more grace and elegance this time around. Surprisingly, the secret door opened on its own, and Varnix the Hollow was standing in front of him. "Greetings, Blood Initiate. I am impressed by your growth." Damon raised a brow. He had expected a random vampire NPC. Varnix was a high-tier NPC, and meeting him like this, twice in a row, was truly surprising. "Thank you, Sir Varnix," Damon nodded. The vampire started walking through the long tunnel, and Damon quickly followed him. He had come here for another reason, but if his guess was correct, then he might be on the cusp of a special quest. Varnix soon reached the end of the tunnel, and when he turned around the corner, Damon's suspicions were proved to be correct. The vampire race hall was not as how it should be. It was barely developed, and there was nobody around. Sigh. Varnix let out an exhausted breath. "I know. The hall looks desolate and downtrodden. Once upon a time, our hall used to be a beacon of fear and reverence," Varnix said, his voice heavy with old sorrow. "Once our kin ruled entire regions, shaping empires from the shadows. Now," he gestured to the crumbling stone walls and the moss creeping over ancient cracked banners. "This is all that remains." Varnix turned to Damon, his gaze sharp and appraising. "You have the blood. You have the hunger. More importantly, you have the will." The old vampire's lips curled into a thin smile. "Would you like to change this?" A notification appeared in front of Damon. "Quest: Rebuilding the Blood Hall. The vampire race hall lies in ruins. Do you wish to contribute towards its restoration and become its founding pillar? Objective: pledge yourself to the Blood Hall. Donate mana stones and wealth to aid in its reconstruction. Reward: reputation points. Ding. Do you accept? Yes. No. Damon's eyes went wide. A pay-to-win quest for earning reputation? Unbelievable. Quests like these were extremely rare in the game. Right now, any player could use outside currency to buy in-game gold coins. This being the case, quests like these were extremely easy for the rich. Of course, they were also easy for cheats like him. Even if it was thousands of gold coins, Damon would contribute everything in a heartbeat. Anything was better than the dull and drab grind for reputation points. Also, he had a feeling that this was not a simple single quest. Just wealth and mana stones were not enough to rebuild a hall. There was definitely more to this. "Yes, I will do my best to help you, Sir Varnix. There was nothing more I would love than to see our vampire hall in all its former glory," Damon said, placing a fist lightly over his heart in a show of solemnity. For a split second, he thought he saw the ghost of pride flicker across Varnix's hollowed features. The elder vampire nodded approvingly. "Good. Your willingness has been recorded by the Blood Oath," Varnix said, raising his staff. A crimson rune flared into existence above Damon's head before silently sinking into his body.
Ding! You have pledged yourself to the Vampire Blood Hall. Reputation tracking unlocked. Special quests and rewards tied to the hall will now become available based on your contribution. Varniak's voice deepened slightly, becoming almost ritualistic. The Blood Court does not forget. Every stone you lay, every coin you offer, every battle you fight for our cause shall be remembered. Then, as if the moment of ceremony had passed, the ancient vampire turned briskly and gestured toward the cracked altar at the center of the hall. It was surrounded by what looked like broken treasure vaults and collapsed summoning circles. You may begin by offering wealth and power to the Heartstone, Varniak instructed. As you contribute, the Blood Hall will slowly awaken, and you shall rise with it. A new system panel blinked into existence. Blood Hall Restoration Panel. Contributions. Gold coins, 0 to 10,000. Mana stones, 0 to 500. Elite mana cores, 0 to 100. Current status, Crumbling Ruins, Tier 0. Next stage, Shattered Sanctuary, Tier 1. Top contributors may receive noble titles within the vampire race. Damon's heart thudded in his chest. 10,000 gold coins, 500 mana cores, 100 elite mana cores. These were insane numbers. He was supposed to fulfill this all on his own? Well, he could if he tried, but this wasn't a reasonable thing to ask of a player. Then it struck him. Anyone who became a vampire around now could probably contribute to this restoration, so this was a kind of collective race quest. And if he alone managed to finish a collective race quest, just how big the rewards were going to be.
Chapter 41. Are you worthy? Damon was pleasantly surprised with this new development. This could be a potentially fast route to get a nobility rank in the game, and it was a huge deal when it came to skills later on. The nobility always got better skills on evolution. That was just the way it worked. While Damon was staring at the contribution panel forming plans in his head, Varniak muttered something about getting started and began to walk away. "Shit, wait," Damon hurriedly called after him. He was caught up in this new quest that he almost forgot the real reason why he came here. His blood manipulation skill book. There was a way he could use this skill book right now and here, even though there were requirements listed on it. While he was at it, he could also gain extra health point and improve the basic constitution of his body. In his last life, this secret was only discovered 2 years into the game, and by then it became unusable for most vampire players. Instead of a strong foundation, all they were able to get was a small boost later on. However, now Damon had the chance to forge his body right from beginning. Awakening his bloodline was the start, and this was the second part. And if everything goes well, his combat power both in the game world and in the real world should be doubled. He caught up to Varniak just before the elder vampire disappeared into another side corridor. "Sir Varniak, one more thing," Damon said. The vampire turned slightly, his expression unreadable. "Speak, Blood Initiate." "I wish to attempt the body tempering ritual." For the first time, Varniak showed a true reaction. A flicker of genuine interest passed through his ancient, weary gaze. He took a step closer, his staff clicking sharply against the stone floor. "Body tempering," Varniak mused. "A rite lost to most, a method of strengthening the body at the most primal level. Few of our kind now possess the knowledge, and fewer still the bravery to attempt it." Damon didn't move. His heartbeat was steady. This was the chance he had been waiting for. "Very well," Varniak said after a pause. "I shall prepare the ritual circle. But be warned, Initiate, body tempering is not without cost. Should your will falter, your blood will rebel. You may die here, and your soul will be erased. Permanently." A chill slithered down Damon's spine. Permanent death? Why did he feel that this was not a simple matter? "I am ready," Damon spoke with determination. "Don't be so overconfident, Blood Initiate. It is good to believe in your skills, but know your limits. Since the ancient era, only those from the royal families have managed to survive the ritual. And you are no royal blood. A carp cannot become a dragon." Varniak's voice echoed through the empty halls, every syllable heavy with ancient power. His words weren't intended to scare Damon, at least not entirely. They were a test in themselves, a final grim reminder that the path he was about to walk was lined with corpses far greater than him. He was only doing this to make sure Damon knew the danger. Damon, however, didn't flinch. His eyes only sharpened, gleaming crimson under the faint glow of the hall's dying torches. Royal blood or not, he would survive. He had no intention of staying a pawn on someone else's chessboard, not in this life. Yes, he had the primordial bloodline, but it was fragmented and only partial. It would be foolish to think he could achieve everything and come out in flying colors just because of the bloodline. However, he did not have just the bloodline. He had 3 years of experience. If someone from his last life could do it, then he too could do it.
He had honed his skills for almost 3 years now. He had almost stood at the top of the game. He had the ability to pass this. Varnix observed him in silence for a few heartbeats longer. Then, with a faint look of sneer and contempt on his eyes, he nodded. "So be it," the vampire said. "But before I begin to prepare for the ritual, you need to prove yourself worthy of even standing within the circle." Varnix raised his staff and tapped it against the floor once. A deep, resonating hum filled the cavernous hall. The ground around Damon shifted, and from the shadows of the broken pillars and the cracked stone emerged figures, ghostly silhouettes. They weren't beasts or simple monsters. They were echoes of fallen vampires, warriors who had attempted the ritual and failed, leaving fragments of their despair and ambition behind. "You will face the fallen," Varnix declared coldly. "Each one embodies a desire unfulfilled, a strength unproven, a will that crumbled. Defeat them or join them. By the blood's decree, you will only use your blood skills to defeat them. I sense corruption within you. Cut it off. Blood and blood alone is the true supremacy." Damon nodded, even though he had no plans to do something like that. However, he was more than ready to use his blood skills to prove his skill proficiency. Yes, this test was all about his skill proficiency, and he was confident to be able to achieve at least 70% or more. This was not him being arrogant. After all, he had already achieved this proficiency in his last life. Slowly, the room and Varnix disappeared from the surroundings. Now only he and the fallen were left behind. The first fallen lunged at him without warning, a blur of pale, cracked skin and savage hunger. Damon didn't hesitate and used Blood Swipe, a crisp, efficient strike that carved the air with a scarlet arc. While he was still dealing with this one, another fallen came at him from the side. His hand sliced forward, an invisible claw of condensed blood energy slashing through the fallen's torso. Another fallen lurched forward, and another. Soon he was surrounded, a storm of clawed hands and snapping jaws.
Chapter 42. Let the lamb get fatter. Meanwhile, the rest of the world was in a complete uproar. System-wide announcements rang back to back, making everyone freeze in shock and awe. Ding! Global system announcement. Player Blood God has set the first clear record for the dungeon Twilight Hollows. Ding! Global system announcement. Player Blood God has achieved a perfect clear in the dungeon Twilight Hollows. The announcements boomed in front of every player, system screen flashing in golden letters, symbols of prestige and power that no one could ignore. Players in towns and cities stopped whatever they were doing. Merchants froze mid-bargain. Adventurers in mid-fight stumbled, distracted. Guild leaders scrambled to message their intelligence networks. Who the hell was Blood God? No one had heard of such a name before. And yet here he was, snatching away 3 firsts in one night. First with a world boss, and then setting records in one of the newly unlocked dungeons, no less. World Chat. That mofo cleared a level 15 to level 25 dungeon single-handedly. Complete bullshit. I think the dungeons here adjust according to the skill level of the players. Fuck, shut up. My team just got wiped when we tried to run the Poisoned Land dungeon. Of course you are going to wipe out if you try running a dungeon full of poisonous beasts. This Twilight Hollow sounds like an easy dungeon. If you are near that area, you should try it. What is up with this Nira city? Everything there seems extremely easy. Is that the cheat starting point of the game? Here I am, unable to even kill a single boar, and this guy is clearing dungeons and claiming world boss. This game is super bugged. Where the fuck should I report this player? Come on, I will also make a report. Yeah, let's all report Blood God and get that fucking guy banned. Group chats, online forums, everyone was discussing the same strategy. The more everyone talked about it, the more they felt better. That asshole was going to become miserable soon, and that gave the general public a sort of satisfaction. However, soon the aggrieved players ran into another roadblock. They noticed a small flaw in the strategy. There wasn't a specific place to file a bug report or an error report. What the hell? Let's just use the company's email address. Unfortunately, the email also turned out to be a dead end, and all the emails bounced back. In fact, except for the order button for the game helmet, pretty much nothing else was working on the website. There was no phone number, no email, no physical address to contact the game developers.
On the other side, more serious players doubled down their efforts and pushed their progress. By now, many players had reached level 10 and started forming guilds. This opened up all the game leaderboards to the public, once again sending a ripple of chaos and commotion among the players. Power leaderboard, top 5 highest levels. Blood God, level 18. Nightblade, 77, level 15. Vortex, level 14. Eris Godhand, level 14. Silver Crane, level 14. Crimson Wolf, level 14. Wealth leaderboard, top 5 richest players. Bloodwrath, 30,000 gold. Eris Godhand, 11,480 gold. Merchant Queen Luna, 9,990 gold. Vault King 92, 9,700 gold. Silent Fang, 8,880 gold. Fame leaderboard, top 5 most celebrated players. Blood God, Silver Crane, Vortex, Sky Knight 101, Eris Godhand. Notoriety leaderboard, top 5 most wanted players. Blood God, Wicked Ashes, Dark Rose, Black Phoenix, Frozen Thorn. The game world was in full-blown turmoil. Players, NPCs, and guild leaders alike could not stop talking about the mysterious player Blood God, who had seemingly appeared from nowhere to dominate the rankings. The moment the system-wide announcements hit, the entire player base had been struck with disbelief. Blood God's name was on every leaderboard, and his achievements were so extraordinary that it felt like a story woven by the game developers to show off some unbeatable player. Aurora stood outside a green dungeon portal, the entrance to the dungeon, the Meadow of Thorns, dimly pulsing in front of her, yet she couldn't tear her eyes away from the flashing system screens hanging in the air. The golden letters burned themselves into her mind. Blood God, Blood God, Blood God. Aurora clenched her fists. Blood God, who the hell are you? She muttered under her breath, narrowing her sharp eyes. In other parts of Nira City, another group became extremely heated. Daddy Brutal was currently standing with Golden Dragon Guild members as they monopolized a mine in the outer Nira region when the announcements came flooding in. His face darkened immediately. This Blood God guy, boss, he's on every board, one of his lieutenants muttered, shifting awkwardly under the heavy tension in the air. Daddy Brutal's fists clenched at his sides. He was a hardcore gangster ruling the streets of Italy for years. When he heard that an ultra-realistic game like Earth Online was going to be launched, his inner game nerd got triggered, and he decided to get into the game. But now he knew that this game was so much more. Others might not know yet, but Daddy Brutal knew some high-level secrets because his grandfather still has connections with some very mysterious families. In a week, there was going to be a major change coming to this game. Currently, players can spend money to buy gold coins inside the game, but in a week they were going to update this feature. Players would soon be able to sell the gold coins and convert it into real-world cash. A beggar could become a millionaire overnight if he played the game right. Daddy Brutal did not really care about such beggars. What he cared about was power, and this game was going to give him that. Among these gaming nerds who knew nothing about fighting, his mafia was going to stand out like diamonds. With their skills and combat abilities, they were going to outshine everyone and become the strongest guild in the whole world. But this damned Blood God had given them setbacks after setbacks right from the beginning. "Boss, what do we do?" his second-in-command whispered. "Why did that guy have to start in the same area as us? We got such bad luck because of him. We should bury him before he gets any stronger." No, Daddy Brutal shook his head. "Don't think like that. Right now you are thinking like a loser. You need to think like a winner." "Boss? That guy is never going to be a threat to us. He's a single person. We have 50 men in our group, 50 well-trained fighters. Imagine how strong we are going to become in just a couple of weeks." The guys nodded with determination. Daddy Brutal smiled, a vicious smile that betrayed his thoughts. "That guy Blood God is our little lamb. Let him eat and become fatter. The fatter and juicier he becomes, the better. When we finally slaughter him, we can have a grand feast." He clapped a heavy hand on his second-in-command's shoulder, making the man stumble slightly. "In fact," Daddy Brutal said, voice dripping with malicious excitement, "keep an eye on him. Let him climb. Let him become a shining beacon. The higher he goes, the harder the fall. And when he falls," he licked his lips, It will be our name that echoes through this world. Around him, the other Golden Dragon members cheered, rallying behind his bloodthirsty ambition.
Chapter 43. Skill Evolution. Back in the Vampire Hall, Damon had already cleared the first wave of the Fallen. The corrupted figures had lunged at him the moment he accepted the quest, their forms bloodless, hollowed out, more zombie than noble predator. They hissed and gnashed their blackened teeth as they swarmed, but Damon had ripped through them without any problem. At first, he had thought of drinking their blood to possibly get their skills, maybe even steal something that they could have possessed back when they were living. The idea was good. The problem was that these ghouls seemed to completely lack any blood whatsoever. Even when he slashed them, nothing sprayed, no bodily fluid whatsoever. Their bodies might as well be golems. Damon had to give up the idea of using blood extraction as a cheat to get through this test. Not that he needed one in the first place. His basic blood swipe was pulling in big numbers. -1,000, -700, -650. Damon had never been the most talented in fighting, but it was precisely because of this that he kept practicing endlessly. He used to spend several thousands of gold coins in booking time dilation rooms for skill practice, against his so-called friend's advice, that bastard who betrayed him. Now all of that hours of painstaking effort was finally paying off. He got the chance to start over, which he never thought he would, and he was cracking the trial with ease. After the first wave came the second wave. This was where the real problem began. These Fallen were slightly more intelligent, aggressive, and coordinated. They no longer stumbled blindly. They moved with a dreadful, eerie precision, circling Damon, trying to pin him down with numbers. Some of them even brandished jagged weapons, rusted swords, broken spears, as if echoes of their former martial prowess clung to their rotting minds. However, this was still not enough. A well-executed blood swipe was a weapon in itself. The trial was particularly designed to show the prowess of a skill when executed well, even if it was a basic skill like blood swipe. Damon now had to use 2 blood swipes instead of 1 to finish off a single ghoul, but nevertheless, he soon cleared the second wave as well. Damon's breath came slow and steady, not from exertion, but from the methodical rhythm he had fallen into. Strike, pivot, swipe. His crimson aura flickered with each movement, weaving a symphony of violence through the dim, crumbling hall. As the second wave dissolved into ash and dust around him, a deep rumble echoed from the cracked stones beneath his feet. The ground itself seemed to mourn the loss of its corrupted children. Damon flicked his wrist sharply, dispersing the blood lingering around his claws. His gaze sharpened. He knew the third wave would be the real test. And it came without warning. 1 second he was standing in a deserted hall, but the next second, thousands of Fallen materialized out of thin air and completely surrounded him on all directions. The numbers this time were insanely ridiculous. But this was not all. Before, the Fallen would only attack with brute melee-type attacks, but this time everything would be different. Damon frowned as he caught the sizzle of a blood sphere in the distance. A caster. Hidden among the thousands of Fallen were numerous casters already preparing dozens of blood spheres to be launched at Damon. The damn trial did not even give out any experience points. It was not as if he continued fighting, he would keep getting stronger. The trial wanted to test his skills, and it was dead serious about it. More importantly, his stamina was running out, his bloodthirst was skyrocketing, and his mental exhaustion was piling up. Damon had an option here. He could easily use Bloodlance and finish off the casters one by one. Without the casters, the rest of the bastards would crumble in time. But if he did this and took the easy way out, he would miss out on the real reward of the trial. He needed to keep using Blood Swipe here, and only Blood Swipe. "Bring it on!" Damon yelled in madness, accepting the challenge. Saliva dripped from his fangs, and his eyes looked demonic as he directly lifted a Fallen and used it as a meat shield against an incoming blood sphere. His next blood swipe then cleaved the 3 Fallen standing on his right, the range of the skill visibly higher. The blood spheres came hurtling toward him like meteors. Damon moved. His body blurred into a swift, ruthless dance. He sidestepped one blood sphere, rolled under another, twisted between 2 more. A line of blood trailed behind his motions as he carved through the sea of Fallen with endless, tireless blood swipes.
minus 800, minus 750, minus 720. Numbers floated in the air like burning embers, but it wasn't enough to thin the tide. The fallen surged again, bolstered by the casters from the back. Another blood sphere grazed his side, sizzling against his aura, stripping away 5% of his health instantly. Damon hissed through his teeth but didn't stop. He couldn't stop. His HP was dropping, his stamina bar was scraping dangerously low, and the world blurred at the edges of his vision. And for the first time, a system notification appeared that made his blood stir hotter than the fight itself. Ding ding, blood swipe proficiency 100%. Congratulations, you have evolved the skill, blood swipe to blood cleave. Damon's arm moved almost on instinct, carving through the air, and this time when his attack landed, it wasn't just a swipe. It was a rending, shredding, tearing cleave that seemed to ripple through the fallen as if they were dummies. A half-dozen fallen were simply bisected where they stood, their bodies sliced so cleanly that for a full heartbeat, they didn't even realize they were dead. Then they crumbled into ash one by one like dominoes tipping over. Minus 3,000, minus 2,700, minus 2,500. The numbers exploded in the air like bloody fireworks. Damon grinned savagely. The strength behind this new blood cleave was on a whole different level compared to the old blood swipe. And he was only just beginning.
Chapter 44. Gamble. Damon continued with his momentum and culled down the horde of fallen using blood cleave. He was taking down 3 or 4 fallen every single attack, but it was still not enough. The numbers were simply ridiculous, not to mention the casters who were bombing him constantly. In the end, somehow he got through the 3rd wave. Finally, the trial was completed. Expecting the notifications, Damon wondered what additional reward he was going to get for the trial completion when suddenly a 4th wave appeared around him. Huh? Damon frowned. In his last life, the person who did this ritual only mentioned 3 waves. He personally had only ever attempted 3 waves. Now there was a 4th one? Was this because he was the first to attempt this? Or maybe there was a time limit, and maybe because he was well within the time limit, another wave started. Damon could come up with several theories, but he did not have the time at the moment to focus on things like this. Another wave meant another opportunity, an opportunity he couldn't miss. He warily eyed the fallen biters and the fallen casters, except there was a new type now, a bigger, brutish fallen who wielded a blood shield. So, a tank's in the picture, huh? Damon grinned. He was still confident in his skills and boldly started cleaving the fallen around him left and right. Of course, he completely ignored the tanks and tried to get to the casters. The entire fight was a big mess from the start to the end, and Damon was beginning to see his limit. He was not willing to admit it, but it looked like the 4th wave was too much for him to handle. He was way in over his head, and all his vitals were close to bottoming out. Bloodthirst was also gripping him like a demon on his back. However, it was exactly for this situation that Damon had allowed his blood satiety to fall so low. He had thought he needed a little push to get through the 3rd wave, but in the end, he managed fine without any tricks. But now there was a 4th wave, and he was determined to complete it for that extra reward, no matter what. This was a golden opportunity, and under no circumstances was he going to let it go to waste. He withstood his mental exhaustion and continued fighting, pushing his mind and body, when finally his blood satiety dropped to the last 5%. The next instant, a crazed madness overtook Damon, and his mind became filled with the thought of blood and only the thought of blood and survival. On the other hand, his stats instantly doubled, giving him a boost of raw, monstrous strength and power. A new notification appeared in front of him. Ding! You have triggered Blood Frenzy State, passive. Blood Frenzy State. When blood satiety falls below 5%, the user enters a temporary berserk state. All stats are increased by 100% for 30 seconds. In this state, skill costs are halved, damage dealt is doubled, and healing effects are tripled. However, rational thinking is impaired, and all bloodthirst-related impulses are magnified. Damon roared, a savage sound tearing from his throat as his vision bled crimson. The fallen in front of him, previously an overwhelming tide, now felt like mere paper targets. His claws tore through shields. His blood cleave became a massacre. Every swing of his arms launched broken bodies across the battlefield, and the casters, those damned casters, barely had time to scream before he tore into them like a force of nature. The blood shield tanks that had once seemed so troublesome, Damon slammed into one, his claws sinking past its shield and rending through flesh and bone. He didn't stop moving, his attacks chaining one into another like an unstoppable avalanche. All that mattered was blood. 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 The fallen horde quickly shrank under his onslaught, the momentum fully reversed. And when Damon finally stood amidst a sea of mangled corpses, panting, wild-eyed, his thirst still unquenched, the corpses around him disappeared, and a new wave of enemies appeared. A fifth wave. Damon barely managed to kill a couple of dozen when his frenzy state finally ended, and the severe backlash followed. His health started steadily dropping. Damon wanted to try more, but the trial immediately ended. He let out a sigh and collapsed on the ground. He had done the best he could do, and now it was time to see the results. He could have farmed more attribute points or upgraded his gear, but the thing is, the trial would have adjusted accordingly. The test was purely about insight into a skill, and thanks to his previous life experience, he was able to crack it to a decent level. Maybe some genius would have cleared more levels, but Damon was satisfied with his progress. He even ended up getting a skill upgrade for free. "Fuck it, I just need blood now, damn it," he murmured, his entire body coming down with extreme weakness. Thankfully, a blob of blood splashed on his face, and Damon greedily drank it all in. Looking at his condition, Varnix unexpectedly laughed out loud. "You deliberately starved yourself just to trigger blood frenzy, didn't you? You used the oldest trick in the book, little blood initiate." He stopped laughing and looked at Damon seriously. "But you would dare gamble with your life like that, little initiate. Fewer still would survive it. And you didn't just survive it, you used it to clear an entire level. Only if your technique is ingrained in your very soul would you be able to accomplish what you just did. I applaud your commitment to the skill and learning blood magic. However, I simply cannot allow you to proceed with the common ritual." Damon's eyes went wide. What the hell? Wasn't the guy praising me all this time? He opened his mouth to speak when Varnix stopped him. "Come and meet me tomorrow. I will prepare a grand ritual for you."
Chapter 45. Keep the rewards coming. "You have proven yourself more than worthy," Varnix continued, "but a true seeker of the blood path. It would be an insult to your spirit to offer you the same crude baptism the others receive." Damon, still panting from the aftermath of the trial, blankly nodded. He couldn't believe what he was hearing, but oh well, he would take whatever he could get. A body upgrade from a grand ritual couldn't hurt. "Ding, you have a new quest available. Quest, Rite of True Blood. Description: you have been chosen to undergo the Rite of True Blood, a rare and prestigious ritual reserved for the future pillars of the vampire race. Survive the rite and awaken a deeper connection to your bloodline. Present 3 offerings: a beast core of rank D or higher, a drop of elven blood, and a drop of divine or holy blood. Ding, do you wish to accept the quest?" Damon quickly selected yes. Getting these offerings might be a little tricky, but he wasn't about to pass up a chance like this, especially not when the rewards could potentially skyrocket his growth beyond anything he could achieve by normal leveling. Still, he couldn't help but grimace internally. A beast core of rank D or higher? Possible. Elven blood? Tricky. He had never even seen an elf yet, let alone fought one. And divine blood? Holy blood? Wasn't that just asking for death at his level? Varnix seemed to sense his hesitation and chuckled. "Fear not, young blood initiate. Grow your strength and sharpen your fangs.
The blood doesn't have to be extremely pure. Even a mixed blood would do, but the higher the purity of the blood, the better would be the results. Oh, Damon nodded. The world beyond this cradle is stirring, and when it does, you must be ready to hunt, not be hunted. Prepare yourself and bring me good offerings. I shall personally make sure your body's potential is unlocked. Damon inhaled slowly and nodded. I will do my best, Sir Varnyx. The vampire turned to leave when he suddenly stopped and tossed a skill scroll to Damon. Here, take this as an extra reward from my side. A vampire shouldn't be lacking for blood no matter what the situation. Varnyx disappeared somewhere, leaving behind Damon and the skill scroll. Damon's heart thudded loudly. What skill scroll was this? Wait, could he even learn from a skill scroll? Answering his question, the skill scroll disappeared from his hand and a new notification flashed in front of him. Ding, you have learned the skill Blood Archive. Blood Archive, passive/active hybrid skill, C rank. Description, you can store excess blood energy into a separate blood reservoir. Stored blood can be used to instantly recover health, stamina, or trigger bloodline skills without needing fresh blood intake. Passive effect, 10% of blood energy gained from feeding or combat is automatically stored. Active effect, you can withdraw from the blood archive anytime. Cooldown 10 minutes. Current capacity 0/100 units. Damon blinked once, then again. A crooked grin stretched across his face. This was way better than he could have hoped for. He no longer needed to desperately search for fresh blood in a crisis. No more risking losing control at the worst moments. More importantly, could he use this skill in real life? He was able to use Shadow Step, so what other skills could he use? This changes everything, Damon whispered under his breath. The last time he had rushed back into the game not wanting to waste his game time, but now there was only 1 more hour left for lockout. He had 12 hours to test out every little theory he had. Damon quickly prepared to leave the hall and start working on his new quests when a few more system notifications chimed in. There are still more rewards for the trial? He grinned. Ding, you have completed 4 waves of the trial and stepped into the 5th stage. Ding, you have been rewarded 5,000 experience points for clearing the first wave. Ding, you have been rewarded plus 10 stat points for clearing the second wave. Ding, you have been rewarded with a new skill, Lesser Blood Magic, for clearing the 3rd wave. Ding, you have been rewarded with a skill upgrade token for clearing the 4th wave and attempting the 5th wave. Finally! Damon smiled widely as he got the reward he had come here expecting for, the Lesser Blood Magic skill. Even though learning blood manipulation had a lot of requirements, there was a secret shortcut to it. If he had enough proficiency with the Lesser Blood Magic, then he would automatically be able to learn blood manipulation, a high-tier technique that only a vampire of level 200 or higher would be able to use. Even though he was currently amassing a lot of skills of different classes, blood manipulation was a proven overpowered skill, and he needed it in his arsenal ASAP. Damon's gaze moved from the Lesser Blood Magic to the last reward. The moment he saw the words Skill Upgrade Token, his entire body tensed in disbelief. This wasn't just a minor boost like stat points or even a rare skill scroll. This was game-breaking. A Skill Upgrade Token? It sounded simple. It wasn't. For a player like Damon, who understood how this world worked beneath the surface, a Skill Upgrade Token was a catalyst that could snowball into absurd power gains. His mind raced. Normally, evolving Lesser Blood Magic into blood manipulation would take weeks of grinding at minimum, even if he was obsessive about it. But if he used the Skill Upgrade Token right now to instantly push Lesser Blood Magic to Greater Blood Magic, it would slash the proficiency requirements dramatically. The shortcut would get even shorter. In other words, he could reach blood manipulation in a matter of days instead of months. However, Damon decided not to do that. Though it sounded tempting, it was also a waste of a godly item if he used it on such a trivial skill. He had a feeling that this was going to be a huge deal for him in the future. He just needed to pick the right skill for it, and he was going to take his time with it.
Chapter 46. Blood Wraith. Damon did not linger the vampire race hall any longer. With all his rewards squared away and his next quests waiting to be completed, he quickly got out of there. Where am I going to go for elven blood and divine or holy blood? He pondered as he walked. Apart from this, there were also other things in his mind. Money. He needed money at the moment. Any way he could achieve both these targets in the next hour before he logged out? An idea popped into his mind, and to make that idea work, he needed to find the right idiot. If Damon remembered correctly, he knew exactly which idiot he needed to go after. He quickly opened the leaderboards to see if that person registered with the game yet or not. Sure enough, the wealth leaderboard was exactly as he remembered it, with all the familiar names at the top. Wait, what? Damon raised a brow. Blood Wraith? Who the hell was this guy? The top name was supposed to be Goldblade, the walking wallet. But now?
Bloodwraith was sitting at the #1 spot with an absurd amount of early game wealth, way more than even a pay-to-win player should have at this point. Something's not right, Damon muttered, narrowing his eyes. He had an idea and opened his in-game mail. Naturally, almost all of them were hate mail. People had called him all sorts of things. Foxtail, you cheating bastard. You think you're so smart finding a bug in the game? You won't last long. People are already lining up to gank you, you motherfucking cheater. Scarlet Edge, rot in hell, blood god. Better uninstall now before it gets worse. Gravewalker, nice tricks, asshole. Hope you can pull more out of your ass when the real players start hunting you down. Damon skimmed through the flood of hate mail, barely paying attention. How could all of these people call him so many horrible things? Did he ask them to crowd around the world boss and get killed? With a smile, he quickly deleted the bunch of garbage mail. He then continued scanning and scanning and scanning until he arrived at the few mails from Bloodwraith, the current top golden wallet. Bloodwraith, bro, how do you like my nickname? You are Blood God and I am Bloodwraith. Bro, I am a big fan of yours. Damon frowned. Maybe this was not the person he was thinking of. He then read the next few messages. Bloodwraith, bro, can we meet up? I would really like to meet my idol. I will make it worth your time. Bloodwraith, bro, please. I am afraid of getting hurt. Can you help me level? Bloodwraith, bro, I just got an amazing secret quest. Please help me out. I guarantee you won't lose out. Seeing these messages, Damon was finally sure that he was indeed the same person from his last life, Golden Blade. The same gullible, eager-to-please, bottomless wallet fool who had practically painted a target on his back in Damon's past life. Only this time, he'd changed his name as Bloodwraith. A fan, huh? Damon chuckled as he started writing a reply to the guy. I can help you level. Meet me in the outskirts of Nira City. And just as he thought, Bloodwraith instantly replied to him. Bro, I am so sorry. For this quest, I need to be in the Garth City. Can you come here instead? I'm sending you some gold coins for the teleportation cost. The very next second, Damon received 500 gold coins, an exorbitant amount of sum. Damon stared at the notification. 1 gold coin equals $50. 500 gold coins, just casually sent over for teleportation fees. That was 25,000 real-world dollars, enough to buy a used car or pay months of rent, and this idiot had wired it to him without a second thought? His fingers twitched. Just how rich was this guy? He shook his head helplessly and walked over to the nearest city's teleportation portals. The teleportation plaza in Nira City bustled with life, players shouting in local chat, merchants hawking overpriced potions, newbies staring at glowing portals with wide eyes. Damon ignored it all. He walked through the chaos like a shadow, his mind razor-focused. He reached the teleportation crystal embedded into the ground, its surface flickering with options. With a flick of his fingers, he selected Garth City. The portal cost? Barely 50 gold coins. And yet the guy had sent him 500 gold coins? This was the attitude of a true whale. Damon again let out a sigh and used the portal before he popped up in Garth City. A lot of people were hunting for him in Nira City, so it was good to change it up once in a while. Besides, he could think of some special quests he could attempt in Garth City. All of that had to wait until he finished with his existing quests. Damon barely took a step out of the teleportation portal when someone ran up to him with a big smile on his face. The guy was decked in sparkly gear from top to bottom and looked like a walking billboard for "Please rob me." It didn't even take a second for Damon to recognize him. Goldblade. No, Bloodwraith. "Bro!" Bloodwraith shouted, his voice carrying across the plaza. Several players turned to stare. "You made it! I knew you wouldn't ditch me, bro. Here, look. Do you want to see the amazing quest I got? Hehe, you will definitely like this." Damon was dumbfounded. Was this guy an absolute lunatic? Why was he shouting like this in the public, exposing all of them? Before he could speak his mind, a hand came from behind and slapped Bloodwraith loudly on the back. "Can you not shout like this?" A woman with an incredibly fiery aura stepped forward, her figure and beauty off the charts.
The woman had a lithe, athletic figure wrapped in dark combat leathers reinforced with faintly glowing enchantments. A slender sword was strapped to her back. Her red hair, braided in an almost messy but battle-practical way, caught the sunlight like a living flame, and her golden eyes locked onto Bloodwraith with an irritated look. "You're gonna get both of us killed, idiot," she said flatly. Bloodwraith cringed and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "Sorry, sis, I got excited." "Sis?" Damon's expression didn't change, but internally he was racking his brain. Golden Blade did not exactly have any sisters. Did he remember correctly? Well, technically, he knew Golden Blade only 2 years after the game launched. Until then, he had only heard of him, so even if he had a sister, it was all hush-hush. It was weird that such a top-tier beauty did not even end up in the heavenly beauty list compiled by some good person. Anyway, this duo was not exactly his concern, so he did not bother too much with it. "Let's go. Let's get done with this quickly and finish our deal." Damon started walking. 1,000 gold coins for 10 levels and 2,000 gold coins for the next 10 levels. You are at level 5 right now, and this should guarantee your place in the top 5 level rank leaderboard. Of course, if you are bringing an extra person with you, then double all the rates. Bloodwraith quickly hurried after him. "Of course, bro, of course." However, the sister did not seem to be all that happy with this arrangement. Not so fast. She walked over to him, giving him a once-over. "So you are the famous blood god." Damon didn't break stride, but he allowed his gaze to slide lazily over to her, meeting her golden-eyed stare without flinching. "I guess my reputation travels faster than I do." The woman's mouth quirked up at one corner, a half-smirk. Not friendly. "I've heard stories," she said lightly, "but stories tend to leave out the important parts, like whether you can be trusted." Damon gave a soft chuckle, low and rich. "If you're looking for trust, you're in the wrong game. I'm here for business. Your brother pays, I deliver. Simple." "My brother is stupid, but I am not. You'd better do the job quickly, otherwise I will cut your payment down to half. I do not have all day to waste on this stupid game." "Stupid game?" Damon raised a brow. Bloodwraith hurriedly explained. "Sorry, bro, what my sister means is that she actually runs a company, so she doesn't have a lot of time to log into the game. She is such a workaholic, working all the time." "A company owner? So young?" That explained the confidence and the sharpness in her attitude. She wasn't some casual player or starry-eyed newbie. She was someone used to commanding people and making things happen her way. Damon gave a slight, almost lazy shrug, as if her threat barely warranted his attention. "I work fast," he said simply, "but quality has its price. If you want rushed work, you can find someone else." It was bait, a little tug at her pride. Sure enough, the woman's golden eyes narrowed slightly, but then she smirked again, a glint of approval flashing in her gaze. "Good," she said. "I like people who can back up their big mouths." Bloodwraith just laughed nervously. "You two are getting along already. That's great." Damon nearly rolled his eyes. Getting along wasn't the phrase he'd use. "Okay, that's enough chatting. Did you not want to do this fast? Let's walk." The three of them started walking out of the teleportation portal area towards the city gates. On the way, so many heads turned towards them. The sister had her face covered with a hood, and Damon was pretty much ordinary-looking with newbie gear, so no one spared him a second glance. The real spotlight was on Bloodwraith. Dressed in sparkling gear from top to bottom, combined with a handsome face and fit body, he was fully covered in a protagonist aura. Several women rushed to introduce themselves to him, some even flashing their assets. "Hey, handsome, where are you headed? Mind if I tag along? We can have some fun. What happens in the game stays in the game, right?" One woman winked. Another woman, dressed in a revealing battle robe that left little to the imagination, pressed close with a sultry smile. "You look strong, but I bet you need a good support class to keep you up." She ran a finger across Bloodwraith's chest piece as if it were her own personal buffet table. Bloodwraith sputtered. "I'm flattered, but I'm with my party already, hee. Damon's face twitched. Rich, handsome, and a sweet tongue, this guy was an asshole. His single heart could barely take the injustice. Damon narrowed his eyes, watching Bloodwraith laugh nervously and wave the women off like some innocent prince dragged into a brothel by mistake. The idiot wasn't even trying to be flirtatious, and yet he radiated that clueless, irresistible charm that had the world handing him luck on a silver platter. "You deserve what's coming to you, miserable bastard." Damon silently gnashed his teeth, watching the show. "You know you can also do all of this if you talk to women in a friendlier manner and not look like a serial killer all the time with your super serious face."
Bloodrain chimed in. Damon wondered why this woman had popped out after all this while, and in the end decided not to ask. It was not as if she was going to explain anything. Instead, he used this chance to talk about the grand ritual quest. Of course, after he mentally explained the whole thing, all he got was radio silence. The damned woman had once again gone back into hiding. Damon's mood further blackened. Fuck it, I am going to start hunting. Without any warning, he disappeared into the shadows. He had already chosen violence today, and there was no point in holding back.
Chapter 48. Lesser Blood Magic. When Damon reappeared from the shadows, he was right behind one of the women. With a casual smile, he used his claw to slice her throat. Blood gurgled out. However, none of the blood poured out. Damon quickly stepped forward and placed his hand on the open wound. Thanks to lesser blood magic, he no longer needed to use his fangs and could extract blood directly through his palm. He could eat without getting his hands dirty. A faint crimson glow pulsed beneath his skin as the magic activated. The woman's body convulsed once, and then the blood began to rise. Not spill, not pour, but rise, as if being pulled by invisible threads. It shimmered unnaturally, forming a smooth, spiraling stream that flowed into Damon's hand like silk. Ding, lesser blood magic activated, direct absorption. Ding, lesser blood magic proficiency has increased. Ding, lesser blood magic proficiency has increased. Ding, lesser blood magic proficiency has increased. Damon's skill proficiency was rapidly increasing as he felt the familiar bond between blood essence and his soul. In his last life, when he became crippled and couldn't sense the blood essence or mana anymore, he felt miserable. It was worse than losing a limb or two. It was as if he couldn't breathe anymore. He did not want to think about that indescribable misery. In this life, he would not suffer that fate again. As the warm thread of blood wove itself into his body, Damon let the sensation flood him. Ding, plus 10 units of fresh blood essence acquired. Ding, blood archive, 1 of 100 units stored. Damon's eyes glowed faintly red as the stolen blood entered his system. The warmth of it spread across his limbs, strengthening, sharpening. Now the question was, would his bloodline skill activate? The next second, the smile on his face widened as notifications started rolling in. Ding, bloodline extraction initiated. Target, human being, level 9. Ding, you have extracted the ability Fireball. Fireball, level 1. Basic spell, element, fire. Type, offensive projectile. Effect, launches a small sphere of condensed fire that explodes on impact, dealing minor fire damage in a small radius. Mana cost, 15. Cooldown, 6 seconds. Note, effectiveness scales with intelligence. Damon's grin deepened. It looked like his skill worked after all. He let the woman's body drop to the ground and quickly pocketed the bracelet which dropped. In a matter of seconds, he was once again back next to the brother and sister. Only after that, people started noticing what had happened and that a player had died. "Ah!" someone shrieked, and panic spread like wildfire. "Someone just died! Was that a stealth kill? Who did it? Who the hell? What are the city guards doing? This is complete bullshit." There was a stealth killer among them? Bloodwraith started sweating as he was very nervous about his newly bought gear. He finally showed some damned urgency and quickly started walking away. "Sorry to keep you waiting, bro." Damon gave him a sidelong glance, amused by the sudden burst of self-preservation. Bloodwraith, despite his wealth and gear, had the instincts of a spoiled house cat, utterly unprepared when the illusion of safety shattered. The sister, however, didn't move. She stood there, eyes narrowed, head slightly tilted as she looked at Damon. "How did you do it?" I have no idea what you were talking about." The woman did not ask any further questions, and Damon shrugged as he casually walked. The three of them reached the outskirts of the city in a couple of minutes. "Bro, are we going to run a dungeon?" "Which dungeon?" "Oh, can we set a record together, big bro? It would be awesome if we all got on the system-wide announcement together," Bloodwraith asked in excitement. "Not a dungeon." Damon gave him an even stare. "If you want to set a record together, the charge is separate. Let's talk about that later. For leveling, it's enough to focus on these beasts.
Damon pointed to a monkey sitting in a tree nearby. Bloodwraith started sweating as soon as he saw what beast Damon was talking about. The poo flingers? Hell no. Bro, please listen to me. How about I pay extra? Let's go somewhere else, please. These monkeys are a menace. Everyone wants to get out of Garth City thanks to them. He looked back at the tree where the long-armed creature stared at them with human-like malice, chewing something suspicious and hurling an acorn at another monkey with unnecessary violence. Then another monkey joined, and another, and another. One of them snapped a branch in half and started drumming the tree like a war cry. Damon snorted. Bloodwraith pointed desperately. Look at them! That one! He's foaming at the mouth! They aren't normal mobs, bro. They parry attacks. They steal weapons. They thrunk shit, and not just figuratively. Their shit stinks for hours, bro. And when they're not throwing shit, they throw stones. They gank players and pelt them to death. This is not gonna work, bro. Everyone avoids them like the plague. I see, Damon said. Then it's settled. Bloodwraith perked up. You'll take us somewhere else? No, Damon replied. We're staying right here. Before Bloodwraith could protest again, Damon disappeared from their side and reappeared next to the monkey. At the same time, party invitations arrived. Ding. Player Bloodgod has invited you to a party. Do you wish to accept? Bloodwraith wanted to decline so badly, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Saying a silent prayer, he quickly accepted the invitation. For several hours, he had been waiting for such a chance to fight alongside the awesome Bloodgod. But why did it have to be these horrendous monkeys from hell? On the other side, his sister silently accepted the invitation. Her gaze was fixed on Damon's movement, and what she saw, finally, made her lose her composure. Her eyes widened as she started to pant. Just who the hell was this man?
Chapter 49. Monkeys Everywhere. Damon appeared in a blur of shadows, materializing silently on the branch just behind the unsuspecting monkey. The creature, level 12 feral tree flinger, froze mid-chew, sensing the shift in air pressure just a second too late. Before it could screech or fling anything inappropriate, Damon grabbed it by the scruff of its neck and slashed its throat. The monkey flailed and twisted, its tiny eyes wide with indignation. Damon stared at it flatly, unimpressed, starting to absorb the blood essence using his hand. Within a matter of seconds, the monkey was dead. Damon did not bother to look at the notifications just yet. He simply moved on to another monkey. His shadowy form blurred again, and he reappeared above the next branch, where another feral tree flinger let out a warning screech. It was too slow. A blood cleave later, Damon was already absorbing its blood essence. 3 more monkeys had already begun to shriek from neighboring trees. A few more seconds later, these 3 as well dropped dead to the ground, but not before the last one shrieked loudly, sending out a call for help. The canopy rustled violently as more and more monkeys started to appear from all around the forest. Damon stood on the branch unfazed, even as dozens of eyes locked onto him from the branches above, below, and all around. The feral tree flingers, usually content to harass travelers with mischief and mess, now moved with a frightening coordination. Fuck! Bro, we are screwed! Shit, these many monkeys? This is so much worse than I anticipated. Bro, let it go. We can go somewhere else in level. And leave this wonderful opportunity? Damon smirked. He had already gained 2 points in strength and a skill to aim and throw projectiles. This was just the beginning. He cracked his knuckles and got to work. Dozens of shrieks filled the air, turning the once serene woodland into a war zone. The feral tree flingers, dozens of them, perhaps even 100, had converged on their location, jumping between branches in synchronized bursts, flinging stones and poo. From a distance, it might have looked comical, but not to the guy experiencing all of it firsthand. Bro, they're using formation tactics! Bloodwraith wailed from below, crouched behind a tree and clutching his expensive gear like a baby blanket. That one's giving signals! Are they allowed to give signals? Damon didn't respond. His attention was locked on the treetops. While the other two stayed and watched the show at a safe distance, Damon jumped from one treetop to another as silently as a rogue, but with stats better than even the best of the rogues. Shadow Step was an extremely useful skill, and that, combined with the level difference and the overall attribute difference, the entire forest quickly turned into a scene of massacre. Bloodwraith was chewing his nails, unable to bear the suspense. However, the disaster he expected never arrived. One monkey after another died, and yet Blood God was going strong. Finally, Bloodwraith's expression turned from nervousness and despair to utter awe. He watched, mouth slightly open, as Damon carved through the canopy like a god of execution. Each kill was a blur of motion and magic. It was brutal, yes, but it was art. This wasn't leveling, this was dominance. And Bloodwraith, once the pampered prince of pay-to-win, felt like a peasant watching a king at war. Whoa, look at him go! My bro is awesome! I am already 3 levels higher. No way! He's farming so fast it's raining levels. Oh look, one here, one there, dead monkeys everywhere! Bloodwraith started whistling and dancing from excitement, shaking his hips. He would never have done this in public, but since there was no one here except for them, the guy happily danced while watching his experience bar quickly fill up. Even the sister, previously cold and skeptical, found herself captivated. She would have face-palmed at Bloodwraith's antics, but she had not peeled her eyes from Damon even for a moment. Her gaze tracked Damon's every movement with laser focus. What class is he? A rogue or a thief? It doesn't make sense. Those attacks look so powerful, but he is able to withstand a couple of attacks here and there casually. How could his physical defense be so high? A rogue-type player's defense shouldn't be high. A rogue shouldn't be able to take on so many beasts at the same time. What do you think? She asked the guy, only to realize her words were going into dead ears. Bro is awesome! Look at that attack! Wow! Look at him punch that monkey! Whoa! Amazing! The sister gave up and continued observing Damon. The feral tree flimmers were dropping from the trees one after the other. They didn't stand a chance against the lone being hunting them. Their once organized assault dissolved into chaotic screeches and panic as Damon's shadowy afterimages became the last thing they ever saw. He moved like the forest belonged to him. None of the monkeys could predict his next move. He moved erratically and finished the job before the others became any wiser. He was culling down the monkeys one at a time, weaving in and out of the shadows of the canopy. I need some AoE attack, Damon thought. He had given himself an hour, but within half an hour he cleared the entire barrel of monkeys. However, that was not the end of it. The real show was about to begin any time now. Just as Damon landed from his last kill, the branches around him began to tremble, not from the wind, but from sheer weight. Out of the deeper canopy emerged more monkeys. These were much bigger and stronger, and when they pelted with a stone, it left an indentation on the ground. The elites, the stone-skinned monkeys. Unlike their chaotic cousins, these ones clearly possessed more intelligence. Standing a foot taller, their hides shimmered with mineral-like plates that clinked softly with each motion. Their eyes glowed faintly red, and saliva dripped from their mouths. Zone event triggered. Stone-skinned monkeys appear.
Chapter 50. Zone event triggered. A system-wide notification popped up in front of every single player in Garth City. Zone event triggered. Stone-skinned monkeys appear. Classification: Rare Elite Swarm. Objective: defeat or survive the Elite Pack. Recommended party level: 25+. Reward bonus: 3x EXP. Rare drops. Super Smiffer. Hey, what is this zone event? Crispy Mage. Stone-skinned monkeys? Do they belong to the same poo-flingers mob? Fuck, these monkeys are horrible. Dark Snack. Bro, run. Log out. I am not doing this again. These monkeys are fucking bastards. Potion Mama.
idiot! Can't you see this is a special event? 3x EXP and rare drops. Even if it is those horrendous monkeys, I am not missing out on this. I am going right away. It should be somewhere on the outskirts of the city. Maybe a world boss would show up. Cannon fodder, I am going too. Thoughts be gone, me too-o. Wolfie69, bro, I swear if the Arcane Dawn Guild gets there first, we're all screwed. Slick Archer, I don't care if I die 50 times, I'm tagging that boss at least once. Pixel Mistress, everyone head to the outskirts, party up, let's do this. The local chat all of a sudden buzzed with activity as all the players in the area started rushing off to find the location of the event. A 3x experience points event would undoubtedly be a boon this early in the game. Any player who capitalized on such an event would become unstoppable because of the momentum. They will progressively become more powerful than the others and amass even more opportunities. Even better if a guild managed to get in on such an event. The guild could then become a top guild in the city, just riding on this single advantage. Everyone understood this. The moment the system-wide notification hit, every ambitious player, solo grinder, and guild rat raced to the outskirts of Garth City like their future depended on it. However, the reality became painfully clear once they reached the event zone. Moonlight Pupper, guys, the monkeys just one-shot my tank pet. It was a rock turtle. Flamefister, a rock turtle? That thing has 400 base defense. Dark Snack, I told you, log out. Grape Juice Tank, too late. They just turned my party into soup, literal soup. Bastard, damn it, it's Planet of the Apes out here. Don't come, you will die. Nobody paid attention to the chat and considered the warnings because the lure of 3x EXP was too sweet, too intoxicating. By the time the first wave of overeager adventurers arrived, the outer edges of the event zone were already littered with dropped loot. An unbelievable scene was unfolding in the event zone. Bloodwraith grinned in glee as he watched one by one getting pummeled to death by the stone monkeys. At first, he himself was unsure about the situation, but seeing that his bro was still going strong, he assured himself that there was nothing to worry about. Damon was steadily taking out the stone monkeys one after the other, just like before. This is what I am talking about. Love you, bro. You are my one and only big bro. Blood God and Blood Wraith will rule this world. Bah ha 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 ha. Shouting and cheering loudly, Blood Wraith looked at the pests arriving at their personal event in disdain. Of course, he couldn't be so obviously rude to women. After all, every woman deserved a knight in shining armor. He almost ran over to save a damsel in distress when a sharp look from a stone monkey made him apologetically backwalk. That damsel in distress ended up getting pelted to a pulp, none of her features even recognizable anymore. Damon facepalmed when he saw this. Now he understood why so many people chased and killed this guy in his last life. He shook his head helplessly and continued killing. Meanwhile, more and more players started arriving in the event zone. Despite many dying, others couldn't help but try their hands. Some attempted to kill the monkeys in big party groups, and some brought their guild along with them. Damon could only thank these guys because it made his life a lot easier. When the monkeys found other targets to take out their anger on, he happily used Shadow Step and continued killing them. At the same time, his shadow clone was running around and collecting loot. Naturally, Damon did not plan to just stick with the monkeys. So many new targets have offered themselves to him. Why would he just stick to beasts? The monkeys aren't going anywhere anytime soon. I should go and greet all the unwelcomed guests. Damon's crimson eyes swept the battlefield, noting the players scrambling for loot, flinging spells wildly. Let's see what kind of skills you lot drop. He silently appeared behind a healer. Wrong place, wrong time. Before the player could even react, Damon's claw pierced through their back with surgical precision. A single notification blinked in his vision. Ding, you have slain player Holy Hugs, initiating bloodline extraction. Skill acquired, minor healing light, level 1. Damon's lips curled. Not bad, I could use a patch up now and then. Wait, can I even use this skill? Can I use all skills from all types of affinities? He wondered. He had seen many vampires use shadow skills in his past life, and didn't exactly question it too much. Fire could be somewhat compatible, but holy and divine were completely opposed to his nature. Vampires were creatures of darkness, their bloodlines steeped in curses at night. Holy and divine energies weren't just incompatible, they were actively harmful. Using them would be like trying to extinguish fire with oil. And yet the system had granted him the skill. Not a warning, not a penalty, just given. Could he possibly use all the skills because of his unique bloodline? Damon decided to experiment this later. More skills were waiting for him now. The healer's body slumped and vanished into a puff of light, leaving a golden bracelet behind. Damon didn't stop. Shadow Step activated, and he pocketed the bracelet and vanished from sight,